Good morning and welcome to day one of the WSL La Union Pro. We're going to kick off with the Women's Longboard World Tour. This is the qualifying event, a QS 1000. We have Heat 1 out of the water. We have True Starling with us today. How are you feeling today, True?
I'm really good, thank you, Matt. I'm excited to have the event starting. And yesterday the surf was a little bit smaller, but it was really surprising today to have a pick up in some swell.
Now the heats this morning, we're going to start off with 25-minute heats. As you said, True, the waves have picked up overnight. We have a fresh, still wind swell out there at the moment, but we're going to see the women out there now moving into the men's heats, and we'll make that call afterwards for what we're going to see. Kicking off in this heat, Heat 1, we'll have Sheila May Convicto from the Philippines. We have Yi Yong Lee from Korea, and Mara Lopez, the local girl, surfing her first contest in the WSL level. She's 12 years old.
12 years old, wow, that is pretty incredible. That's super young to be competing, and I think, it's exciting that she's a local here. I'm sure she knows the break really well, and she's able to determine what waves are the best, so I'm excited to see what she can bring in this heat, and, hopefully no nerves. First ever heat surf, first contest, so hopefully she just goes out there and has a bit of fun.
And we have a lot of nationalities represented here. This is the Asian region, and these are pathways to the Longboard World Tour and the Shortboard, obviously the Challenger Series. And what have been the highlight? You were there in Taiwan and Korea. What was your highlight so far watching those last events?
Yeah, I think, it's been pretty amazing watching all of the events coming through, especially, as you said, Taiwan and Korea. I watched Korea a little bit more closely than Taiwan, and it was just amazing to see the talent coming through, and a lot of the longboarders, they were just really happy to be there and happy to be surfing heats, and despite it being about 5 degrees and less every day,
and
snow, it snowed, which was just pure magic. So it was really cool to see the enthusiasm from all the surfers.
And we'd like to give a shout out to the Department of Tourism, DOT, for hosting this event here in this beautiful surf hamlet of the Union. It's one of those classic surf culture havens that we see. We see them all around the world. We have Byron Bay, we have Noosa Heads, and of course right through California, now El Salvador down in Surf City, and Korea's got their own version. Here we are in Philippines at La Union, which is, as far as longboarding goes, one of the premier spots for traditional longboard surfing. And of course J.R. Esquivel qualified for the World Tour last year, and he was the success story, and these surfers out in the water have their opportunity to enter into stardom and get their chance on the World Tour.
Yeah, it's really cool, and I think I think it's amazing, this wave. I feel really suits the longboarders. We saw them surfing yesterday when it was a bit smaller, and they were just really surfing with such style and grace, and it was really cool to see. And I'm excited. The heat started. We heard the hooter just now. We've had a few paddles from the surfers. Looks like maybe that is Mara. But the waves look really fun. Matt, you were out there this morning. What was it like?
Yeah, surfing with some of the entrants that were warming up, and it's amazing. Some nerves on the shore, and here nestled in that beautiful cove with that drone shot, you can see there's all the little surf stays that line the beach, and everyone hangs up in their little bungalows, and you can feel the nerves a little bit on the land, but when you're in the water, it's amazing, that feeling that everyone seems to be friendly, acknowledging each other, the shortboards, longboarders coinciding with each other. And day one of competition, you see that around the world in lots of different events. You yourself, a professional surfer, True, and those nerves, it's amazing what that first surf can do for a lot of the surfers. And just getting to know their story and see how there's a few Aussies out there as well. We have a couple of Russian surfers that have made their way over from Bali. We have Koreans, Filipinos, Taiwanese surfers out there right now, and we've got, of course, the locals and a lot of expats as well.
Yeah, it's really cool to see the international effect that this event has, and it's amazing that there's so many entrants. And wow, this is Sheila May Convicto up and riding.
She'll kick this one off, 25-minute heat, and the tide a little bit low at the moment, catching Sheila out there what would be your advice to a surfer paddling out right now? Obviously, you can see the rocks right now in the segregated sections.
Yeah, I think, just making sure that you're not kind of sitting too low and dragging, especially on the longboard with those really big fins, dragging those fins along the rocks. But in regards to a heat strategy, it could even be worthwhile, kind of swinging on a smaller inside one, just getting a bit of a foundation and building from that.
And
but
that's that drone angle. You can see the two sections up the point and down the point. Do you think priority will be much of an issue today, Drew?
Wow, that was nice. That's a really good question. I think it depends on the spread. It probably ranges from heat to heat, but yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends where the surfers are sitting, because sometimes you can sit a little bit further inside and grab those little double ups, but priority is always comes into play at some point in every heat. It's definitely important to know where you sit in that rotation, just to kind of get a feel of, if you should be waiting for a good set or not.
And Sheila opening up with a 1.25, but the local girl, the 12-year-old Mara, with a 3-point ride, just for that single nose ride. The judging criteria here is in line with, of course, the WSL international judging criteria, and for longboarding it is style, flow and grace, and those elements encompassing the three pillars of our shortboarding criteria: speed, power and flow. There's a lot of similarities there, True. The grace word is not used on the shortboard, but what is graceful longboarding to you?
That's a good question, Matt. I think graceful longboarding is just watching, that flow and that story kind of be told on the wave. And I think it's exciting to see, because, you don't see the stumbles. You kind of see people just being connected to the board, being connected with the ocean. And I think you can really tap into that for longboarding, especially. You have a bit more time. You've got that board, that length of the board, and you can kind of,
and the footwork, right?
The footwork, you can perform on that, which is really cool.
And that's one of the key elements of the criteria that separates the longboard to the shortboard, is using that footwork. Of course, the boards are a minimum 9 feet. They're a minimum of 15 pounds, and these boards are all in that. Most of the surfers will see are riding single fin surfboards, which is a more connected feeling, as you said, and it allows that momentum and the footwork in between nose rides, turns. It's not a throwback to the 1960s, but what it is it's kicking off where longboarding left off, where it stopped, because by 1967 no more longboards ever existed until the 80s. They just stopped producing longboards. It became the shortboard generation, the shortboard evolution, and the resurgence of longboarding happened in the 80s. But what we're seeing here right now with the next generation out in the water, these are surfers who don't care much for the history. They enjoy the glide.
Yep.
They enjoy longboard surfing for what it is, and they look up to surfers like JR and Soleil Eriko, and they look up to Natsumi Teioka as well, the Japanese superstar who was knocked off tour. She's here to re-qualify. She's one of the big seeds in the event. Any other surfers in the event that you have highlighted throughout?
There's a whole bunch. I think it was really cool to see Daisy. From memory, she was in the final at South Korea, Daisy Valdez, who's a Filipino longboarder from here, so it's cool to see her, and Sakura and Katie Inui as well. They're really great surfers. They're still quite young. I think Sakura's 15. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see how they go.
One thing I love about the Longboard World Tour and this qualifying series is the family connection. So out there in the water, Mara Lopez, her brother Warren Lopez, and she has an older sister who's in the event coming up as well, Ashley. This is the next gen, and these are still young surfers themselves, being Ashley and Warren, but nurturing that next gen. And here goes our Korean surfer on her first wave. Nice opening nose ride that gets caught behind that shallow section and answering straight back. This is Sheila, a Filipino surfer who was out there free surfing beforehand. She'll make her way through the whitewash. They're using the footsteps to move forward, gain that momentum, cross-stepping back to the power source, and that one fading out. You can see the low tide reef there, True.
Do you think that will come into play, I guess, throughout the day with that low tide?
I think so, yeah. So the tide will be high right around lunchtime, and then we'll see it drop off again to an even lower tide in the evening. But for the most part, the rocks are shallow, but they're covered. And if you're on the if you're nose riding in the bowl section on the inside, there's quite a lot of risk there. May not look like it, but it is where the critical section is. We saw that in Bells Beach at stop number 2 on the World Longboard Tour, where Rincon and high tide, which is a wave not too dissimilar to this, a right-hand point break, very rocky, a lot of risk for such a small wave, but the judges acknowledging that as well.
Yeah, I remember watching Soleil kind of go back and forth between Rincon and the bowl during that event, and it was cool to see her make that switch and heading over to Rincon and kind of, as you said, taking that risk, and she got rewarded for it.
And that's one of the places where knowing tides, knowing the spot, and understanding the lay of the land is really important, because high tide, you're nearly never surfing the bowl. On low tide, you're never surfing Rincon. And some surfers got caught out. Some of the longboarders didn't do their practice. And there were some heats in particular that you saw beautiful waves rolling in just 100 meters to the right-hand side at Rincon, but surfers were sitting in that bowl. And it's a testament to just how connected these surfers have to be, because their playing field is changing right underneath them all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was really cool yesterday to see there was a lot of longboarders out there getting used to the conditions here at La Union. And I think, it's important to feel comfortable in the break. It's important to have free surfs and figure out where the best spots are, where maybe you don't want to be sitting. And as well, trying to figure out the waves. These waves are so fun. They look near perfect, especially today as well. They're just beautiful running rights, which is just making me itch to get out there. But
you
yeah,
can see there the low tide reef, so that'll be covered in a few hours. Now it's coming in quite peaky because we had a lot of wind swell last night. You can see it all jumbled up. Great drone angle showcasing that beautiful ocean out there, and you can see the lines are a little jumbled. So when they come in, we'll watch this set. You have to pick a clean line through it. Although they're longboards, it's easy to catch the waves. It's crucial that these surfers find a critical section. And you know, it's glassy at a beach break or you're at a point break and you're trying to find a little pocket. So a little sidewinder on that one that's got a big hump in it. That wouldn't be a great one, but at least it's not closing out.
Yeah, exactly. There's definitely a wall to it. There's opportunities to, get some good surfing underway. We saw Sheila. Her last wave was a 6.25, so she's off to a pretty solid lead as well. And I think, she's just showing, I guess, that experience here, or that experience in Arashi, I should say. But yeah, I think sometimes I find it hard when it's so glassy like this to identify which are the best sections, because it's so beautiful and clean. You're like, wait, where exactly does the wave start and the wave end? But the women out there just seem to be making me look silly.
I identified that myself, trying to pick those clean lines with about 50 free surfers out there. So it is tricky. The show reel will look amazing.
Yes.
But to get those clean pockets, as you said, true, is very difficult. But 14 minutes 20 remaining. That's a solid score there for our local girl, Sheila. And I feel like we had our Korean competitor, Yi Yong. She was pretty solid on that takeoff, and she looked like she committed, but you've got to make your completions. And it's like that in all forms of surfing. And if she can connect, it's going to make it. She only needs a very marginal score to go into that top 2. So 2 people will progress through. And live action, this is the local Mara up on the nose. Critical moment. You can saw some air under the nose there. She's cutting back into the whitewater, and she'll make her way out into the open face here. You can see the ledge to the right-hand side. And kicking out of that. What did you think of that one, True?
I thought it was really nice to watch. I think, being 12 years old, seems like she's got the foundations of really good intuition on a board, and I think with a longboard it's important to have that as well, because there's so much room to catch a rail or misstep or kind of I just thought that she did that really well, and I think she's setting good foundations. That was her best wave, the 3.4, and I think it's a big credit to her to be 12 years old and doing so well in this event so far.
Absolutely. So she's way out into the lead right now, and that wave well, she's in second, sorry, with a 3.4 and a 3 with our surfer Sheila in the lead with that 6.25, that massive score at the moment, which is actually, with the score still to drop for Mara, that one? No, it has dropped in at a 3.4. So consolidating her second place. This is Heat 1, if you're joining us right now, of the women's LQS. These surfers, two people will get through to the next round. And here she goes, the Korean competitor. Oh, she goes down hard.
Wow.
Juicy section out there. Thankfully, she has the leg rope.
What would you call today, leg rope or no leg rope, Matt?
Well, if you grow up with a leg rope, which most of these surfers do, and you feel comfortable with it, you go to what you'd be comfortable. I didn't personally wear one. It's a controlled environment, but it's not sensible because if you lose your board, obviously it gets damaged. A beach break, there's less issue. Obviously, we're talking about controlled environments where this is a sanctioned event. On a beach break or point break when there's other surfers, you have to be mindful. It's like driving a car with no brakes.
Yes.
And the best can control it, but if someone's in your way, you're going to hit them.
Yep.
Mara Lopez there. Local girl just kicking out of that one. So we'll see at this point in the heat, she's holding down second place. Perhaps didn't know what our Korean competitor Yi Yong got done in her last wave. So she's had a priority error there. Down into third. Maybe a little bit of inexperience.
Yeah, I think so. I think priority is such a funny one, especially if you've not had much experience with it. It's one of those things where it does take a long time to get used to it, as well as to get used to the different rules that come with it as well. So I think, she's got a lot of growing to do, but it's so far so good. Yeah. She's sitting in second, she's got 2 3s, she's applying that pressure onto Yeri Young. So I think if she can just use her, I guess maybe even local knowledge to get a good wave and really capitalize on that, it'll be good to see.
The international affair continues. We've got, the carrots dangling in front of them is an opportunity to compete on that World Longboard Tour. Out in front of the rankings is Natsumi Tayoka looking to re-qualify for her position on that World Tour. And we had some great performances. Our Indonesian competitor, Daya, did fantastic at the wave pool over there in Korea. She is a multi-disciplinary surfer across the short and longboard categories. She's holding down that second place on the rankings, and she'll be definitely one to watch. She comes up in Heat 3 of Round 2. And that's a difficult heat looking forward on the draw. Daisy Valdez, who's an international competitor herself, represented the Philippines at the ISA. We have Daya Novitasari from Indonesia, and Suji Kim, who's a world traveler. She's a Korean competitor, spends a lot of her time in Bali, and she's a surf coach herself. And she'll be coming up against one of the surfers, the surfer who wins in that next heat. So it'll be a tough one. Mark that one down. Heat 3 of Round 2.
Yeah, hopefully we see that today. We've got these 2 heats for the round of 20 for the women, and then we roll into, I think it's 6 heats, for the round of 40 for the men, which will be really exciting to watch. And then we're kind of just going to, pending conditions, see where we go for the rest of the day. But it looks so nice out there. It looks super fun, and this is the Korean competitor, Yeri Young.
And then she gets to the middle there, trims through the section, gets back, nice turn, and she completes it as well. So really putting some power into that turn. She's going to try and link this one through, and she finishes with control. So we'll have to see where the judges go with that one, but early indication was that would be her best wave yet. And you can see the tide slowly filling in on the inside. So Yeri Young looking good. Building momentum. She was chasing 3.55, so it is a solid score. And live action, so this is Mara on the answer back, currently in second place. Nice, 4 steps up to the nose, stepping back, and that one fading out again. So the last 3 waves of Mara, not quite linking to the inside sections, but some beautiful footwork What did you make of that, True?
Yeah, I thought she did really well on that. I liked that first carve that she started the wave off, and then that, as you said, that really nice footwork to kind of finish that wave off. It was a great answer back. I think that last wave of Yerryong was a 2.55, so she still needs that 3.55, and waiting on this score for Mara to come through for her last wave. I don't know if it'll go into her top two. It doesn't, a 2.75. So that situation stays the same, and Yerryong needs that 3.55, and it's not a big score that's required, but she needs to get some good surfing done in the next 7 minutes.
Yeah, the judges identifying that big turn perhaps was on the inside section, for displacing a lot of water, but at the same time had some downtime on the outside section.
Yeah,
the judges don't appreciate that in any forms of surfing. You can see really peaky at the moment, True, and Yerryong would have heard that score, and she's going to find the inside section now. Opens up with a nice carve, brings it back around, gets up to the nose, and she gets the completion there. And unfortunately, unable to kick out of that wave, but backing it up straight away, understanding the criteria as she's going. And Mara on her second wave. So at the moment, it's a tit for tat. The Korean beautiful combination there. Mara Lopez, the local girl, and stepping back and kicking out with control.
Yep.
We see that on all disciplines of surfing. If the surfer's finishing on their own terms, that's a good indication to the judges that you're completing when you want to. You're not letting the wave dictate to you and trying to milk it for more.
Yeah, and I think ending on a high note is really important as well. And I think Mara, she did really well there to identify that this wave wasn't going to offer much more that was worth riding. So, yeah, for 12 years old, she's showing some good experience and some good surf awareness and surf knowledge, in the sense with, kicking off, ending on a high note, 3.45 for that last one, Matt. And I feel like, Mara and Yerryong, even though they've been living in the 2s and 3s range, they seem to just be getting a little bit of momentum. They're getting the ball rolling, and Sheila's gone quiet, although she's got that 6.25. It would be probably smart of her to better that 1.25 just to really lock in that first place.
Absolutely, and
there she goes.
She goes right on cue and not able to capitalize on that one, so just a 1.15. So we still have scores to lock in there for Yerryong, but the judges not appreciating that inside section, making a pretty clear example that they want to see waves on that outside section. Maybe some commitment with just a 2 for that wave of Yerryong and a 3.45 for Mara. So we're seeing a condensed camera angle here, and I find that often we're not getting the live view of what we're seeing, the expansive view. What do you make of those scores?
Yeah, I think the judges want to see them on sets.
Yeah.
And I think that's where that 6.25 came from for Sheila. So I think in regards to where Sheila is sitting, and now Mara, they're out the back. Yep. They're waiting for those sets to come through, and Yerryong, she's kind of playing on the inside a little bit, I guess trying to find some momentum, but I think if she wants to get into that 4 range, which is what she needs to sit out the back and wait for a set. Even just get herself into that priority rotation and maybe do a little bit of selling on a few waves.
I think so. That's really nice analysis, True, and we've got, once again, that condensed camera angle, and it does make it look better than it is, and the judges are looking at that expansive view, and we don't have any judges notes so far, but all the competitors will have received that message this morning, and we'll try and update you on that communication.
Yeah,
because it is crucial that the surfers are surfing to that criteria. They're not better and above that criteria. They are exactly, they're the people putting on the show, and we've just got a little glitch there in the system, and we're back and rolling. And the low tide this morning was just after 6 a.m. We'll see that incoming tide and an incoming swell. True, have you had a look at the forecast on the way?
Yeah, I have. It looks like we'll see a little bit of a peak up in swell over the next 2 days, I believe, and then I think it drops off. So tomorrow will be about 2 to 3 foot, and then the next few days will range between the 3 to 5 or 3 to 4 foot range, and then we see it drop off again by Thursday. But we've got until the 28th, I believe, to run this event, which is really exciting. And Mara, once again, just showing this local knowledge. Wow, really nice footwork there for Mara.
And 2 nose rides. Wow, 3 nose rides. Obviously, it's not the quantity, but the quality of those. Really far on the inside section. You can see the competitors in that next heat really far out. So what we're seeing, once again, is way down to the left. A lot less risk. The longboard criteria, style, flow, and grace, but it's the combination of controlled maneuvers, the fluidity, but it's got to have some critical element to all the nose rides, all the turns. They have to be either on rail or they have to be in that pocket. We talk about the pocket. That's that little power bubble where the whitewash is. How important is it, and how hard is it to perform your maneuvers around there, True?
Yeah, it is really difficult. I think, it's the most critical part of the wave. So it's a moment where you can really, do some damage and make a really big impact on the judges, or it's a moment where, you can lose your footing and you can fall off. So if you're not going there with 100% commitment and I guess intent, that's where you can kind of see yourself hesitating. But I think, so far the women have been showing that, they want to get good scores and they want to do good surfing, and this is what Sheila's showing us right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's down into second spot now, but this wave surely will better that 1.25. Nice tempo, multiple nose rides, good footwork. Out on the shoulder, though, not so critical, and cutting back into the power source. So that'll be a great backup. Only looking to drop that 1.25. True, first impressions.
Yeah, I think she'll do that for sure. We've just seen her slip into second place because Mara locked in a 5.5 on that last one. So I think we'll see her get that 2.75 and retake the lead. It was a really nice ride, and I think she ticks most of the boxes on that one. So I feel like we'll see a lead change again with 1 minute to go.
It's really coming down to it, but holding priority is our Korean competitor, Yerryong. So looking for just a 4.66 and a score still to drop for a surfer in red. She's going to need maybe the best wave of the heat. I'm going to go out on a limb and predict. There is a few lines out there, and she's gone to the lead. So we have Sheila regaining that lead with a 5.75 now. Yerryong needing a 6.10 to knock out the local girl Mara. 30 seconds remaining. And that beautiful swell rolling in right now. They're going to try and look through the glare, look through the glassy conditions. And she's using her priority. She's committed to the wave. And that wave didn't break. So we'll see what the judges award that priority change. 5 seconds to go. We're going to count this one out very shortly. Looking at the live screen there. In the background, you can hear that hooter, True. So it was our 2 Filipinos progressing through that heat. And we'll get this heat started very shortly. We're going to go to a break shortly, I believe.
Yeah, I think we'll go to a break. So, yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Heat 2 for the round of 20 very shortly.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure.
Welcome back to the WSL La Union International Pro. We're straight into round 2. A round of 20. We're into heat number 2 of the LQS 1000. So these surfers vying for an opportunity to climb up the rankings in
kantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos, kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos, kay dili ko anang paggapos. 4 kantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos, kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos, kay dili ko anang paggapos.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos.
Yeah. I don't know how they do that.
Welcome back to the WSL La Union International Pro. We are into heat number 2 of round 20. This is the LQS 1000, the second qualifying event for the Longboard World Tour. I'm here with True Starling as we kick this heat off. And our surfer in green out there right now, this is Ginger Kaimi, representing Italy.
Wow.
Out there right now, True. So an international affair. We have Hyung Sung Haley from Korea, and we have Kyla Valdez and Junelin Badiang from the local girl from the Philippines.
Yeah, full international affair in this heat. Two Philippines, a Korean and an Italian surfer, which is exciting to see. So she locked in that 365 on that last one. And yeah, like we said, that first heat was really good to watch. Sheila getting a 12-point combination. So getting that 6 and the 5 and the high 5 was it was really good, strong surfing. And Mara, the 12-year-old local, progressing through to round 2.
Yeah, we don't have any heat interviews today. We're rolling through these heats, but we look forward to catching up and telling the story of Mara and kicking off her professional surfing career, taking the win, or kept progressing through in that last one with that late exchange of Sheila, regaining the win. And live action right now, this is Haley using her priority on that wave there, so not able to get to her feet. We see some nerves creeping in the earlier rounds. And what are some advice for priority to some of the surfers with a little less experience that you give out there now, True?
Yeah, I think it's important if you do have that first and second priority rotation to really be aware of what waves you're looking at. And be aware, where the line is for if you're going to lose priority for paddling or not. And looks like Kayla, she'll lose priority on that one. So she'll go back to that 4th priority rotation, and sometimes that can be a blessing and sometimes it's a curse. Having priority, it's a real fine line. Some people really love having priority. Some people thrive without it. So I guess it depends on who you are as a competitor. But for waves out there, what it is out there today with 4 competitors, I think it's important to know where you're at with priority, and figure out if you can kind of get a couple of inside ones on the paddle out if you got 3rd and 4th priority, just to get some waves to get rid of those jelly legs.
Jelly legs is I love that. I love that analysis there, and that's something that a lot of surfers or people in general have felt throughout their life. You get nervous, you're getting ready for a big occasion. Could be the first day of school or the last day for the exams. Could be going on your first overseas trip, getting on an aeroplane for the first time, whatever it is. The jelly legs first date.
Yeah.
Perhaps the heart going a million miles an hour.
Yep.
And everybody out there tuning in right now can relate. But this is a lot of these surfers' first opportunity at a WSL event. A lot of new names, a lot of new faces. And this is ground zero. This is where it all begins for a professional surfing career. A lot of them have surfed in their domestic tours. A lot of the Asian countries do have a self-sufficient domestic tour. The Japan and Korea as well, Philippines, even Thailand. They have their national events, and they gain that experience through those. And this is that next link. This is the piece to the puzzle, as we saw the success story of J.R. Esquivel. What could you tell us about your view of watching JR come through that Longboard World Tour last year?
Yeah, I think it was really inspiring. You know, each event he was just getting better throughout it. I guess finding that confidence, and getting rid of those jelly legs, that nervous energy. And I think that's why we see a lot of surfers, especially free surfing as well, prior to events, to get their feet in the wax, get rid of that nervousness. And watching JR kind of rise up throughout the tour last year was really exciting to see.
Yeah, it sure was, and he was like gaining that momentum throughout the whole event. I saw Marimar as well on the other end of the spectrum through the Challenger Series, the Filipino competitor who'd qualified, the first surfer from this region to make it on that Challenger Series. And he had the opposite momentum. He was struggling to get to his feet. There was times at the US Open where he had an interference before he'd even ridden a wave.
Yeah.
And that's tough going for these competitors to learn. That's a hard way to learn.
It is, yeah. And I was doing a bit of training with Marimar when he was over in Australia for the Snapper event and then the Narrabeen event. I'm originally from Narrabeen, so it was cool to kind of be able to train with him and be like, come and sit here, or, you know, figure out where you're at. And I was watching him just boost these massive airs at car parks, which is like a literal closeout pretty much. It's really sucky. It can be scary at times. And I'm like, dude, you're going to break your ankle.
The sand bottom backdoor pipeline.
Yeah.
Or off the wall. And this is Haley here, Haihung. Nice nose ride, committed set wave. Look at the size of that wave. She gets back up, 4 steps up to the nose again. A little readjustment, so a little out of flow there, but getting lots done, and she finishes with control. A little shake of the head there. Did you see that, True? What did you make of that?
Yeah, I think she's probably set expectations of herself, and maybe she didn't quite hit every nail on the head, I guess, in that one. I think, you know, she probably wanted to get a good, solid ride, but nonetheless, it was still a good start, and I think, you know, there's still so much time in this heat. 16 minutes is a lot of time, so she can regain that composure. And frustration in a heat can quite easily and quite quickly take over. So she really needs to manage that and kind of reset after each wave.
Yeah, you'd never want to shake your head or show the judges your emotions in a negative sense.
Yeah.
We see it, of course, with the best surfers in the world showing when they are feeling positive and they are feeling overwhelmed with happiness, that the claim, so to speak. But it's the body language that is a key element of surfing and longboarding style, flow and grace. And you throw a head shake in there, it stands out. But, you know, still the best wave of the heat, a 5.25, backing up that 3.25. So Haihun way out into the lead right now with our Italian surfer with just that 3.65, the first wave of the heat. Our surfer in green into second. And our 2 Filipino surfers looking for marginal scores, a 1.56 and the 2.16, and here she goes. This is Kyla Valdez. Nice cruisy style there. She's going to try and link this one through with a nice release, the D-weight of the hands there, and she'll link this inside section. Staying really busy, and she knows this wave well and kicks out with control. That one will have felt pretty nice at this time of the heat, only needing that marginal score. But we talk about building a house. A lot of coaches and a lot of commentators talk about getting your feet in the wax and starting to build your house in a heat. What can you tell us about your heat strategy?
I think, you've pretty much just summed up my heat strategy. Build a house.
Yep.
You know, start off with a wave. I'm very much I like to get the inside kind of person. Be aggressive from the start. And just feeling yourself on the waves, you know, checking where you're at and, you know, what the best ones are. You spend so much time watching the surf that sometimes it can, when you get out there, you're like, was I right when I was watching it for all that time? But you got to trust your instincts.
Stick to your plan.
Stick to your plan, trust your instincts, and go through with that. And I think, you know, starting off with a 5 is a great feather in the cap.
Absolutely, and that was Janellen Badiang in red there, so that was her second wave. And our Italian surfers move back down into third after that last exchange because Kyla a 2.5 to go with her 2. And that'll put her in second place, but Haihun way out in the lead with a combined total of 8.75, 25-minute heats. And that's a long time for the waves today because there's lots of them. There's 2 different peaks. We talked about that earlier. We talked about the wind swell and the low tide, so it's breaking up the point and further down the reef as well. And perhaps as that tide comes in, we're going to see these waves improve dramatically, especially for longboard surfing. It's a right-hand point break and draws a lot of similarities to the waves on that World Longboard Tour, and a disjointed Bells Beach, or you look at El Salvador Surf City there at El Sunzal, there's definitely some similarities there with the way that the beach and the rocks are molded around this cove. It's a right-hander, obviously, and kicking off last year, the last event of the year was Malibu, which is, of course, a right-hand point break as well. So if you're a natural footer and you were conducive to point breaks, it was definitely a good year, but it was the local Soleil Erico took out the women's division, and Kai Salas, the Hawaiian powerhouse, who's been trying for close to 15 years to get that title and had been elusive up until last year in the finals format, where they took the best 8 longboarders and put them out at Malibu, and it was very similar format to finals day at Trestles on the World Championship Tour, but it was a one-day event. It was Kai Salas who ended up taking the win.
Yeah, it was really, it was cool to see. I remember having it on in the background while I was doing a bit of work, and it was a fun event to watch, you know. And Kai Salas won bells.
He won bells as well, correct?
Yeah, which was, and Soleil.
And Soleil, exactly.
So, moving into that with, you know, a good momentum, getting the ball rolling, and I think that was Kai's maiden
victory,
world title.
He'd won some QSs beforehand, but a championship tour event, it was his first win.
Wow.
And up and riding now. This is Kyla. So this will trying to drop a 2-point ride. Not sure if that one will do it. And see the legs kicking and the head down, trying to get back out because there are some sets on the way. Approaching 10 minutes left on the clock, and this heat is really warming up. The surfers getting rid of those jelly legs, as you alluded to earlier, True. And their opportunity to move into that next round. So the winner of this heat will meet Daisy Valdez, Dea Novodosari, and Suji Kim. And this is our Italian surfer out there right now. This is Ginger. Nice footwork there, getting up the board.
Wow.
Holding that nose ride all the way through to the section and getting low and compressing off that bottom turn. You can see the rocker of that board really assisting her on the face of those nose rides. Not overly critical, but a completed wave. And that'll be her best wave yet. Talk about the pocket and those critical moments. The judges are looking for the nose rides with the white water around the tail of the board. And that's the power source. It's a lot of similarities, nose riding to barrel riding.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really like that wave of Gingers. I'm excited to see where it locks in. This is Kyla finishing this one off on the inside as well. And I feel like we could see a change in a couple of things. Kyla's last wave, a 365, her best. And yeah, it's funny watching, you know, the difference between the approach from natural footers to goofy footers on this wave being either front side or back side. And I think Ginger, you know, she read that wave really well.
She did. She absolutely did. And you could see surfing, I talked about the rocker in that board, surfing the board to its advantages. And she just needed to get a marginal score. We'll see what that one locks in at. But you have to be sensible. So if you're riding a shortboard with carbon or an EPS and it's light and it's popping on the surface, you're going to have more chance of doing snaps and airs and a more progressive approach. But if you're on a round tail, a normal PU style surfboard, to put it in context, you're going to have more of a power approach. You're going to be engaging that rail, and longboarding is very similar. You need to surf the features of that board. Not essential, but it definitely makes your life easier when you're in a contest scenario. Having awareness of your body, your board, and of course the judging criteria in the lineup creates good surfing. And the judges want to award good surfing, and if you can get that pattern right, if you can get that collaboration of the elements together and incorporate style, flow, and grace, you're going to get some great scores. And a 4-6-5 locked in there for Ginger. So cementing her second spot. Hai Hong way out to the lead. And Kyla down into third, needing a 4-6-5. And she's her answer back right now. Getting low on the tail of the board. You can see the board slowing down. The slowest part of the longboard being on that tail over the fin. And that's why the surfers use their footwork to move forward to get their speed. If you hang on the tail on a soft-railed, single-fin longboard, you have to be there momentarily because it's like the handbrake on a car.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like brake and acceleration, right? On, the back and the front of
and on a shorter board, if you're just standing over the fins and not generating speed with the back foot, front foot, weight transition, you're not going to go anywhere, are you, True?
Yeah, exactly. You stall. You just stay there. You lose all your speed.
And that's where the footwork element comes in longboarding, linking everything together.
Yeah. Gaining that momentum, gaining that speed. And it's nice to see, no pumping. It's, that real flow, that glide on the wave, as you mentioned earlier. And it's quite funny how different, the tail of a board and the long of the board, the nose of the board, how much of a difference it can make to a wave, whether you're just free surfing or whether you're surfing to a criteria in a surf contest.
Absolutely. It's the connection between the surfer, the equipment, and the waves all together. And we see the best longboarders out here at La Union, they're able to read the waves effectively and make it look like it may not be the most perfect wave in the world at that given time, but they're surfing like it is.
Yeah.
And they're placing their board in the right spot, and they're carrying that momentum, they're carrying the speed between sections, a combination of maneuvers, and that's good surfing. If you turn up to the beach and you see someone start out the back and surf to the inside on a set, you're probably going to wax your board up. And
yes.
Here we have our surfer in red, so Baidown going down on that one, chasing a 6-1-5, and that one will not be it. Perhaps some nerves.
Yeah, I think so. It's tricky out there, especially for the first round. No one ever wants to be in the first round of an event because there's that initial knockout. But unfortunately, that's part of competing. Not everyone can win. So you've got to bring your A game to each heat. And for Jun Lin, Badiang, she is a Philippine surfer, and I'm sure she'll find that momentum, but it just depends whether it'll be too late or not. It's 5.5 minutes to go, and they're 25-minute heat, so there's a fair bit of time and plenty of waves to come through as well.
And the 6-1-5 would be the best wave of the heat, and judging from what we saw this morning in that first heat, the set waves, if you want to get above a 5, it has to be on a set wave. The judges making it very apparent with the risk and control. And this is Kyla there. So nice nose ride to start in section, that low tide section, breaking ahead of her. And she puts the handbrake on, staying on the tail, but she wants more. And she gets the inside section and back up to the middle of the board. And she gets up onto the nose. Little 5-10 combo and a lack of control and doesn't get the completion. And she could, little slap of the water there. You could feel that one.
Yeah, you can definitely see the emotions coming out in this heat, the passion as well. She's passionate for Kyla, passionate about this sport, and really wants to make a dent in this event. But that wave was unfortunate. I thought she was either on her way to a nice nose ride to finish that one off, or she was unfortunately ending up where she did, which was with a fall. So yeah, we'll see. Hopefully she can regain a 3-4-5. to make it harder for Ginger to move back into second.
And just down into 4 minutes remaining at the moment, and it's our Korean surfer with a commanding lead. She does have WSL experience. She competed at the first event back in Korea at the wave pool, and she's also competed last year at the CUDA LQS 1000, and that was the event where we saw our champions Natsumi and JR be crowned and make their way onto the World Longboard Tour. With the first event of the year last year was here as well at the Union.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
LQS. So
Were the conditions similar to...
they had bigger waves. They actually had to... they had shortboard event as well, and they actually had to call the event off at one point. It was 6 feet and a lot of water moving.
Wow.
Yeah, it wasn't overly
Wow.
contestable. So they did have waves right throughout, and we will get waves today, tomorrow, and the next few days. And here we have the heat leader. This is Haley. Beautiful smooth surfing here, just timing it, getting up to the nose at the top of the wave, and stepping back, trying to link that one through, and looking to drop a 3.5. We'll see where the judges go with that. Smooth surfing.
Yeah, really smooth surfing. I think similar to that 5.25, was just enjoying her time out there. This is, wow, Junlin just getting a little bit of a wave there. She's only had a 2.15 and a 1.5, so we'll see if that goes into the top 2 for her.
Nice nose ride. We caught up there with Janellen, and she was looking for that 6.35 though. Beautiful nose ride there for our Italian competitor, Ginger, falling down multiple times and using her youth to get back up again.
In conditions like this, Matt, you know, I guess would you change your boards compared to how it was yesterday and to how it is today, or would you stay on the same equipment?
No, that's a really good question. Yesterday with the wind, it was very onshore, very choppy, very small, very difficult to find little sections to perform anything, any speed at all. So a bigger board would have helped yesterday, a bigger, heavier board to plow through the chop. Today, with a lower tide and some sections that are quite clear and distinct, having a slightly smaller board, more maneuverable, a little thinner, would be an advantage. But if you're used to that one surfboard and you're used to the comfort that it can give you, a lot of the surfers will be on the same boards, especially with longboards. A lot of people have quivers at home, but they don't travel with it. It's the logistics of carrying multiple 9-foot boards, which makes it very difficult. But down into that final minute, heat number 2 coming to a close very shortly. And the priority sitting with our Italian competitor in green, and Kyla in third, needing that 4.85. Great showing from Kyla, but down into third priority. You can see her just warming up there in white, just kicking her legs, staying activated. She's going to paddle up the point. She's going to look for an opportunity, and she's looking to somebody on the beach right now. You can see her searching. You can see her looking through the sun. So a Korean competitor looking at this, fourth in priority, and everybody's letting her have a look at that wave. And Janellen uses her second priority and a straight closeout coming back to the left. A few lefts out there this morning, and this one's just going to peter out on the inside. And some action. It's going to come down to this exchange. Will Green use her priority, and it's a local girl knifing that one from behind. And Ginger counting this one out. So good use of priority, maintaining her second place. And progressing through this heat will be our Korean surfer and our Italian surfer, Ginger Kaimi. We look forward to coming back next. And we'll be into the men's heat number 1. We're going to go to a break. We're going to bring you guys back in with another commentary crew. And we'll be back very shortly.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
I'll jump in, it's all right.
And welcome back to the La Union International Pro. This is the LQS 1000. True Styling. I'm joined in the booth with Jerry Deegan. Good morning, Jerry.
Good morning, True. Very, very, very nice to be here.
It's
I've
lovely
been
to
listening
have
to you guys, and you've been doing a wonderful job to start with. There's been a few technical issues I've noticed, which should be ironed out over the next couple of heats, so we apologise to anyone if we've missed a cue or something like that, and I realise you're sort of working in the dark at the moment, but the guys are working pretty hard at it.
Yeah,
Surf's
absolutely.
pretty nice.
It's great. It was nice to wake up this morning to see a little bit of a rise and swell, and it's really clean out there still.
Yeah, according to the predictions, it wasn't meant to be this nice this early. It was meant to pick up a little more during the day. So I think we've got it pretty lucky. I think the longboarders, who probably get a bit of a bad run, get thrown out there in the, not quite as nice surf,
Yeah.
are really lucky today. And
Yeah.
they'll be enjoying it. It's super glassy. There's no wind on it as yet. And I don't think there's any real complaints out there.
No way. And yesterday we saw the wind kind of pick up throughout the day. Do you think we'll see that same theme today?
Yes, generally you do tend to get a bit of an afternoon onshore. Yesterday was particularly strong, so hopefully it isn't that strong today. I can already see, if you look at that screen there, you can look out in the background there and you can see that it's not already quite the glass all the way through.
Yeah.
There was a little puff of offshore on it this morning. There seems to be no breeze on it at all now. So look, we just hope it stays fairly glassy for as long as we can.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens later on in the day. The beauty of these days in surfing is if it comes a little onshore, unlike my day, then the shortboarders don't mind it so much. It gives them ramps, it gives them something to do. So, look, for me, the onshore was always, oh my God, well, it's time to go and play golf or do something.
Yep.
Nowadays, they look at it and go, okay, there's a ramp, you know. So, the onshore isn't the tragic thing it once was, in my opinion. You know, for me personally, it is because I'm not, not doing too many airs these days.
Doing that. Yeah, I think adds a little bit more risk into the surfing, especially for the shortboarders. But right now we've got the round of 40 heat 1, which is Pan Hai Ishin from Taiwan, Kenta Ishikawa from Japan, and then Hirotaka Makino from Japan as well. So we saw the completion of the women's round of 20 just before.
Correct.
And now we're into the men's round of 40, which I believe has about 6 heats in that one as well.
Okay, so, we're 21 minutes to go. We've had a wave from our Pan. He's our Taiwanese surfer. And a 3.25, not a bad way to start.
Yeah.
I think that happened while we were in the commercial, or maybe we were just chatting away. I'm not really sure.
It's... This morning it's been really nice to watch the women, put on a show. We saw some 6s thrown down, a couple of 5s as well.
Absolutely. I was a little surprised, to be honest, because when you have that earlier round of 20, they're the extra surfers that didn't get in the next round, or the round of 40, whatever it was. And normally you expect probably a little more not upmarket surfing, but they were surprisingly good and certainly fit enough to be in any round. So it was nice to see. I know when we run the event in Shargau, sometimes we have some early rounds that have some surfers that are just out there to fill in the numbers, but they were not there to fill in the numbers.
No, I agree, Jerry. They were there to make a den, and this is Kenta Ishikawa. He's got a pretty cool looking surf hat on right now. He's locked in on the nose, takes a step back, just goes to the back of the board, just trying to redirect. Stalls there to see if he can get a good connection on this inside. Once again, staying in that middle part of the board. Quick steps up to the nose. He just raises his arms there, having a bit of fun. And, just goes down. That inside section's really tricky.
It is tricky.
It's shallow.
It does get shallow. He sort of caught the nose there. It almost looked like he could have pulled it back out, but he felt he was going down, so he took the leap off. And it is shallow in there. But it's a great little bonus section, that end section, because the wave looks like Hirotaka. Oh, okay, we've got the drone shot there, so it gives you a bit of an overall look, and that wave just faded out on him, unfortunately. But that's his first wave, and at least he's going to get a number on the board.
And I think as well, you know, it's funny how we see surfers, especially when it gets to low tide and you see a couple of rocks popping up or a bit of reef. A lot of competitive surfers especially will sacrifice themselves over their surfboard.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I think when you're traveling with longboards, sometimes it only limits you to one board.
Okay, whereas the other guys, they'll bring 4 or 5 boards.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
I love
'cause
that
they're so
drone
heavy.
shot, by the way, and that's looking almost directly west into the West Philippine Sea there. And to the right would be north, and the swell is coming from the north. Okay, he was a little bit behind that, Pan, but yeah, that drone shot gives you a bit of an indication of what we're actually looking at and how it works. So that's the shot there. So that's looking almost directly west. And to your right would be the north, and that's generally where the swell comes from. It comes from the trade winds over the top of the Philippines and round past Taiwan itself, and it blows really strong up there. Locally, it's called the Amihan, and that builds the swell which wraps around the back of the Philippines and hooks into here and places further south. You know, you'd be surprised how many different waves there are on this western side of the country.
Yeah.
When you look at a place like the Philippines and you realise that where it's at, you think everything's on the Pacific coast. Now that's looking almost directly north.
Yeah.
You feel like all the waves would be on the Pacific coast, but this time of year you get an awful lot of waves on the other side of the country, on the west coast, and it's a bit of a. Well, I guess I don't want to say too much because I do a bit of surfing here at this time of year, and I don't. I'm not going to offer any spots away, but it's a bit of a mystery, and if someone was super keen and checked their Google Earth and saw it at this time of year, you'd see an awful lot of waves on this side of this country.
Yeah, wow.
An awful lot of unridden waves, by the way, as well.
Yeah, I could totally imagine that. I feel like there's a lot of spots that have been undiscovered, and it's cool to see, and I think it's exciting, especially if you're an adventurous person and if you're an adventurous surfer as well. The Philippines is a place where you can really tap into that.
Absolutely.
And
I've
find
got a
places
very
that are
good friend that's
untouched.
been discovering waves here for many, many years. Scott Countryman, if you're out there listening to me. And, you know, if by any chance you know Scott Countryman, give him a call and ask him, and he might take you to a decent spot, you know. He's a very sharing, caring guy, actually. He's not a real secrets man. So a lot of places on the western side of the Philippines. And generally, because the wind's sort of northeast, because you're on the western side, you get some good offshore winds as well. So it's the ultimate thing at this time of year to have decent swell with offshore winds.
Yeah.
And uncrowded, generally. I mean, of course, this place, La Union, is probably the first place to become popular in the Philippines. And here we have Hirataka on a nice little inside one. There seems to be a few less sets at the moment, by the way, and we'll get back to that, but little finishing manoeuvre that he didn't pull off. So it's this place. It was the first place I ever heard of surfing in the Philippines, and it's been very popular for a long time. And Luke Landrigan, who's the event director, his dad Brian is one of the very first surfers here.
Wow.
I don't even know, 30 years, 40 years ago, and he's been here all this time. And this is the place that gets crowded because it's the easiest place to get to from Manila. So a lot of Manila surfers or beachgoers come here on the weekends, and the weekends are really crowded here. But the rest of the west coast is not so crowded. And he goes Pan on his third wave.
Yeah,
I love him because he's a goofy footer.
Tries to get that connection as well to finish, but gets a little bit caught up in the whitewash, doesn't get that clean finish for the Taiwanese surfer, but he's going to stay with this one, try and get the little double up, but just digs the nose in.
It seems like those inside, that little end bonus section is really only decent on the sets.
Yeah, we saw Mara, the local girl, just kicking off in a few waves to end on a good note. That was Kenta just cartwheeling over the front of his board, and then this is Hirataka
again. I think he thought that maybe he'd get into the inside there, but he just didn't manage to get himself on that wave. Now he's caught inside.
Yeah, looks like we've seen, maybe a couple of sets roll through, and the men just taking a few prior to them coming into the lineup. But it's been exciting surfing so far in this heat. Really close between second and third, 0.4 between the two of them. But there's still scores to lock in as well. Yeah,
look, I'm an old traditionalist, and I would hate to admit it, but I'm at this stage, and maybe it's a lack of waves here, I think the women from the last heat were beating the men from this heat.
I'll take that.
Yeah, I know you will. And I'll admit it. But it's early days. We still have 14 minutes remaining, and I think there's been a lack of sets. And if you look at these waves coming in now, they seem a little less organised than they were a little half an hour ago.
Yeah, it seems like you've got to have some really good surf awareness out there. This is Kenta. Once again, he could seem to drop his arms there just before showing that control, a few nose rides. Staying in the middle part of his board, just waiting for this wave to really stand up once again. Few steps, but yeah, doesn't quite get a solid finish. Again, that inside section causing him a bit of trouble.
And that's exactly the same as last time. He dug his nose and went over the handlebars. So it was still a pretty good wave, and I'm wondering if it'll come into his two best waves. Like I said, I think he gets half a point each time simply for the hat. I think the hat is worth some points, and if I was him, I'd lend it to my friend in the next heat because it's well worth. Yeah, it's well worth the wear.
Yeah, it's super cool, really trendy.
Okay, it is coming in as his second best wave, and he now has a 4.25 and a 6.25. So he's really dominating this heat at the moment. Second place getter in the blue pan needs a 7.25 to move into first, and Hirataka only needs a 3.3 to advance into second. Obviously, only two surfers will move through into the next heat. And here goes Hirataka here. He's another fairly small wave, but hopefully it lines up for him. I think it's a little difficult, and again, we probably should call the wave rather than chat about it, but they haven't the last few days, and a lot of them have only shown up in the last few days. It's been completely flat, so they haven't had a chance, the ones that haven't been here, to really learn what this wave's about. Yeah. That makes it very difficult for them. And he's milking it for as much as he can, but not a lot happened during that wave. And see what the judges thought.
I think yesterday, we saw a bunch of longboarders out there just getting some free surfing in. But it's different because yesterday it was quite small.
It was tiny. So there was no inside section. They didn't get to experience that. And they've woken up this morning. And they were out there pretty early. Like there was a pretty heavy crowd out there this morning.
Yes.
And it was really nice to see that it had picked up, from basically half a foot to, 3 foot.
Yeah. I woke up this morning and my room looks out onto the ocean. So
did you get an ocean view?
I did. I got an ocean view. I know. Very, very lucky. And I opened the blinds and I was like, wow, it is crowded out there. I'm not even going to
think about going out.
Think about it. Yeah. So maybe this afternoon if there's some waves.
Look, it's going to be just as crowded. And I've spent a lot of time in Shargo, running this Shargo event, and I find myself not surfing really for 7 days. Unless there's a lay day for some reason, it's really big and you can find some other place that you can sneak off to. Yeah. Surfing against these, look, you're young and a pro surfer anyway, so you can probably get your waves. I'm a little older and I'm finding it a little more difficult to fight the young ones. I can be a bit of a nutcase and just drop in, but no one wants that. So I tend to not surf and organise some time after the events to do some surfing. And thank you to my wife, Susan, I wonder if you're listening, who allows me to hang around for another couple of weeks and go surfing after the events.
Well, isn't that lucky?
And I better say hello to my daughter Lily too, just in case she's listening. She's in Australia and I don't know what time it is, probably lunchtime. She's probably still asleep.
Yeah, it would be lunchtime there, right?
So 10 and a half minutes remaining. We still have Kenta well ahead. Pan helped himself out a little bit on that last wave. He got a 3.80, which means he only needs a 6.70. And when I say only, there hasn't been one of those yet this heat. There's plenty of waves. It's just a matter of finding the right one with the correct connection. Without the connection here, you're going nowhere. So I think they need to look down the line a little more, see that there is a connection, because the waves that are petering out just aren't giving any scoring potential at all.
Yeah, well, I was talking with Matt in the first two heats, and he was saying, how important it is to find waves and identifying that critical section on the waves as well. For longboarders, it's really important because you want to get that critical nose ride, try and connect it for a 10 or even just a stretch 5. So it's one of those things where you need to identify, and he was saying that some of the longboarders being so small here, you don't know what waves are the best ones to go.
Correct.
And I think it's a real double-edged sword, this one, but if you're starting off in the first round and you progress through, it can be a blessing, really, because you're finding that momentum. You're spending more time out in the lineup compared to the other competitors.
Learning what the wave's all about.
Exactly,
Yeah.
learning where the spot is, and especially if you can align yourself with a local surfer here. I know in Siargao, when we were there last year, Filma, Alapeo was there, and even Marimar.
Yep.
They were giving out a little bit of insight to the surfers, trying to help them as much as they
Yeah,
could.
they will. They
Yeah.
will. I mean, they're good guys, both of them, and they're super great surfers, fantastic locals. Here we have Pan. So Pan needs a 6.7 to get through, and this is a nice section. Let's see what he can do. Now Pan is here with Rory, two longboarders from Taiwan. I think there's another one here as well. Rory has been to Siargao many times with his family.
Wow.
His mum and dad and sister, so a big shout out to you guys. It was good to see Rory. I saw him yesterday. Hadn't seen him since 8 or 9 years, and I think he was about 4 foot the last time I saw him. He's got to be close to 6'5" these days, so I didn't even recognise him. But
Wow.
nice kid, nice family, and I'm not sure what heat he's in, but he'll be coming up before too long, I would say.
Yeah. We've got plenty of heats to run for the event as well. We've also got the QS 3000 for the women and the men. And then everyone will head over to Bel Air as well after
Correct.
this event, which will be exciting, as well as the longboarders. So 2 longboard events back to back, which we don't see very often.
No.
And I think, it's a great opportunity for the longboarders to spend more time in the Rashi.
Okay, we've got a... Can I just bump into there? We've
Yeah,
got a
go
replay
for
ready
it.
on that last wave.
No.
So that was the 6, yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. That was the best wave of the heat so far. And I think Pan has helped himself out a little more again. He only needs a 5.76 to move into first place, but he's feeling comfortable, I guess, with 6 minutes to go, sitting in second. Hirataka only needs a 4.67, so it's very, very doable. I mean, there's no reason he can't do it, but it's just a matter of the ocean cooperating and him doing the right thing when it does cooperate.
Yeah, it's a funny sport, this one, where, you rely on so many uncontrollables and then you have to solely trust yourself.
It's
once
not
it
it's not
comes.
basketball. You don't book the
No.
court for 5 o'clock and your friends show up and you play basketball and it's never raining and it's inside and it's, with the tide, the wind, the swell,
Yeah.
the attitude, the crowd. There's just, surfing is... I don't know. I wonder sometimes why I got into it. It's so frustrating.
But yet so addictive.
That's so addictive. Yes, absolutely. And it's always you're out there and there's so much potential. There's always one thing that isn't right.
Yeah.
And then those days that everything's right, it's just the greatest thing in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I think sports like this is liberating because of the uncontrollables. I think you never know what you're going to get.
Correct.
So,
I mean, and things have changed over the years. Now you have predictions, you have cameras, you have all kinds of
Yes.
things. Now you've grown up with that. I grew up with the synoptic chart in Australia. So we would look at the newspaper, check the synoptic chart, try to figure out what the winds were doing and how much swell that low pressure off wherever was going to give us, and
Wow.
and get in the car at 4 o'clock in the morning and drive down the coast in the hope that we predicted it right.
Yeah.
Now the predictions. If you say blah blah is going to be 4 foot on Thursday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it often is.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so it's made life a lot easier, but it's made spots a lot more crowded as well. And the
Absolutely.
people out there listening, regardless of what age you are, you will understand. If you're older, you'll understand the way it was. If you're younger, you understand the way it is now. But it's changed the sport a lot. It hasn't changed the love of it or catching an epic wave. That's for sure.
Wow.
Here's Pan again. So Pan needs a 5.76. Is the wave going to cooperate? Is he going to find an inside section? He just got a bit too far behind. Lost his momentum, and I don't think that's going to do it for him. So with 4.5 minutes to go, Hirataka's got some work to do. He only has second priority. Kenta has really dominated this heat.
He has, I agree. I think starting off with that 3, and then you can see, that 4, 6, my eyes are going crazy. Getting that 6 and then building on with that 4 was really, really smart surfing, talking to Matt about building a house.
Yeah.
It's the same whether you're longboarding or you're shortboarding.
Oh, without question, yeah. And again, I don't know if it's the tide that's slowed the waves down at the moment, because the swell should be building, but this seems to have been a slightly slower heat with less sets than what the previous heats had.
Yeah.
And here goes Hirotaka's. Guess he's getting a little desperate. He knows what he needs to do.
Yeah.
I think you don't want to lose your second priority bare minimum with 3.5 minutes to go. That would be completely tragic.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think he needs to just, I guess, be patient. I can see a couple of lumps out the back there now. And Kenta has priority, and I'm sure he will take what he sees.
Yeah.
It's a little different for us this year. Last year we were outside. We could actually turn around and see the sets. This time, and you might not know if you're watching or listening, we're in a room, so we do have the same screen you guys have. So it's a little bit different for us this year. I'm a big fan of being able to turn around and look at the swell up and down the coast, but we are they have set it up very nicely for us this year.
Yeah. Very luxurious here. We saw Hirotaka paddle for that wave and lose his priority. So with just under 3 minutes to go, he's in a position where he either needs to get away from Pan or hope that a good inside runner is going to come through.
Yeah, he probably needs to move away. And here comes Pan. Pan's just going to chase him up now, not let him do anything. With 2.5 minutes to go, let's see what happens, because that was a big mistake.
Yeah.
And it's, I find it particularly sad, and I'll probably say it many times when the shortboarders, the longboarders are on, to come all this way, to spend all this time, and within the first 2 hours of the event, you're going home or you're done, and it's brutal.
Yeah, it is.
It's absolutely brutal.
It is. It's a sport where, if you're having an off day, you're having an off day.
Yeah, and there's no repecharge here. There's no second chances.
Yeah.
It's hard, and I'm sure. Look, I wish they could all get through, but it's devastating. It can be devastating. Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's the nature of competitions, but everyone keeps coming back because of that. You want to perform as a surfer competing. You're a performer.
Yes.
You want to show the judges what you can do. You want to tick off the criteria. You want to hear that you're getting 6s and 7s and 8s.
Yep.
And it's one of those things where you've got to go into an event knowing that you've done everything that you can.
Exactly.
And if you have an off day or the waves don't come, that's unfortunately out of your control.
Yeah, and there's always this excuses, but often it's the waves, often it's whatever, it's positioning, it's priority problems. Again, he'll probably be kicking himself that he paddled for that previous one and didn't get a wave. But in saying that as well, there hasn't been a wave since then anyway, so... here he goes. He's not going to get that one. There's a little wide one. He's going to keep paddling for that. He is.
Yeah, 4.76 is not a big score that he's required, but if he's on a smaller wave, he'll need to do something good.
There you go. It's a nice little wide one. It's not impossible here. He's got hanging 5, a nice, decent hang 5. Will it line up for him? We had a little bit of a wobble there, which the judges won't love. He's going to find the inside section. So he's giving himself every chance here. Got his toes up there again. He's lost a bit of his balance, and there he goes. So how many 4 or 5 nosedives right in that same position there? And I think that probably is going to hurt Hirotaka a lot.
Yeah, I agree. I think, Hirotaka, he had the opportunity, but maybe just letting the nerves kind of take over on that wave. But we'll see where the score comes in. A 4.75 is the requirement, and it looks like Pan is up and riding on the answer back. Moving through with this one, just getting a couple of little connections here. I guess maybe a little bit of a victory lap to finish this one off.
Kenta really dominated and that was an interesting heat. It was pretty tough on the second too. Tough and stressful. Here comes Kenta again. Without the hat, he would have got nothing, I think. But,
all right, well, 4.25 for that last wave of Hirotaka. Pan getting one coming through. It's not going to go into the top 2, but he will maintain second place. And it looks like Kenta Ishikawa will move on through to the next round with Japan, which is going to be super exciting. We've got heat number 2 for the round of 40. Dmitry Ilyasov, June Esquivel, Andong Esquivel as well, and Jeru Zen Aribao.
Aribabo.
Well.
Well done. I'm glad you read them and not me.
I gave it my best shot. I'm sure I'll have to walk around and make sure that my pronunciation was correct on that one.
Yeah, I'll back you up. Whether it's right or
Thank
wrong,
you.
no one's going to come and correct us at this stage. So, all good there.
Yeah.
So that's a first wave there from June Esquivel, and June's from here.
Yeah, so June just connecting this one through to the inside, gets a quick tap there for the local.
Yes. And we've got Luke Landrigan over there, sitting over there, who knows June very well. And I'm wondering if we're not going to have a break. Would you like to jump in, Luke? Given that you know one of these locals, yeah.
Yeah, let's do a quick.
Okay, so
All right. Well, I think we'll be back, and we're going to have Matt Chinosky and Luke Landrigan come in for the commentary team swap.
Okay,
and we'll be
perfect.
right back after this.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrill. Let's wander the 100 islands of Pangasinan. 124 to be exact. Each with their own hidden secrets to be explored. The islands are connected by the Lingayen Gulf, and bridges, and even zip lines that let you fly from one island to the next. Woohoo! There's hundreds of adventures to dive into when there's 100 islands to explore.
All right, I'm
Welcome
here with
back.
Matt. Oh,
Yeah.
it's so good in here.
We're on camera for the first time for the day, and
Yeah.
this is the WSL La Union International Pro, the QS 1000, event number 2 in the Asian region,
Qualifying.
and we look forward to having that third event in Belair coming up next. But out on the water right now, this is the round of 40, heat 2, and we have some local surfers out in the heat, and our Russian surfer as well. We can introduce them right now, and Dmitry, who's living in Indonesia at the moment and he's popped over the ocean to come and have a surf here with us and try his hand at the WSL for the second time. And June Esquivel, the brother
Yep.
of JR, and Jeru in his first contest, 11 years old.
Yep.
And we're going to get into telling their names, and
Andong,
Andong,
yep.
the cousin.
Yep. So we've got June is the brother of JR Esquivel. So everyone knows our local hero here, JR Esquivel. June is his is the one below him. So he locked in a first wave of 7-0. He surfs this break every day. He's out here every day, small or big. He's always out here. And his other cousin, Andong, who is around 16 years old, is another up-and-coming surfer, local surfer from here. And we have the surfer in green. We actually call him Pong Pong. Pong Pong is from Ilocos Sur in Badok. His father works here now as a surf instructor. He actually works for my surf school.
Oh, wow.
So he lives here now, and he brought his family here because there's more opportunities for the kid here to be with more surfers, and his family's here too. So Dimitri, I remember meeting Dimitri in Bali
Yeah.
during the Padrol comp. So here's June.
How's this wave for June? That's one of the best waves of the morning we've seen all day. Run all the way through the inside section, connecting from the outside. It was a set wave, some critical nose rides, strong drop knee rail carves. So a nice start there for June, and to back up that first wave, which he had as a 7-point ride. So I feel like that one's going to be pretty similar,
Yep.
if not a little higher.
I think he's riding a Salas board.
He is. I saw that
Yeah.
on the way out of Carsalis. And introducing you, Luke, you are like Jerry before, a pillar of the Philippine surf community. Very been very generous with your time in assisting, managing, coaching, and also a proficient surfer and professional career yourself. And how long have you been surfing, and is this where you were born and bred?
Yeah. I've been here since Dad moved here early 80s. He built up a surf camp, and yeah, I've been surfing here since the 90s, early 90s. I remember Dad just giving us a board or bodyboarding right in front, me and some friends, and started with 3 bungalows, and now here we are. It's the surfing capital of the North, and yeah, from Southeast Asian Games to our second international comp with the WSL, and here we are with JR in the longboard tour. So yeah, this is a good opportunity for all the local surfers, not just for La Union, but all of the local Filipino surfers to compete and just travel here. Yeah.
We're going to go to a replay and check out one of the best waves of the day so far, which came in at an 8. Making good use of that set wave and the best wave of the day. What did you make of that one, Luke?
Yeah, that is good. He really read that very well. Yeah, like I said, June is here every day, every single day he's out there. He's lucky enough to get the boards from his brother.
Okay,
yeah. Most of his boards are hand-downs from his brother.
Sure.
But I know local shaper from here, Abro, gives him a few boards too. So yeah, here he is again paddling. No, he's out. Yeah, Pong Pong, our youngest competitor. This is Andong, sorry. One of JR's cousin from the Esquivel clan.
And finishing off this wave on the inside section, another 5-10 combination and going down. And one thing that the competitors from this region have improved on, I've been watching in their free surf since last year, is completion of their waves. We saw in Kuta last year and even this event last year, a lot of surfers going down, trying to perform too many maneuvers. Is that something that the surfers have been working on consciously? As we just take a look here at Jeru.
This is Andong, Pong Pong, our youngest competitor. Here we go. I believe he's riding one of Daisy's board.
And just 11 years old, first professional contest. And no nerves. Watching him on the beach prepare, he was smiling and with all the crew, and paddled out with that big 9-foot longboard on his head. Can't get that one under the arms. And how special is it to see this next generation coming up and the opportunities that the Department of Tourism have allayed for you guys to enjoy?
Yeah, that's basically the main goal of having this international qualifying series is opportunities. Like you've said, for a Filipino surfer to travel and qualify. I remember before, if you want to qualify, you have to travel to Europe, America, and Australia. And for a Filipino, it's really hard. If you have a Filipino passport, it's so hard to process your visas. So now, since WSL are doing regional qualifying series, it's more accessible for us, especially for Asian surfers, to qualify. Just like what happened with JR. He just competed in La Union and in Bali last year, and next thing we know, he's in the World Tour. So what's happening this year again after the Korea qualifying. Next is La Union, next is Balear, and after that, hopefully we get a few more in the Asia region, and we have another Asian surfer in the World Tour.
And that's the exciting talking point, is that we saw last year the success of JR on that World Tour, and not only competing strong, but re-qualifying for this year's 2024's World Longboard Tour, and the first Filipino surfer to ever do that, to cement not only his spot on the World Tour, but to re-qualify and going for a world title this year. What does it mean to the surfers of the area to see JR's success?
Yeah, everyone's super stoked. Everyone's super happy. Everyone always watching late at night, because I remember when it's in America and in El Salvador, it's like 2 or 3 a.m. here, but everyone's just like watching him and cheering on him. So every success and accomplishment of him is like we also feel it. We feel like we're part of it. Like he's bringing the flag of La Union, he's bringing the flag of the Philippines. So there's pride in us too, watching him compete in that stage with the big boys.
And I feel like that low tide reef right now coming in, the locals are so familiar, rock hopping their way through that, and I see a lot of the surfers from the other countries paddling out, and the locals go across that reef. That local knowledge, that beautiful drone shot. What will it mean to the surfers right here to have these conditions coming up? You think they'll be able to use some of their
for
knowledge?
Sure. If the waves are like this, high tide and low tide is like really different wave. It breaks differently. There's like different sections on the low tide and different sections of the high tide. Here's Andong Esquivel, 18 years old, one of the Esquivel clan. I think he is riding one of Masaya's old boards from last year. I remember Masaya broke a board and gave it to one of the local guys, and if I'm not mistaken, this is his board.
Well, beautiful footwork too, and able to get the completion, which is very crucial. And he'll make his way out. He was looking for the 2.75, and Dimitri up and off that one. So a slow start for Dimitri, backing up that 5.55. So only needing a 0.10. You're going to say that he's going to get that score. A very marginal score right now to go into, and he did. He's gone up in a second. So Jun Escoval out in the lead with the 8 and the 7. 2-wave total right now, and our Russian surfer Dimitri into second with just that 1 on that last wave. And live action now, and
Here's
this is
Pom
Giroux.
Pom, 11 years old. What year how young were you when you first competed?
I was doing, Australia has board rider contests, which similar to what you are seeing with your domestic events right now with
the national tour.
The national tour. Australia has the board rider clubs at your local community.
That's
so
right.
That's your first introduction to competition. Then you have the regional events in your city. And then you go to the state title. So I was 11, 12 years old, same age. And to see, I light up being here right now, witnessing history in the making, seeing these kids forge their careers or just expanding their connection to the ocean and communicating with surfers from around the world. It's a great experience for them. And I see, I'm sure you do too, see a little bit of yourself in some of these surfers. And that's the one leveler that surfing is. It brings cultures together. It brings surfers of different ages. It's one of the few things that in the world, a few sports where an 11-year-old and a 71-year-old can share in mutual passion, share waves, and be inspired by each other. And you must still feel that with these young surfers in the water today.
Yeah, definitely. It's even like having a Russian surfer here.
Yeah.
The regional qualifying doesn't mean it's only for that region. So any competitor or any surfer who wants to compete that are not from this region are allowed to compete too.
And
so here we go.
That was June, backup wave there for June. So nice opening hang 5 and a strong power carve in the pocket. And quick feed up the top, using all elements of this wave, the top section, the bottom, the middle, and he goes down, but some great work on the outside. At this point, he knows his way out in the lead. So
yeah, with an 8 and a 5 and a 7, that's there's first 2 waves. That's gonna be hard to beat. I remember a few weeks ago during our nationals, it was June and JR in the finals, and he finally beat his brother. He was so happy because in the finals,
and that was at Belair.
For the nationals, and in Belair, a few months before that, it was him and JR in the finals, and JR beat him. And I got a message from him on Instagram. He goes, "Next comp, I'm gonna beat my brother."
Bit of competition, friendly rivalry, or fierce rivalry, you have to see. But there's prize money at this event as well. And on top of the rankings, we have Kai Hamasi, and we have some seeded surfers like Taka Inui,
Yep.
a world champion, a world tour competitor and seasoned veteran.
Yep.
And on the male side of the draw, we've also got the Mark Dongkun as well, a Korean surfer.
Okay.
He's one of the standouts over there in Korea. He's got great momentum. He's got great confidence going into these events. And
Here's Andong Esquivel. He is currently in second place now.
and opting for the ankle leash there, which is interesting. A lot of longboarders find it difficult getting tangled on the leash, and you can see the knee leash there for Giroux, a surfer in green, kicking out of that wave, who at this point is looking for a 4.55. And very attainable if they can get a set wave. The judges making very clear indication this morning they want to see commitment. And this camera angle is flattering the smaller waves. It makes the small ones look really good. But that outside section, as Asuga Jr. is far out on the right-hand side. He's not even super deep. There's even a deeper section around there that you can allude to, Luke. And the judges want to see that commitment. They want to see risk in the maneuvers, a combination of nose riding, power turns, use of the full length of the board in the three pillars of the criteria, which is style flow, and grace. And the flow element, it's what separates traditional longboard to the performance longboarding.
So flow is their transition from one maneuver to the next
Correct.
maneuver.
Linking together. And you can see that one fading into that wave is June, current heat leader. And staying high on that wave, gets the 10. Soul arch, a critical section there, and he banking that one off the top. And you can see using his frame to his advantage and incomplete. So that one will affect his scoreline at the end, but some great work in the lead up. And this is Dimitri. Nice relaxed style there for the Russian surfer, soul arching that around with a little drop knee. I know, seeing the rocks this morning, Dimitri opted for the borrowed leg rope. Some sections that were catching surfers out this morning, so being smart, completing this wave on the inside section, really close in on the rocks.
Yeah, it gets shallow down there.
So tell us, what could go wrong on those rocks?
There's this fish sometimes, like kind of a stonefish, that when you step on it, you feel a bit of numbness for around a few minutes. But that's about it. Or you can ding your board, or
It's sharp.
It's
There's
actually
some
covered.
seaweed
Yeah, covered with seaweed. But yeah, there's some areas that are sharp.
In between the seaweed, so
In
you can
between.
walk along. There's little potholes in
Yeah,
the reef
there
as
is.
well.
Yep, there is.
So you can't just walk around like
a flat reef.
You can't run across the
No,
reef
you
very
can't.
fast. Yeah. So to put that into perspective, there is some risk out there. So surfers are looking for those longer, bigger waves that link to the inside section. And Dimitri with a good backup wave there. He's chasing a 2.3. We'll see where that one comes in. Because Andong, currently in second place, he's looking to drop a 3.35. 25-minute heats out there. I mean, that's certainly enough time to be able to build a heat total for a longboard.
Yep, definitely.
And for your national tour, are these surfers coaching and practicing priority and heat drills, or are they just enjoying each other's camaraderie?
Yeah, basically what WSL is doing now with priority, and we just follow, or we incorporate everything they do. So when it comes to international events like this, it's like they're used to it already.
Yeah.
Because I remember during the day when we used to compete, there was no online scoring, there was no priority and stuff like that. Here we go, your surfer in white, Andong.
Technical nose riding there from Andong, looking to regain his second spot because Dimitri's moved up into first. Beautiful combination of maneuvers there. A great upright style, tangled in the leash, forward trim there, grabs that rail. He's going to try and get the completion here, and he doesn't.
Would you recommend an ankle or a knee?
Definitely a knee leash,
A knee
so you
leash
don't
doesn't
get
get tangled, no?
less chance of the tangle. But great signs there from Andong, beautiful style, and you can see him really being a student of surf history, a very traditional style there. Wingnut style, if you will. Endless Summer 2, enter the chat. If any of you out there tuning in wanted to see some classic longboarding, tune in, watch Endless Summer 2, learn your history, and you can see, well, I mean, even better, tune into Endless Summer 1, and you can watch Mike Hinson and Robert August, one of the most stylish natural footers of all time, and I would call it a functional, goofy footer in Robert August, who went on to shape the Robert August surfboards, and as with Mike Hinson, created one of the first down rail speed shape surfboards ever created. So back in an era where surfers made their own boards. And this is Giroux looking for a considerable score right now, but great style, relaxed body language, gets the 10. And the 11-year-old in his first contest showing no nerves.
Look how tiny he is. It's so good to see.
We're back, tuned in. This is us with a technical difficulty out there, so unfortunately have to tune in and watch us in between.
Here we go. Surfer in red, Dimitri.
Critical moment there for Dimitri. Lovely drop knee combination.
Only needs a 4.052. Very doable with these conditions and with his surfing.
And back down into third after that last exchange with Andong and Dimitri.
I think he's riding a Ross concept surfboard.
He is. He is riding a Ross concept, an Australian-style board, but made in Bali, a slightly narrower nose. So you can see 4 minutes 15 to go, chasing a 4.05. The waves improving dramatically as that tide comes in, and the opportunities, the waves are getting longer.
Yep.
Right now, which is going to really chew up the time. And how long would a normal paddle be on a good day at this size?
Oh, you mean how long the wave
How
would
long
be?
would you take to paddle back out?
Maybe, I would say 30 seconds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So lots of opportunity still left in this heat for Dimitri. We'll see where that score locks in at.
So
And it was a 3.5, so it wasn't enough. And he'll get that. Needing a 4.05, he'll have received that right now. And I can hear the beach announcer outside of this commentary booth giving him that update. You can see his leg up. You can see him paddling a little faster. And this is where the heat strategy comes in with 4-man priority. A 4-point ride today, Luke, is a little difficult to get on a smaller wave. So he's going to need still something considerable and hope that Andong doesn't improve on that 4.5. And where do you like to sit when you're surfing here on a day like today? Would you sit further up the point or exactly where the surfers are right now?
Where the surfers are, yeah. Especially when it's low tide, you won't really have those long north-south swell waves.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Surfer in green needs a 5.9. Here's Andong, 11 years old from Ilocos Sur. Shout out to his main sponsor, Kong Ronald Singson. Kong Ronald Singson takes care of a lot of local surfers from his area with their equipment and their budget for traveling and stuff.
And completing this wave all the way through. So looking to drop just that 4.5. So Andong looking really good. Loving his style. The cousin of the famous J.R. Esquivel, who we talked about. He could increase that score.
What I noticed with the La Union longboarders is they're trying to do too much.
Yeah.
I remember you mentioning this before to me and watching JR and the big boys in the World Tour. They don't do too much stuff on a wave, only the ones that you need to. I think you have a retreat, the art of trim.
Yeah.
Or you still do it, right?
Sure. Yep. And it's just about tuning in the surfer to the economy of movement, utilizing the length of the board in appropriate spots on the wave, understanding the board under your feet, understanding the capabilities of that board, the fin, and a more knowledgeable surfer is generally a more stylish surfer. And you see with some of the greats of our surfing world, Kelly Slater, Tom Curran, Phil Edwards, Midget Farrelly, Nat Young, Joel Tudor, they are all students of the era before them, and they are an example of surf history, and they take their culture and they move it into a new generation. And the art of trim, it's about educating as well as showcasing the technical elements of longboard surfing. And Dimitri looking for that 4.6 right now.
This is his last chance too. We'll see if he gets it.
Now, he's given himself that opportunity in this heat. He hasn't had a bad heat by any means, but he did say before he's been here for 4 days and the surf's been onshore, and he hasn't had any chance to surf the wave like this throughout the whole heat. So we'll see what that one. June and Andog, the Esquivel clan that progressed through to the next round. Round 40 is heat number 2, so we'll be seeing them coming up in the next round. Maybe later today, or would you know what the call is?
I think later today.
We'll keep running with the longboard.
Yep.
We're going to go to a break very shortly. You're listening to Matt, the Waxhead, Chinosky, and Luke Landrigan. We'll be back for that next heat in a few moments.
Let's wander the 100 islands of Pangasinan. 124 to be exact. Each with their own hidden secrets to be explored. The islands are connected by the Lingayen Gulf, and bridges, and even zip lines that let you fly from one island to the next. Woohoo! There's hundreds of adventures to dive into when there's 100 islands to explore.
Welcome back. We are into heat number 3, round 40 of the WSL La Union International Pro. We have Luke Landrigan joining myself, Matt Chinosky, for the call. And out in this heat right now, we have Takahiro out in red and Ricky Kikuchi from Japan as well. And we have Mark Aguila from the Philippines.
So 2 Japanese.
2 Japanese.
And Mark is from Belair.
Belair, yes.
He's the top longboarder from Belair. So
and he's familiar with this wave as well.
He's familiar
though,
from this wave. He's been competing here a lot, and for sure he'll be in Belair too. Here we go. Here comes a set. Here we go. Surfer in blue, Ricky Kikuchi from Japan. We see a lot of Japanese surfers here, huh?
Yeah. I mean, they come here for holidays as well, but
true.
For a chance to get onto that World Longboard Tour, this is ground zero. This is where it all begins for them. They had the first event over there in Korea a few months ago at the Wave Pool, and completely different. Here we are, the beautiful cove of La Union in San Juan. We are on the west coast of the Philippines.
So that's Mona Lisa Point, or we all know as the Point. We are at Escape, thanks to Jerry and his family for allowing us to set up here.
That's where we are, where the tents are, just down the front there. It's the judging tower, straight out the front of the takeoff zone.
Yep, and thanks to those guys from Little Surf Made 2 for allowing us to set up right in front of them. Always supportive of the surfing and the surfing scene here in La Union. Thank you very much, guys.
And the sponsors for this event, obviously there's Belair straight after this, and there's a lot of invitational events coming up, but the Department of Tourism have been cooperating and encouraging to have these events here in this area, and we talked about the tourism here in the area, but it really is the lifeblood of your economy.
Yep.
And to create something sustainable like surf tourism is crucial, because the main commodity is the ocean, right, Luke? You see up and riding right now, we have Ricky here, clean goofy foot style, up on the nose, and that wave incomplete, and a lot of free surfers this morning struggling with that inside section. Is it an extra low tide today, or is that typical of what you'll see?
It's typical, yeah. Yeah, low tide, high tide, changing tides. It's a different wave. There's like those fast sections. There's like there's part that you can't fade. There's parts that you just have to chase it.
And what's your optimum tide and swell direction out there?
I would say coming high tide.
Okay.
It's always good when it's trying to fill in the reef.
Sure. And this is Mark up here from Belair.
From Belair, the local boy, local pride from Belair. I'm sure all of the Belair peeps are watching in.
Beautiful, active surfing there from Mark. Low body language. You can see that right arm raising a little bit and stepping back into that. So finishing complete on the inside section. That'll be a great opening wave there for Mark. And behind him, this is Takahiro. The red trunks, the red rash vest. We can't miss him there. Waxing up his board this morning at 5 a.m. Waking up some of the judges.
Yeah, I think he's been here a few days. He's riding a Ross board too.
He is, yes. Now this morning we have a little bit of that wind swell left over from yesterday, as you can see coming in on the left of the screen across, and the swell is a north swell today.
Yep,
so
north swell. So this camera angle is facing west, and north is a bit on the right. So it's always better if we get a straight north swell because it wraps around the reef.
So the swell is a mixture between the west and the north
A bit of
swell.
a west and a north now, yeah.
A bit of that wind affected from yesterday's.
Yes.
Even southwest at one stage.
Yeah, I would want to shout out our regional director, Jeff Ortega, regional director of Department of Tourism for this region, for always supporting our events, local and international events. So thank you, bro, and I hope to see you here soon. Thank you to our Governor Rafi Ortega from the provincial government of La Union, and our Mayor Arturo Valdriz from the municipality of San Juan. Thank you very good.
And really active. Usually that will mean somebody is trying to manufacture a score and trying to really push the maneuver and not placing the maneuver in a spot that's necessarily critical. They're trying to create some drama.
Plus, in the longboard, style is included in the
it's part of the criteria, yeah, and flow and grace, those elements when the hands are moving are not part of that. So a quick two-step nose ride for Ricky, currently in second place.
Ricky Kikuchi. Oh, nice turn.
Staying on the tail there, no use of the footwork through the midsection. And of course, the midsection is where we get all the speed on the longboard. And there he goes, ramps up for the next section on the inside. And he's staying very active, cool composure on this wave. You can sort of see that relaxed body language. And that'll be a great backup wave to the 2.5. Just want to complete, move all the way to the inside and
set wave too.
Set wave and build your house in a heat scenario. So these surfers trying to establish some comfort in the heat. They're trying to listen to the scores and be receptive to what's being read out. And judging, it does change heat by heat. The criteria does not change, but the scale does change. So you need to listen to the scores and try and process, okay, that one, his last wave of the 2.5, so identifying that he needs to get the completion, identifying he needs to get a set wave, and just build on your heat progress. You can't always go out and try and get the 10-point ride without getting a couple of fives to consolidate it. And you said earlier about trying to do too much on the wave, and style, flow and grace. Knowledge is power, most of all. And surfers who are connected to their body, you know, they're feeling active, mobile, and fit, strong, and they understand their equipment, they understand the break, the wave. Most of all, they understand the duty, the task at hand, which is the criteria. When you combine that into a package, you have Kai Salas, you have Soleil Errico, you have Joel Tudor, you have Justin Quintal, and you have Honolulu Bloomfield. you have the best surfers in the world who are able to combine those elements together consistently in competition. And that's the art of trim we talked about before, is just that, the art of trim, and trying to establish what it means to you. And it's different body shapes, different boards, different waves. But
So do you do like a week-long retreats for that?
well, it's funny, the tourism industry, you have surf schools, you have people who are teaching people to jump up and give them a surf experience.
Yeah.
We see that so often around the world. But then where do the professionals go to develop their skills and upskill? They often need to surf with surfers that are better than them. You know, as we see here, as the progression rises, the surfers are improving. But having that knowledge outside of your area is where I've enjoyed my experience the last few years traveling and going to some good waves like Ilo Union, California, Australia, Mentawai Islands, somewhere that's consistent to enjoy progression in good waves and a good community and a good basis and a good home base to talk about history, enjoy the video footage and learn from each other and work out what works for you, boards, fins, talk about different scenarios away from competition. And ultimately, when you have those, you see surfers traveling together on the world tour, and when they have those free surf sessions together, they get better. They're feeding off each other's energy, and that's what I try and do with some of the up-and-coming longboard and shortboard surfers too. It's just sharing that knowledge, and that's what surf culture is about.
Nice. That's so nice to hear, Matt. I remember before video replay, you know, when you are with your coach, they're just telling you what to do. But now with the technology, the replays and stuff, it makes a lot of difference.
Oh,
I remember us watching our clips, and like, please forward it. I don't want to see that part.
Well, most of the pros are traveling with photographers these days.
True.
JR had a photographer with him at nearly every single event on the World Tour last year.
The Taka team always mom there.
Taka Anui, a perfect example. Mama Taka is there filming her kids. Everyone today, I would say, every nation represented have a few filmers from their area, and that's just part of modern day professional surfing and
part of the team.
The Asian region is booming right now, and these surfers are looking for the edge, and we saw at the World Junior Titles just last week down in Oceanside.
Yeah, how did that go?
Fantastic. Some amazing surfing maturity from all the surfers.
Here we go, surfer in Balear again, Aguila.
Wow, a little heels walk back there, and that one won't be a keeper score by the end. It will be a second wave, but you'd like to think that he can.
You want to build up.
13 minutes 20.
Yeah.
So 4.75 for Ricky. He's in the lead. We talked about that last wave.
Set wave.
Perhaps playing a little comfortable, a little safe, but the ability of doing that is that he's in the lead and he's got priority and he's built his heat. So a nice opening 5 there for the replay there of Mark's last wave, and gets the heels, but
you see his body language is disappointed. Put his head's down. And
stepping on that tail, it's like True and I talked about in the first 2 heats. When you're on the tail of a longboard, it's like an anchor, like a handbrake. It's the slowest part of the longboard. So you want to step forward to get that momentum. Just like a shortboard, you stand up on a shortboard and put all your weight on the back foot. Unless you're trying to stall, you're going to fall off the back of the wave and lose your momentum. And that's what happened to Mark there.
I would say Mark is one of the first loggers who really stuck with like traditional log boards.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember when we had the national events, some of the longboarders will have a performance longboard, but I would always see him on a log, and he stay with it and stuck with it, and he's still on it.
And you know, the traditional longboard surfing and the emergence of what we're seeing right now, right here in front of us at this QS 1000. Here goes Mark again on his 3rd wave. So up on the nose, staying in the middle there. The traditional longboard surfer, one of the first in the Philippines. Beautiful movement of the hips there and stepping back. And a shout out to Buji Libans as well.
Yeah, Buji.
Single and unattached.
Buji and Nikki and Pancho.
Really, the lovely family. They really shone the light on traditional longboard surfing in the Philippines.
That
beautiful.
That was a nice fade. You call that a fade, right?
Fade. Smooth fading turn there from Takahiro. That wave, unfortunately, not linking to the inside section, but a great moment there from Takahiro.
So you scored the fade like a bottom turn?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's reading the wave, and it's
So some servers have to fade so they can
get into the pocket
and
create a pocket, find the pocket. And we don't see it too much in shortboarding because we don't have the paddle entry speed, but the fade turn is a critical element. So here we have, it's a peaky wave, goes from the left all the way down to the right, and he did that. He cut it short so he could get back on the nose and utilize what small pocket there is. And
so the little details like that the judges are looking at into.
yeah, the element of that is that it was a smooth takeoff, which put him in the position. The turn itself, not necessarily a scoring maneuver, but it's all about setting up the positioning.
That's right.
And on a longer wave, like say Bells Beach, El Sunzal in El Salvador on the World Longboard Tour, and here's another look at this up and off wave there. So Takahiro starting to get a little frustrated, but keeping busy under priority. But the fade turn, an essential part of any proficient longboarder's
Like
repertoire.
one of the foundations, no?
And it's not about, I mean, look, it's surfing. We're riding boards. We don't have to get too serious on it, but this is a competition. These surfers want a chance to jump on that World Longboard Tour. And one of the best pieces of advice that we could give them is, as an experienced competitor myself, it's not about how much we do on the wave. It's about the timing, the placement. And although it was just a 0.5 there for Takahiro, the way that he's utilizing the wave and trying to fit into the pocket.
So it's more quality than quantity.
That's right, yeah. And positioning as well, and just timing of the maneuvers, and just keeping the board in trim, and creating a really nice package for the judges to award the surfer points. And if you're surfing like you want points, you generally don't get them anymore, especially in shortboard surfing with speed, power, and flow, the key pillars of the criteria. It's all about placing those maneuvers in the critical section. Economy of movement being utilizing your speed and your flow in parts of the wave that are giving it back to you. If you're constantly having to pump and wind up the windows.
You know what I've noticed here, Matt, is because JR has been using a lot of different boards.
Yeah.
He's been using the Salas board. He's been using some Salas board, Thomas boards. He's been using some Takayama boards. And those three shapers have different look boards. They
Absolutely.
have different shapes.
Yeah.
And it's funny because some of those boards he'll really surf really well, and some of those boards just don't fit the wave.
They don't suit certain waves,
Yeah.
absolutely. And that's the art of surfing, and it's the surfer IQ, board IQ. We use these elements a lot, commentating on the World Longboard Tour, and the surfers even comparing it to the World Championship Tour. There's surfers lining up that have never surfed pipeline before, and they've gone through the Challenger Series, and it's crucial that they understand what's underneath their feet, because the board that you're riding at pipeline is a different board that you'll be riding at Snapper Rocks, or you'll be riding at Sunset Beach. Of course, you can ride the same board, but unless you are John Florence or Gabriel Medina and you're solid, experienced, and have a very high percentage of heat wins, or even Kelly, for example, you need the right board for the conditions. And
What board do you think is perfect for this wave? Because I know a Thomas board will work, or a McTavish board will work in certain point breaks in Australia really well.
For sure, as we see Mark here, he's on a KM 69
Kilometer
board.
69, a local shaper from here.
So you
from
can
the
see the
Philippines.
wider nose of his board, current heat leader right now, stepping back into that turn. It's a bit of a platform nose rider, is what I would like to call it. And it's very stable for Mark up on the nose right now. It's creating, it's a platform. See how wide that nose is?
Yep.
A big, wide board. And beautiful fade turn again for Takahiro. And he maintains his momentum. And there in the pocket, a sectiony wave. And this is his best wave yet, stepping back on the tail.
This is Takahiro, only needs a 4.36 to advance.
That'll be interesting. A smaller wave. On the screen, it looked technical and amazing, but it was a smaller wave. Now, that board, in comparison to Mark's, is a narrower nose, and the wide point of the board's a bit further back with a whippy fin and a greeno style fin. And what that will do is it create that whippy turn, that fade turn, and then getting him back in the pocket, the board fits. A wider nose like Mark's board will sit on the shoulder a lot more. It's working for him right now, for Mark, but this board's working for Takahiro as well.
Plus some waves here, the nose riding, there's a part of the wave that you have to nose ride just on the face.
Correct, to link into the next section.
Yeah, and then there's a nose ride, the proper one where you're just like attached to that lip.
And I see some of the best surfers from this area, JR and Perry Ventura as well, and Roger, their boards are not too narrow in the nose. And it does suit this wave well. And here is Takahiro on the inside. He's not waiting to hear his score. And the outside, Ricky, waiting a long time for this. Looking to drop at 2.5. And he's on the single fin, shuffling up to the nose, their critical section. And he goes down, and that's unfortunately, the perils of nose riding on the face. We talked about that, Luke, just then, is that when the tail is not engaged in the pocket, the nosedive becomes prevalent. And that's what happened there. He's too far out in the face, the board facing down the wave, and he pearled.
Shout out from our friend Wendell from Vans.
Yeah, Wendell. A great
down
supporter
here at
of
the
JR
beach, bro.
and the Filipinos on the World Tour, and a lot of energy he's supplying to those surfers.
Come down here, the beach, bro. We need you here. Yeah, so Takahiro needs a 4.16.
And a shout out to everyone tuning in on YouTube and the live webcast right now. Feel free to establish your comments. Tell us where you're from. We're not seeing the live feed, but support. Who are you looking forward to in this event? What do you want to see? Who's your prediction?
So,
And he got the score, Takahiro, moving up into second place with that 4.75 on his last wave. So Ricky down into third, his fellow Japanese surfer. And this is Mark using his priority, looking to drop a 5.5. And there's that section you just alluded to, Luke, where the section comes ahead of you. And the stable board of Mark, the kilometer 69 shape from Belair, looking good and stable. Gets that hang 10, a little soul arch there.
oh, good control.
And I noticed that it's a very flat rocker, that board. And so it'll paddle well. It'll be very good in smaller waves.
Yeah.
But in the face, maybe not staying in the pocket as well as, for example, Takahiro's board. And we talked about the different boards, different shapes. The brand is one thing, but it's understanding, the surfer understanding what works for them, their body shape. A lot of the surfers in this region are similar to yourself and mine stature. They're all generally all under 6 feet in height.
Yep.
And as far as the comparisons to body shapes of other regions, generally smaller, lighter, and the ability for that is they can ride smaller boards. They can ride boards that are different shapes, perhaps smaller fins, and they're a little more agile. And obviously we're talking in context to where we are right now, and these surfers all in the same heat. Probably if they were to make it onto the World Tour, they're going to be three of the smallest tour surfers,
Yeah, true.
along with Taka Inui. But you look at the advantages of Natsumi and Taka on that World Tour is that when they send it hard, they're weightless,
Yeah.
and they go so hard on the nose, it looks extravagant.
Here we go. Surfer in red. Oh, he's going to lose his priority. So, on the next heat, we have Hiroshi Sato, Ivan Sudena, Cernil Rasil, and Aurelie. Aurelie is from France, I think. He was here last year, a few years ago, for the single and unattached.
And coming from this heat, moving into that next one, so just under 2 minutes remaining, we'll have these surfers. So whoever wins this is going to go up against Taka Inui, Ryoichi Seo, and Warren Lopez. Person who comes in at second is going to go up against Perry Ventura, Kim Dong-kun, and Jo-Marie Eboiza.
Yep.
So they're tough heats. So the two people who make it through this are going to be seeded into that.
Seeded guys. plus one local guy in there too. So Joe Marie was, I think he's third overall in our national rankings. Here we go, Aguila again.
Oh, great critical nose right there from Mark, and he places that board in the perfect spot, gets that upright hang 10, and when your body is upright, you're de-weighted, and you're really showing the judges that composure, that's generally in the critical part of the wave too. So he'll
Would
get
you
some good
suggest them to
points.
sit down like that?
Sitting down, grabbing a rail, those elements are not considered controlled elements, and control is, you can do all of everything we talked about, but if it's not controlled.
Here we go, surfer in blue needs a 3.11. He might get another opportunity. He's just right near the peak. 30 seconds to go. I see a few sets at the back. Surfer in red and surfer in blue might have a chance to get one more wave each.
So Blues rolling the dice on this, only needing a 3-1-1, a marginal score, and that wave isn't going to give it to him. Lots of missed opportunities. I think back to that 4-7-5, but he hasn't been able to capitalize. A few wipeouts since, and it looks like it's going to be Mark Aguila from Ballet and Takahiro, who's made it through that heat. So that completes heat number 3, round 40. We're going to go to a commercial break, and we're going to bring in a new set of commentators coming up next, John Carby and True Starling. Stay tuned in.
The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is brought to you by Tingog Party List, House Speaker Martin Romualdez, and the Department of Tourism Region 1. The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organized by the United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the provincial government of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and the La Union Surf Club. This event is sponsored by Alima, Clean Canteen, and SMC Infrastructure. This event is recognized by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Quatro kantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos, kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos, kay dili ko anang paggapos. Quatro kantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos, kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos, kay dili ko anang paggapos.
And welcome back to the La Union International Pro. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with John Carby. And John, it's been a great morning so far.
Oh, what a way to wake up. I was pretty happy. There was a swell forecast, and when we woke up, it was there. Offshore winds, good waves, looks beautiful out there, and they're starting to put it together out there. It's been a great morning of surfing so far.
Yeah, it has. We've run the women's longboard QS this morning, the round of 20 with 2 heats, and we are just about to finish the round of 40 for the men. This is heat 4, and then we'll roll into round 2 for both the men and women with the longboard.
Plenty
QS
going
as
on,
well.
lots of longboard action, and
lots going on.
And we are in the home of longboarding in the Philippines, so it's coming true. It's doing what it's supposed to do. It's beautiful.
Absolutely. The waves look really fun out there. It was super glassy this morning. There seems to be a bit of texture on screen right now, but yeah, the waves seem to be really pulling through today. We have the last heat of the round of 40 out there. We have Aurelien Maynew from France, Hiroshi Sato, Ivan Sudena, and Esernil Razil as well, who is from the Philippines.
Yep. Nice little stacked heat. Looks like Green's got underway nice and early. Look like he's opened with a 4.0. So a great start for a surfer in Green as Blue's up and riding. Just going over the handlebars there.
Yeah, we've seen some great longboarding this morning. Looks like Blue, Ivan, has opted for no leggy out there. What's your call on that?
Always an interesting strategy, particularly when it ends up on the rocks.
Yeah.
In a swell like this, look at White there looking for a bit of barrel time. As the tide fills in, I don't think we'll get too much of that happening. But now you can see Blue having to swim in. He's going to lose potentially up to 5 to 6 minutes now to collect his board and then get back out there. So I know with the longboarding, you can get wrapped around your legs as you're doing nose walks and getting up and down the length of the board. So I understand why they do it, but it's also they understand the risks when they're making that decision. So strategy, gameplay, it's up to them.
Yeah, and I think as well, speaking to Matt earlier, if you're on a beach break, you can really risk that. But here there is rocks and reef on the inside, and we can see Hiroshi just a bit of a cross step back there. And he'll make his way back out the back. Duck diving this wave.
Yep, it looks like Arlene's got not a bad start. He's opened out there with a 4.0 and a 3.9. So a nice standard, a nice solid sort of base to start growing his heat in. We're not 5 minutes in, and he's already got 2 pretty good numbers to start building on. It looks like it's going to be a nice little heat out there.
Yeah, French surfer as well. So we've got that, difference in the nationalities, that international field, which is super exciting. And I was saying to Jerry this morning a little bit earlier, it was really nice to wake up to a surprise of some swell. Compared to how it was yesterday, it was really small. But I think it's a great day for the longboarders. A lot of them spent time out in the ocean yesterday, but very different conditions today.
Yeah, absolutely. And our forecast is really impressive for the next few days. And it's always one of those surfers' doubt sort of things. When you know there's swell coming, but you sort of don't believe it until you see it. We've all been burned so many times by forecasts. I won't mention any apps or names, but we've all been brokenhearted a few times when we wake up and get skunked. So it's great to wake up and have what we were hoping, what was forecasted. It's awesome.
Absolutely. There's been a few times where I've been looking forward to a cyclone swell at home, and it's it's not pulled through, but today it's just been absolute magic so far. This is
our local boy.
Yeah. Wow. Just
by local, I mean Filipino. I don't think he's from this region.
He's walking up the board there. Unfortunately, gets a little bit hung up. Bit of a soul arch to start. You can see maybe
body language there.
Yeah, that body language. Bit of frustration. Still so much time though in this heat.
Could just be nerves. That could have just been getting that steam out, getting that first one. All that pressure on his shoulders at the moment.
Yeah.
It's easy to go out there and free surf and get your head right, and then you hit that time clock and your heart starts racing and all your game plans sort of muddle around in your head a little bit.
Yes.
So it's all really interesting. It's really easy to sit back here and then you see them and the emotion come out of them like that, and it's a reality check.
Yeah, absolutely. And John, you work really closely with a bunch of the Filipino surfers as well, being a surf coach for them. Do you spend much time with any of the longboarders or, work closely with any of them?
So we have a couple over there. I'm in the region of Siargao. We're known as the shortboard sort of capital of the Philippines. We've got the famous Cloud9 over there. That said, we produce some amazing talent in the longboard also. To mention a couple is Ikit and Aping Agudo. Aping Agudo is actually she's the national leader at the moment.
Wow.
She's pulled out due to pregnancy. She's expecting her second little bubby on the way. So shout out to the Agudo sisters. Amazing. So yeah, I have worked with them. We're lacking a little bit in the men's longboard division, but we've got some great free surf longboarders over there. And when you see a longboard out at Cloud9, it's impressive. Here we are with Ivan up and riding.
Yeah, just kicking out of that one. You can see him, grabbing that rail as so not to lose his board again, because that was a bit of a solid section. So it would have cost him to do that swim and taken out a lot of energy. And
do you think that might have been reflected there on the way that he approached that wave? It might be playing on the head a little bit that he doesn't want to do that swim.
Yeah, I think so. I think speaking from a shortboarder's perspective, I definitely don't enjoy surfing without a leg rope. I much prefer not to swim, whereas most longboarders prefer no leg rope at all.
Yeah, just to remove the tangles and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that freeness. So today, I don't think we were really expecting no leggies.
I wasn't. I was surprised to see that board sort of roll over twice and not bounce back.
Yeah, me too. So I think, Ivan he's risking it out there so as not to get tangled up with his leg rope. But so far, he's not really had anything, just a 1.4 total. And then this is Isunil locking in for a 10. Wow, steps back, but can't quite get a solid finish. But that was a good attempt nonetheless.
That was a bit of a stronger start than his last wave. Hopefully he just settles into that rhythm. 25-minute heats. There's plenty of time for these guys to sort of find their rhythm, shake off the nerves, and then get back to business.
Absolutely. Well, Hiroshi Sato, you can see him just moving through the wave. He goes up for a re-entry there, a bit of a turn. We haven't seen him use the length of his board yet, which definitely comes into play with the longboard criteria. You can see him just crossing his foot over.
Definitely
there.
will be his best score of his heat so far.
Yes.
Be interesting to see where the judges. I think it's going to go to that sort of. There it is, just getting into that 2.25. So judges obviously wanting to see that length of the board used, as you said, for the criteria.
Yeah, absolutely. Style, flow, and grace. This is Ivan once again up and riding. Just walks up the board, gets a quick 5. And he just stays in the middle of this one, trying to get through the connection if the middle of the board allows you to plow through those sections. But unfortunately, that wave just died out, I think probably for the better. But yeah, Hiroshi, you know, we saw him go up and do that turn, which is, you know, it's so cool to see, and it's so hard to do, especially with those long boards. I think it's going to be 9 foot, 15 pounds.
No rules in the longboard division
rules
anymore. WSL's doing a bit of a shake-up with the longboard rules. And there's some great principles behind it. Not everyone's the same size and height. As a shortboarder, you know, imagine you were made to go out on a 6'3" surfboard. You'd have all sorts of drama. So the same concept goes towards these longboarders. There's no length anymore. So if a 5-foot surfer wants to ride a shorter board, they can.
They can, great.
And if a bigger surfer rides a bigger board, they can. So some great logic behind the rule changes and the adaptation, which is always great to see in the sport, that it does progress with logic, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think my 5'3" on a good day, going out on a 6'3" board won't do me any favors at all. But that was a nice wave from the French surfer Aurelien.
Yep. And here comes Exenil behind him. Nothing of any real consequence that he's done yet. He's looking for that inside section to step up, and hopefully he can get himself a bit of a score. Looks like he's going to go for that nose slide around 360.
Oh, wow.
More of a parlour trick. Nothing really clean or critical about that. It'll be interesting to see how the judges will reflect that, because it is the first sort of manoeuvre like that we've seen. But knowing the judges panel, they'll probably lowball that quite a bit.
Yeah, the stability that he had though on that was pretty insane. The way that he just controlled that, I was like, oh wow, I was expecting him to fall off at some point. So the fact that he was able to hold on to that with such a big board was cool. But
great awareness of his rails and everything, making sure he's not catching anything or flipping anything as he spun that round. It looked like he got halfway through and just decided to commit to finishing it.
Yeah, but I agree. I don't think it'll go anywhere in the the good range. So we'll see where that score locks in as.
Oh, hang on, we might be wrong.
This is why we're in here and we're not out there.
Well, they might have just been impressed with the way he did get that through, but we'll see what the numbers come in. I'm sure the judges are watching the replays on that as we speak to see where it goes.
Yeah, they've got a nice big TV screen out there, being able to analyse each wave as much as they can and really determine, what scores are going to roll through.
And it'll be interesting for the other competitors to sort of see this number come in also. As I said, it's always exciting to see something different in an event, because you never know where it's actually going to land until it's been done. So a 360 on a short board is tricky enough, and it doesn't really get the points.
Yes.
But it turns out a 360 on a longboard's coming in at that mid-range 4. So
4.1, which is actually the best wave of the heat so far.
Yep. So we were sitting here talking about, as shortboarders, not understanding possibly how hard it is to spin a board like that.
Yes. I guarantee I definitely wouldn't be able to do that. I don't have much coordination.
That's boosted Exenil up into second place. So definitely would have shaken his nerves off now, as we were talking before. And Surf and Blues, here we go. That's what we're talking about, that strategy of no leash.
Yeah. well, this is Hiroshi Sato just using his board there. Nice wide stance, has to kick out. And I think, for Ivan, does he reassess that decision with no leggy now? He's got pretty much 12 minutes. Does he just quickly run in, chuck a leggy on and run back out? It's not that far.
If you're on the beach already and you've got a support crew down there, they could almost be putting the leash on, because the rules are, I believe they could be, because they're not in the water, the board's on the beach. They could actually be throwing a leash on for him.
Yes.
He could be waving to them right now to get that thing in there.
Yeah.
It would have to be talked about beforehand.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's one of those things. Usually when you know very well, there's a leash. There we go. That's what
Yeah.
we're talking about, why people might not use a leash.
Yeah.
We saw O'Neill sort of have to untangle himself there.
Can see him just locking in for a 5 and then a quick tight 5 there for O'Neill. Just redirecting back through this one, gaining heaps of speed, and once again, he's looking for that 3.8. He kicks out of that one. I like how he didn't try to milk it anymore.
Oh.
And this is the Frenchman just kicking out of that one. Wow, he's got such a responsive board under his feet.
Looks like Aurelien actually came off a pretty critical sort of turn there. We just sort of caught the last. Hopefully we'll get a replay to see what he was actually doing on that wave, because it may make things a little bit more interesting for O'Neill as he's trying to catch that 3.8, which I think he'll be nudging towards. It looked like a very nice smooth wave with plenty of little nice movements.
Yeah, it looked like it had a really nice line. He surfed it well. He got that stretch 5 to a tight 5 in there. So got a couple of maneuvers done. So we'll see where that locks in. And we also have that score for Aurelien as well to lock in.
I'd like to shout out to the people who help support this event too.
Absolutely.
So we have Honourable Speaker Martin Romualdez, who's becoming a great supporter of surfing. He actually helped J.R. Esquivel with his World Tour campaign last year and made it possible financially. So having someone with the reputation and honour of the Speaker of the House of the Philippines to get behind surfing the way he has and help present this second La Union International Pro, it's a testament to where surfing is in the Philippines at the moment. It's exciting because it's like a newborn baby. It's everyone's starting to turn to it and love it and see how cute and adorable it is. And we're starting to get some great momentum with JR being on the world tour, coming in 8th in the world on his first campaign is incredible, absolutely incredible. I remember at an ISA a few years ago, JR was there as a shortboarder.
Wow.
And there was advice that he should follow this, and then he sort of said, no, I want to be a longboarder. And he stood to his game because he's also an incredible shortboarder. But yeah, big shout out to the Tingog party list for their support also. Like I said, surfing's in a great place, and we have some great people behind us at the moment in the Philippines, which is just amazing.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty special to see that.
Yep, and the Department of Tourism also, especially here in Region 1, backed by Jeff Ortega. He's a surfer himself, which is also one of those things that, as a surfer, you smile because you know they get it. Only a surfer knows the feeling was that old tagline from Billabong.
Yep.
And there's not a truer saying in the world, I think. So having Department of Tourism headed by a surfer, amazing. So a big thank you to all those guys who helped make that possible. The main players. We also have a few other minor sponsors to run through. We've got San Miguel Corporation, the SMC infrastructure. They've been supporting this event for a long time. Also last year they helped make this possible. Vans, you'll see the tents down there. Alima, which is actually a local Filipino brand, headed by our contest director, Luke Landrigan. Yep, and Archie. So a couple guys sort of helping drive the surf industry. We've also got Clean Canteen, MVP Sports Foundation, who actually help support the grassroots programs here in the Philippines, and they really support juniors. And Bagong Filipinas, supported by Vinny Marcos, actually the presidential son. He's actually going to be here, also an avid surfer, so we're in a good spot, True.
Yeah, absolutely. We're in a spot full of support and love, and I think it's amazing to see, all of the Philippine surfers coming through and adoring the sport as much as we all do, and the talent as well. in Siargao, I was taken aback by how much talent there is in the Philippine surfing coming up, and here too. It's really inspiring.
And it's a small sample. Like when you think there's 125 million people in the Philippines,
Wow.
and a tiny, tiny percentage of them are taking to the water at the moment.
Yeah.
Once we start building this industry and we start finding those gems like the Philip Toledo stories and the Gay Medina stories that come from places where it was hard to get anywhere, and surfing has just created a livelihood and an experience that is showing the world that what Brazil can do. So I can't wait for Philippines' turn when we get that bigger sample size and we start finding those diamonds.
Yep.
It's good at the moment.
I'm excited for it as well. I think it's amazing that we have this event and then moving on to Bel Air for the next one too.
Back to back, it's great things for Philippine surfing.
It is.
And regional surfing of Asia.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Asian region has really just kicked off a
Yeah.
Korea wave pool event. If you said 5 years ago we're going to have a surf event, a WSL QS in Asia, people probably would have laughed. In Korea, people probably would have laughed at you.
Yeah.
A hugely successful event over there in the wave pool in Korea.
It was, yeah.
Super fun to watch too. I sat back at home and I watched. I couldn't believe it snowed during a surf event. I loved it.
Yeah, it was. I was losing my mind. Wow, really locking in there for Esther O'Neill, just soul arching but losing control. And then this is Hiroshi Sato walking up the board, locks in for a 5, stepping back. This is live action here at the La Union International Pro, the LQS 1000, and Hiroshi Sato taking this one all the way through to the inside. Gets a bit of a redirection there. Waiting for this one to stand up on the inside. Will he stay with it or kick out? We'll find out very shortly.
Definitely his best wave of the heat, looking for a 5.45. I don't know.
Yeah.
Esther Neal's not going to improve on his last one. That last wave that he got, not the 360, 3.75. So he didn't... Oh, hang on. As I speak... He just dropped a 4.10 and he's hit the lead.
Yeah. Wow. So Esther O'Neill is just making movements in this heat. He's just kind of building that house, a 4.5, a 4.1. He's had more waves than anyone else. I think about 7 waves in this heat. And each time he's just been getting better and better. And yeah, like we were saying before, I think it's, the Philippines is such a beautiful country. I've never been here before till last year, so it was amazing to be. And Korea was somewhere where I never thought I would go, and then being there with it snowing at a wave pool was... it was next level. I was definitely losing my mind, and people were messaging me being like, have you never seen snow before? I'm like, no, I used to ski as a kid, but I'm in a wave pool and it's snowing.
Yeah.
And I think, the Philippines has that magical effect as well. You can't help but be excited to be here and, really take in what you're seeing because it's pretty magical.
Absolutely. It is. The landscape's beautiful, and that's the thing about Asia. It's postcards after postcards everywhere you go.
Yeah.
The Philippines is no exception. It's definitely. I was also, before I moved here, under completely different impressions. So the best thing to do is get out here, check it out, go around. There's 7,000 islands. There's waves everywhere.
Yeah. Everywhere.
It's the search. Just as we speak, it looks like Hiroshi on his last wave has definitely made a dent in his requirement. No longer needing that 5, he's down to a 3.65. So this heat is tightening up.
Yep. Yeah, it definitely is. 4.7. He needed that, as you said, that 5, and I think with 3 minutes to go, he's definitely in striking distance of at 3.65. But again, it's really dependent on priority. We saw in one of the last heats earlier, I think it was Hirotaka Makino in the first heat of this round. He was sitting in second priority, needed a small score, and then paddled for a wave and it didn't do anything. Lost priority and didn't get the score in the end. And this is Esther O'Neill just really stretching out that 5. Can he...
Down on the belly.
Yeah, down on the belly, just trying to make it around. Unfortunately, Aurelian just caught a little bit behind this one. Will he be able to get around it? He just has to kick out because he knows he's not done much to really influence a good score there.
Absolutely. Dangerous position now for our 2 surfers needing the requirement. They're both sitting out there with first and second priority at the moment too. So I'm sure they're going to take their time, understanding that they've probably got one more swing at this. Unless they get a quick wave now, there's a chance for a second wave, but I wouldn't be risking on it. I think our surfer in blue may have just lost priority on that one too. We'll see if the priority judge is going to flip that over, or was he just looking at it?
Yeah. It's a real fine line between, those 3 committed paddles and not. But yeah, priority
swap there. So a surfer in green wasn't quite there in the lineup yet either, so he doesn't jump into that third priority. So now priority is sitting out there with blue as Hiroshi.
Yeah, a little caught behind for the Japanese surfer. Really using his rail for that turn and has to kick out. I don't know if he got anything done prior to that mid-size section. It seems like they're getting a little bit caught behind at the start of these waves.
Yeah, there's sort of 2 peaks out there by the looks of things, and that's where you see that local knowledge. They know exactly how these things are going to fold and warp and bend down the reef. We didn't have much time for free surfing before this event either. Yesterday was flat, the day before that was flat. A lot of the competitors show up these days 2 to 3 days before the event.
Yeah.
If they're having a good day.
Yeah.
Sometimes they might show up the day before or the day of the event.
Yes.
And there was no surf yesterday. So free surfing has been limited very hard. So a lot of these surfers actually haven't had the chance to sort of gauge the lineup, know where to sit and know what to catch. So if I was a competitor, I'd be out there watching these guys as like a hawk, trying to figure out which ones to catch and which ones are going to sort of give up the goods.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is Esther Neal just tapping for a quick 10 there. Staying high on the wave. He goes back to the bottom on this one. A little quick soul arch. And backhand surfing on a longboard is pretty tricky, and he just seems to make it look super fun. This is the French surfer, Oriellen, just making his way through this one. Locks in for a long stretch 5 to a tight 5 there. Not really getting his toes
2
connected.
heat leaders on the last 2 waves. Like that's part gameplay, part strategy, just making sure no one else can be on them, right?
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Using that priority really smart.
Oh.
And wow, we're getting close to the rocks there. So it looks like Esther Neal and Oriellen moving on through to the next round, which will come up a little bit later today. And then Hiroshi Sato and Ivan Sudena, unfortunately, bowing out in this event. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the women's round of 16, Heat 1. Natsumi Teoka leading off the campaign for this one. We'll be right back after this break.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos. Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time.
And welcome back to the La Union International Pro WSL Longboard QS 1000. We've also got the QS 3000 for the shortboarders as well. I'm True Styling, once again joined in the booth with John Carby. And we're moving into the women's round of 16, which is super exciting, John.
We are, and LQS 1000, to put that in perspective also for our viewers, it may as well be a 10,000.
Yeah.
Especially in this region, we have maybe 4 to 5 events throughout the year, moving towards that pathway of the World Tour. Not to the Challenger Series as we have in the QS Series. This will get 2 surfers from Asia onto the World Tour and potentially a world champion from the Asia region. So don't be fooled by the LQS 1000 Tour out there, because it's a hugely important, critical event for all these surfers.
Yeah.
And we are literally have the best of Asia surfing before us. So we've got a replay of that opening wave.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at this replay here of Natsumi Teoka from Japan. She took out the South Korea wave pool event, locking in for a nice 5 there. moving back, walking straight back up the board, locking in again, gets a quick 10 for a tap, and then walks back quickly, but just not quickly enough. And then we'll see, this is Gina Kim from Korea, unfortunately going down on that one. So yeah, Natsumi, she took out the South Korea wave pool event. And then this right here is Sheila May Convicto from the Philippines, just walking up and down the board here, gets a nice rail carve in, but just can't quite manage to pull off a finish.
Sheila May was also over there in Korea, making the final four.
Yes, which was super exciting. She was absolutely ripping out there on her backhand. And yeah, Natsumi taking the win. I believe she's leading the Asia rankings. I remember watching her surf at the Bells event, the longboard, the LT down there, longboard tour event. And she made a pretty decent indent in the draw, but we saw Soleil Erico taking out that event, and also the World Championship as well, and at Malibu. And we'll see, this is Leanne McDonald just carving away through this one, walks up the board, stumbles a little and doesn't quite recover. And then here is Sheila May as well, locking in for a nice tight 5, stepping back and connecting this one through to the inside. Once again, locks in, lowers her arms a little, shows some control, and then moves through this one. We saw her get this carve in, but not able to find a completion. But nonetheless, pretty good start for all the women, I would say. A 5-2-5 locked in for Natsumi. Scores to come through for the other 3 surfers.
Yep. And Natsumi showing her how comfortable she is in those conditions, basically. Japanese surfers notoriously strong across the board, both divisions, both male and female. Just amazing programs they have over there in Japan. And I say the leaders in Asia when it comes to surfing and where to set the standards. Here goes Natsumi again. Just plenty of stylish time on the nose there. Judges loving that committed ride of just holding that 5 for just that extended period of time, rather than the tapping system that a lot of people will go, the safety and the lack of commitment by just bringing that front foot back. It's great to see someone like Natsumi who will sit there and just hold it for that extended period of time, get through those critical sections, and it just shows confidence and keeps that speed, power, flow element that the judges reward quite high. So I won't be surprised if this thing, as she just continues to work all the way to the beach, all the way to those rocks, she'll lock in another great score, and I'm sure she'll build on it for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, she's a very experienced competitor. That was Gina Kim. Gina just getting a couple of nose rides on that wave, and I agree. I think that last wave of Natsumi will definitely be a keeper. She's just got such grace with her surfing. It's really beautiful to watch, and that's part of the criteria as a longboarder as well, style, flow, and grace. And it's really different to shortboard criterias. It is,
and it's great when we have the wax head up here, sort of when he can sort of analyse and pull apart waves and sort of know where the judges will go and why things won't go a particular way. And it can be hard for us sort of shortboard experts to get those finer points, especially when it comes to commentary. So having the wax head, breaking things down and just having some conversations with him helps not just us, but the competitors sort of improve their game too, because there is a lot to break down in longboarding. It's not just bottom to top, hit the lip, put the board at 12 o'clock and and hold on. It's so much more going on in these competitors' minds, and their sort of fast twitch brain cells need to be working a lot more than what we think as shortboarders.
Absolutely. You got a lot more board to navigate as well. It's I remember trying to longboard once and it did not go well for me, so I've retired that. And I just prefer to watch it now as opposed to actually do it. But it is such a beautiful time out there, just not having to rush anything and kind of getting used to the board and what you're seeing. So I think, it's such an incredible sport, and the difference between longboarding and shortboarding is so much, but everyone's out there to do the same thing, and that's to win. And I think, Sheila, she's had a heat already this morning and up and riding again on this one. She's maybe got a little bit of knowledge, I guess, because she's been out there getting used to the break.
Yeah, and she's actually a Char Gal surfer. So she's a Shargo longboarder who's starting to make an impact.
Yeah.
And the national tour, she's been getting around that for a while. Her breakthrough event really was Korea, late last year, where she made it to the finals, and that was great for her confidence. And you can see her carrying it through to this event because she's got some solid points now on her campaign to be a longboard world tour. So hopefully she can continue to build that confidence and start locking in. And she's matured a lot as a surfer. And it's great when you go against the best, you sort of become the best. It's a really good system.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, right? And
absolutely,
as you said, I think putting yourself in harder situations or finding yourself in harder situations for heats and things like that is really great. You know, I think it's exciting and it pushes you to be a better surfer. And wow, Natsumi taking on the drop of this one, walks up the board, pedals back, gets a nice carve back to the power source of this wave, just using that second third of the board there. And you can see her just waiting for this one to maybe even stand up. She pedals back just in time, but doesn't quite get a ride out there for Natsumi.
Would have been a nice critical little nose right at the end there. She sort of rode that out, just couldn't hold it. I'm sure the judges would have loved to see that, but she did do a lot of work on the opening part of that wave, so I'm sure that's going to be a good backup to her original 5 score.
I agree. I think we still also have that last score of Natsumi to lock in as well. A bunch of numbers to come through. A couple of 2s for Gina and Leanne. Sheila's locked in that 5. That previous to last wave of Natsumi was a 6.5, so her best so far, but still her last one to lock in as well.
There it is. I was wondering where that 6.5, the judges obviously taking a while to get that one in because they must have watched the replay about 5 times.
Yep.
And there it is, a 6.5. So one more to drop in, not going towards that range, and it comes to do with that completion, I believe, also. A 3.95 for that last one.
And it's pretty insane how much completions come into play. You know, it's so important when you get a good ride, I guess, to kind of finish it off with a good taste, you know.
Absolutely.
Leaving that good solid foundation to finish off a ride is so important, and it really leaves the judges going, oh wow, they completed it, they've linked all the dots and they got a solid finish.
Yeah, it's basically the exclamation mark on the end of the sentence, right? Just screams that I've done it.
Yeah.
And it's good for confidence building. Riding out of that, it's just one of those things.
Totally.
But not that Natsumi needs too much more confidence. She's already one of the best longboarders in the Asian region and potentially the world. So
yeah, she's pretty fantastic to watch, that's for sure.
Oh, little Eskimo roll there. One of the tricks of the trade of a longboarder. If you've got a critical lip sort of coming over you, the Eskimo roll to get out of the way and you don't get pelted back to the beach. Leanne just showed us our textbook Eskimo roll then to get out from the lip. Didn't get pushed back towards the beach and she got up there. We've got a replay coming in for ours. No, we don't. Sorry. Oh, I made the screen blip.
And we've got 14 and a half minutes left. And talk to me about Sheila. So she grew up in Siargao at Surfing Cloud 9?
Well, there's a few breaks there on Cloud 9 in Siargao in General Luna. There's a place called Jacking Horse, which is a really fun little right-hand point like this.
Yep.
I know Sheila Maypre has spent a lot of time out there. We've got another break similar to this, Rock Island. As she's just getting to work there, she's showing a bit of style.
Yeah.
She's been up and down the board a few times. She's just got to get back to that power source, maybe just staying a little bit high and out of the sort of power source of that wave for that one. But we have about 3 or 4 waves that sort of rival, not as good as La Union, doesn't ride quite as smooth. Here we go for a replay of our surfer Natsumi.
Yeah, walking straight up to the nose, stepping back and gets another 5. She locks in there, goes for a tight 5, maybe even a 10. And you can see her there. She's just holding her rail to stay stable on the board. You can see the whitewash just trying to nudge her off there, but she's just really showing her experience and using the wave as well. And she gets around this. I believe this is her 6.5. Or maybe even her 5, just really finding a nice connection, locks in for another nice nose ride there. She steps back and kicks out really nicely for Natsumi right on the rock. So I think that was that 6.5 that she locked in. But
And something notable is just the way she sort of moved through that whitewash section. It looked horrible. It looked pretty rough. She didn't overdo anything. She just sat there quite casually. She didn't have to generate speed. She let the momentum of the wave and the board do the work.
yeah,
The judges do appreciate it. It helps with that flow and grace part of the criteria. And it looks effortless. Here goes Leanne. Looks like on her maybe third, fourth. She's been busy out there. That'll be her fifth wave. She's still trying to get away from those, throw away a couple twos.
5.4 is her requirement for to move on through to the next one. She was seeded into round 2, so she didn't have to serve round 1 earlier this morning.
What do you think, advantage or disadvantage?
I think it's really tough to know that. I like being in round 1 because if you make it, that is, depending on whether you make the heat or not. But I think, it's good to find that momentum. It's good to roll through with it. And I think it's really coming into play for Sheila right now. We saw her out there this morning. Matt and I spoke about, getting rid of the jelly legs.
Yeah.
So she's already surfed a heat this morning. So she can kind of go into this heat being like, I know what waves to get.
And with the flat lead up that we had, it turns into your free surf almost, if you get through the heat, of course.
Yeah.
And you take that experience through to a round where maybe they haven't had that sort of surf or ability to surf before the heat. So advantages, disadvantages, she might be a little bit more gassed, the heart rate, the adrenaline might be the adrenal gland might be empty by now.
Yes.
So there is a lot to consider, and it really boils down to that individual like mindset, strategies, game plans. Do you like to over surf before you go into a heat? Do you like to keep your body fresh? There's a lot to consider when you're sort of dissecting this stuff, because everything can come into play.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as well, it depends on what kind of athlete you are, whether you like to go in there feeling a little bit sore or feeling a little bit gassed out, or whether you like to be feeling, fresh and new. I know that one of the shortboarders, Reef Hazelwood, he went during the Tweed Coast Pro last year, he actually went into a gym and did a light session at a gym.
Got his pump on.
Before his heat, and then went out for his heat. So people are so different. Some people I know just like to sit in their room and rock up 20 minutes before their heat starts.
Well, I guess if he's squatting 100 kilos and then jumps out and hits those airs that he normally hits, his legs probably feel light as feathers by the time he's landing those things. So.
Oh, yeah. He's pretty incredible in the air,
and it's great. It's great when you start seeing those game plans, those strategies. A lot of guys will use the bands before a heat just to get that fast twitch muscles fired up without putting any load on it. So there's, especially the way sports science and everything's moving, there's so much information out there now. Sometimes you have to sort of sift through the beneficial, not beneficial.
Yeah.
But it also comes down to a lot of individuality. So
yeah, totally. What works for you, whether it kind of comes into play. And I think the junior series as well, a lot of these surfers would be coming up through a junior series, whether it's, or even doing amateur longboard events, kind of figuring out, what kind of a game plan works for you, what kind of preheat routine, what kind of, heat strategy as well. And this is Leanne. I liked that redirect to the left to try and get into that critical part of the wave. She's using her board there to redirect it for a nice carve, but
super stylish board, by the way. The colours on that thing sort of really pop out. Sort of projects itself as an interesting shape until you see the sort of rail colour.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see where that locks in as for Leanne. And wow, 9 minutes to go. Up next, we'll have Sujin Park from Korea take on Hiroka Yoshikawa from Japan, Ashley Lopez from the Philippines, as well as Mara Lopez from the Philippines. Is
Family, LU specials.
LU specials.
Yeah, it's a strong family name down here. We have the Valdez, De La Torres, Lopez's, Esquivel's, of course. This is the home of longboard surfing, and you'll see them flooded throughout these heats.
Yeah.
And local knowledge will be coming into play in that next heat. I can't wait to see that one.
So Mara is 12.
She is young, and she is a driven young surfer. You'll see her longboard, you'll see her shortboard, all round game. That's the other thing that La Union does really well. They've got both categories. They're spending a lot of time in both disciplines, which is rare because they're not just doing them; they're actually excelling in them and doing great in them. So it's really cool to see what's going on up here in La Union, the surf capital of Luzon.
I agree. It was really cool to see her, and the fact that she was so young and doing so well, and as you said, really determined. Leanne up and riding again on this one. Oh, sorry, this is not Leanne, this is Gina Kim. I was looking at the blue rails and thinking of Blue Rashi, but wow, Gina just connecting this one all the way through, really patient through this wave as well. Taking this one to the inside and then out the back. Sheila carving down on this wave, looking really solid, just kicks out to get a good finish. And
all these girls almost a little bit caught behind, 3 for 3 behind the section, but it's good to see Leanne sort of getting out in the open. Hopefully Sheila can remain out of her way. Yep. Horrible way to get an interference when you're sort of stuck in that no man's land and trying to get your board and yourself and everything out of the way of the next competitor.
Yeah, and it's not as easy as just turning a shortboard around. It's you have to really use your strength, use your core to get that board back to where you need it to be. But Leanne just taking that one through, and wow, Natsumi on a good-looking wave out the back, walks up the board, steps back. Solid carve for Natsumi Teoka, just showing her experience in Arashi as well as on the board, and once again carving back. She was walking up the board here, trying to get another nose ride, but doesn't quite do that. Might even find a little inside connection for Natsumi, just to kind of put the cherry on top for this wave. Locks in for another nice nose ride on the inside.
I don't think that 5.25 is very safe in her scoreline at the moment.
Yeah, I think it could even surpass her 6.5. I really like that wave. Those two calves were solid.
And experience was the key there. The wave selection, just sitting there. She waited for that wave in priority for quite a while there.
Yeah.
And you saw the other three girls all take waves that sort of ran away in front of them. That was just a perfectly timed, perfectly paced wave that Natsumi just settled into, and I'm sure she's going to throw away that 5.25. A couple of massive calves there. Judges love to see the women showcasing their power in the down calves.
Yeah.
Like you said, it's not hard to move those big boards when you're trying to get them out of the water. Also, throwing a calf like that in takes a lot of precision with your footwork and core strength through those legs in midsection.
Yeah, definitely. And she's just really showing how good at it she is. This is Leanne McDonald just coming off on that one. We've got just over 5 minutes to go. And scores for all of our surfers to come through as well. But Sheila holding that first priority.
All important, 5 minutes to go. We'll see how these scores lock in. Is she going to play the strategy of protecting priority and just trying to keep her competitors, Leanne and Gina, off these scoring waves? It's where that strategy, and within that 5 minutes, this is where priority can potentially make or break your heat. It can mess with your head. It can do all sorts of things to you. The game of priority really does. It's a great introduction to surfing when it came in. That gave everyone an opportunity, but it also gave strategy to the game, which is really cool.
Yeah, it did. It's one of those things where sometimes it's a blessing, sometimes it's a curse. There's been many a heat where I've held on to priority for way too long and nothing's come and I've let every good wave go.
Yep, and then everyone tells you what you should have done when you get back to the beach, which is always helpful.
Yes, yeah, that's always what you want to hear straight after a loss. But you got to take it in your stride, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Leanne's been super busy out there, 8 waves. She hasn't got anything of great substance. She's got into that 3.4 for her top score. She's still chasing a 4.76 at this stage. So she's out there in second priority. And Gina from Korea chasing a 3.91. She did a little priority error on that last one. She had a little paddle, so she's now into third priority, giving a little bit of an opportunity for Leanne to sort of get a taste before her. Strategy is, looks like Leanne's moved down the point a little bit to try to get one of those wider ones that run down the point.
Yeah.
And you can see Natsumi probably pretty comfortable at this point.
Yeah.
Still waiting for that score to drop in, and we might be getting definitely one of the scores of the event so far to pop in, because it was one of those it was a well-chosen, well-ridden, well-executed ride from start to finish. So
Yeah.
I know the judges are going to, there we go, do you want to announce that? An 8.10, just dropping in there for Natsumi. Definitely the wave of the morning so far.
Yeah.
I don't think we've had anything over an 8 at this point, so
No.
Natsumi getting definitely, at the moment, we'll be sitting on the highlights reel.
Yeah. Yeah. She just chose that wave. It was absolute perfection and then surfed it to a T. So well rewarded 8.1 for that last wave of Natsumi. 2.5 minutes to go. It's now really a battle for second. Gina Kim needing that 391 and Leanne McDonald 476.
Yep, Sheila May sitting out there with priority, so
Yeah.
I'm sure she's got one eye on white and one eye on blue
Yeah.
to see where they're sitting, because she's going to want to protect at all costs them from getting that score that they need, which is a 3.9 for Gina and a 4.67 for Leanne. So she'll be probably watching Surfer in White Gina the closest.
Yeah, for sure.
And also trying to, when she does, she wants to throw away that 3.15, which she has a 5 in her score there, so definitely capable of. It's definitely still open at this point with 1 minute and 53 seconds to go.
Yeah, I think, she's got the upper hand here with that priority 315. So it'll be interesting whether she decides to stick sitting so far out the back and let Gina and Leanne kind of move themselves in a little bit, or if she positions herself a little bit wider to stop them from getting a wave. But Natsumi
just having fun at this point.
Away. Wow, taps for a 10 there, locks in for a quick moment and then carves back through. Looks like she's just going to walk up the board again, locks in for another nice 5, pedals back just in time as it starts to wall up in front of her. Getting a nice inside connection as well. So Natsumi with 1 minute to go, bit of a victory lap here. I feel like she could make her way in.
A very victory lap, but on the case out the back with the priority, Sheila May has made a priority mistake out there.
Yeah.
She just paddled for a wave. Now with priority is Surfer in Blue. A Surfer in White there, kicking off, making sure she didn't get that interference and put herself right out of contention. But Surfer in Blue doesn't look like she's going to get towards that requirement on that wave anyway.
Yeah, that was lucky for Sheila that wave didn't really do much for Leanne. She tried to have a swing on that one with 30 seconds to go. There definitely could be another opportunity on the inside. So we'll see if she has a look.
Well, speaking on the inside, Natsumi was sitting similar to there, and she just dropped a 6.50. So Natsumi basically, for that, in the lead, comfortably. She just decided to move down the reef just to get that little bit of extra practice on, to feel the line up a little bit more.
Yeah.
Such an experienced sort of strategy to just go feel out the waves at a different sort of area, and she just dropped the second highest of the heat. So Natsumi showing her skill and ability and coming through with a win on that heat.
Yeah, Natsumi just really dominating that one. Sheila May Convicto moving on through to the quarterfinals as well. Gina Kim, unfortunately, bowing out, and Leanne McDonald coming in 4th as well. We've got Heat 2 for round of 16, which is Sujin Park, Hiroka Yoshikawa, Ashley Lopez, and Mara Lopez, sister duo, out in this heat. So nerves for the family on the beach. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Heat 2 right after this break.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union. Let's wander the 100 islands of Pangasinan. 124 to be exact. Each with their own hidden secrets to be explored. The islands are connected by the Lingayen Gulf, and bridges, and even zip lines that let you fly from one island to the next. Woohoo! There's hundreds of adventures to dive into when there's 100 islands to explore.
Welcome back to WSL, La Union International Pro. We're back with the Waxhead, and introduce yourself. We're going to
Jerry
talk about
Deegan. Jerry Deegan here from originally Shargau. from Australia, but from Shargau, a guy I've run the comp for many years down there, and they thankfully and I luckily got invited back here to have a chat with you.
QS 1000, heat number 2, round 16. Things really heating up out there right now. And Mara Lopez, the local girl who got through her heat earlier this morning with a big scalp. She's out there to compete against her sister, I believe, Ashley Lopez. So a family affair right now, but they've got their hands tied with Hiroka Yoshikawa, the favorite from Japan, and Sujin Park, who comes in ranked 5th in the Asian region.
Yeah, okay,
Korea.
so that makes it quite difficult. Here's a replay of the surfer in blue, who is Hiroka.
So fast feet Hiroka, which is a signature of her style. And getting 4 or 5 critical nose rides. And this one just riding the bucking Bronco as she gets through the whitewash and the backwash of the inside turbulence. And a long hang 10 completes it. So a set wave, length of ride, obviously not counting, but it's the amount and the critical maneuvers as we see there. Mara with a beautiful opening hang 10 goes up for the floater, and she comes down as well. So carrying some flow between maneuvers, a little less active and not as much footwork there as Hiroka, but that'll be a great opening wave for both.
That would be a great wave. Well, there you go. It's just come in as a 7.5. So what other way do you want to start your heat but a 7.5? I mean, that's a fantastic start. Unfortunately, Mara's little wave there ran out of steam, got really flat on the end, so maybe it wasn't the greatest wave. There's someone up and riding now. We've got the drone shot going there. And it was Mara again. Looks like she's going to be pretty busy out there. And I guess that's what you want to do. You're against a couple of the favourites. It's a tall order for someone as young and as inexperienced in competition as her. But if you want to keep busy, that's the way you get the score. Eventually you find the right one.
And Sujin Park from Yangyang in Korea. She's on a 9-1 McTavish there with the blue resin panels, as you can see. Another nose ride. So really clear, clean footwork, similar to what we saw from Hiroka, perhaps a slightly smaller wave. And the stakes have gone up. Round of 16. I mean, we've seen it in the shortboards, but in the longboards, Jerry, we've seen the skill levels year after year just increase. And what's your take on where longboarding's been and where it's going in the Asian region?
Well, I tell you what, longboarding was nowhere. I'd say 15 years ago. I mean, longboarding was for a beginner trying to get to a shortboard. Longboarding has exploded. My real experience is in the Philippines as opposed to other places, but longboarding has exploded. The surfing is fantastic. I just didn't think, you know what, I think the longboarding has exploded and the levels have gone exponentially compared to the shortboarding. You know, as you know, we have a guy on the World Championships in longboarding, and barely 15 years ago you wouldn't see a longboard here.
Yeah.
So it's
So
really...
the actual finding a longboard was a rare occurrence in the Philippines that long ago?
Well, it wasn't a rare occurrence because you had them as beginners boards.
Sure.
To see someone that could really ride one was a rare occurrence.
Yeah.
So they've realised that it's another form of surfing and it's a valid form of surfing, and they've taken it to heart and they're going crazy, you know, and they're doing really, really well. And, you know, nowadays there's half of the lineup of longboards. And girls on longboard as well, you know. I mean, 20 years ago, you barely saw a girl even on a shortboard. So things are changing in surfing very quickly.
And Philippines, synonymous with Cloud 9. We'll get into the history of surfing there at Cloud 9. As with all the viewers right now, I'm sure they're no stranger, longboard or shortboard, to the beautiful waves there. But Sujin Park in second place, looking at a 6-point ride in red. So nice opener, 7.5 there for Hiroka. And Mara Lopez in third with a 4 for her opening wave. Just a 1.5 backup. But this is Ashley Lopez, the experienced goofy footer, the brother of Warren Lopez. Nice timing with her footwork. And the goal for these surfers is to position their board in the pocket. And, you know, we talk about barrel riding at Cloud 9, Jerry. You know, nose riding on a wave that's underhead high. To get that perfect score, you've pretty much got to place the board exactly like you would getting barreled.
Yeah, look, I know more about barrels than nose riding. I'll be straight up with you.
Well, you know what? If you know that, you probably could nose ride.
I probably could. I guess I'm a bit of a traditionalist, and I do take a longboard out occasionally if the surf's really small,
Sure.
particularly if I'm up here in Low Union. And Luke Landrigan will say to me, take a log out there and have a go. I'm not very good at it. I guess I'm not as good at shortboarding as I was either, but I do enjoy it, and it opens it up when the surf is smaller. It really gives me something to do rather than sit around and complain that the surf's too small.
And like barrel riding, the idea is to come from behind the section, right?
100%.
And that's the same with nose riding. So
Oh,
it's
just took a pretty heavy
both
wipe,
surfers,
Sojin.
Sujin and
Yeah, barrel riding in particular, and I don't know if he's listening, but I've got to give credit to Stuart Cadden, who you
Yeah.
may know,
from Long Reef.
who came to Shargow and started surfing about the same time I did, and he was a junior pro champion. This is a lovely little ride, by the way, of Mara, so see if she can just carry it on. I'll carry on that story in a second. But she's milking it all the way through. She's been on the nose a couple of times. That could well be her best score.
It'll be up there for sure. She's chasing something considerable though, with a backup of a 1.5. She only needs a 2.26. So you think Sujin in second with just at 0.25 as a backup to her 6. The stakes will go up, but at the end of the day, you're starting the heat early, and you're building a foundation.
Absolutely.
And if you're under priority, you need to capitalize
and keep going. Yeah, that's where we are, by the way, folks. So you can see some little umbrellas on the beach there and a big building with a green roof. We are all in that building there, looking straight onto the thing. So we'd really like to thank our friends here that supplied this wonderful place. Really, really nice of them, and we're in a great spot.
Hotel.
The Escape Hotel, yeah, it's just epic. Greatest spot ever. That was another one from Ashley, not doing so well on that one. Back to the surfing. I'd like to, Stuart Cadden, and he came there and showed myself and a bunch of the locals, Dodo, all the guys how to backhand barrel ride Cloud 9. If not for him, there's a bunch of goofy footers there that would never have really got really good backhand barrel rides. And yes, it was about taking off behind the peak, having the guts to take off behind the peak, and realising that was the safest place to do it, actually, rather than take off in the middle of the peak and find a very, very difficult takeoff.
So key element there is the safest place is coming from behind the peak, and we'll dissect nose riding and barrel riding shortly, but Mara putting on a great display on a bigger wave, cutting down, rising back up again on the nose. So very technical combination there, and she just comes unstuck. Unfortunately, the commentator's curse, but some great moments there. For those tuning in at home, you notice that she bottom turned, waited for the board to get sucked up the face, and then went to the nose at the top. So when you're barrel riding, if you dissect the wave into three sections, the third being the top, the middle being the second, the first being down the bottom. When you're driving a car, first, second, third gear, the old 3 on the tree, anyone tuning in who knows what an old 3-speed manual transmission car is like, the first gear is really slow and driving. You go up a hill in first gear. Second gears, you're trimming, you're cruising through a car park speed. Third gear's your top gear. In tube riding, you come off the bottom of number 1, you pull up into second, you get tubed. Or you cut straight through, you knife down the wave, and you backdoor the tube. It's very similar to nose riding. You can either fade down off the bottom of the wave and come back up, or you can run straight to the nose.
Yeah, straight to the nose. All the weight is forward on the nose.
Yep.
Yeah, you haven't bothered going down and around. You just pulled straight in, possibly stuck your arm in the wall, and you just straight up speed.
And it's the same with tube riding. The essence of good scores of tube riding come from when you're coming from behind the section, pumping through the tube. On a nose ride, if you're coming from behind the section on the nose, critical elements. It's very similar there, and it's no coincidence that the first surfers to actually tube ride properly enter the discussion. Butch Van Artsdalen and Jock Sutherland were some of not only the best nose riders of the 60s, but they ended up influencing surfers like Jerry Lopez at Pipeline. And their key to their nose riding was that they used to come from behind the section. They would fade. So then when they got to Pipeline, they approached it exactly the same, except they weren't actually getting to the nose at number 3. They were pulling up in the middle of the wave in forward trim. And if you ever watched pictures, anyone out there tuning in, open up another tab on your browser and search Jerry Lopez Pipeline. You'll see that he's tube riding in the middle of the board, just like Tom Carroll did, just like Mark Occhilupo did, just like Italo Ferreira does today and John Florence. They're forward of the fins, forward momentum. And that's how we get our speed in longboarding.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's really interesting, the comparison. And I guess it's something I haven't thought of that much, but when you put it that way, you can really see the comparisons and see that it's not the same sport, but there's some similar concepts as far as getting speed and where you are and where your weight is.
Well, the Big Wave Tour is got the green light to tune in at Nazare for the tow event, and what we see in big wave surfing with paddle surfing, like at the Eddy with Waimea, the boards that they're riding are wide point forward now, and they're very similar to the 70s style boards with beak noses and a lot of volume up the front for paddle power. And they don't stand on the tail. They're in the middle of the board, knifing down the face, taking off super deep, much like Hiroka right now on a 2-foot wave here at La Union, but demonstrating there is similarities from 2 to 20 feet if you look at it deep enough. And beautiful nose ride there from Hiroka, stepping on that tail. Most likely glad she's on a 2-foot wave and not 20 feet Waimea.
Absolutely.
And, stepping back, using the grace and the flow of the footwork, combining the maneuvers together. And as I said before, she had trademark fast, fluent footwork when she was on that world tour. Some of the fastest feet in the business.
So what's her... she was on the world tour.
Yeah,
she fell off the world tour, did she?
Yeah, 2019 COVID put a little bit of a halt to a lot of the surfers in Asia and Australia and New Zealand in competing. So it was just the Americans and some of the South Americans that were on the World Longboard Tour, introducing the Challenger Series for shortboarding and then the regional qualification for longboarding. A lot of those surfers then had to re-qual through the system.
Okay.
And here she is now, taking a break last year from some competitive surfing.
And chasing it once again this year.
Yeah, that's right. And why wouldn't you? She'll be here for, no doubt, the single and unattached event, an invitational event that'll come up in middle of February. So she'll probably spend close to
That's after Belair?
That'll be after Belair. And there's
which holds no ratings points for
no ratings points. A Vans invitational event that's been going here for 10 years. I believe this is the 10th year. And that was courtesy of a local guy, Buji Libans, who has set up the Lark Cafe and homestay up the road.
Yeah,
and
okay.
he was traveling around experiencing longboard culture in different regions. He was there in Bali, and he was there in the USA. He was there at Malibu. He watched the Duct Tape Invitational at Huntington Beach at the US Open. So he personally, my first introduction to longboarding in the Philippines, saying, hey, we've got this right-hand reef break.
Okay.
And I, traveling this far, always wanted to get barreled. I never
thought
dreamt
about
of taking a longboard. So here I have a shortboard and a longboard.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't you? Well, it's a Vans event, and I want to shout out to Wendell, who's the owner of Vans Philippines, and who came to golf with us yesterday on a lay day. So
Beautiful.
G'day, Wendell. I know he's up there watching right now. I walked past him about 10 minutes ago. So thank you, Wendell, for all your support.
But Mara currently in second place and goes down. So the 4-point ride on her last considerable wave, that was a priority mistake there. We have got the priority board up and running, and a lot of these surfers haven't had a lot of experience with priority. They do have it in the UPSA series, in their national series. Oh, wow. Hiroka Ishikawa, set wave, jump straight to the nose, using the tail now, and she'll look to try and find another section of substance.
That was interesting because she was sitting wide and took that wave. She must have been paddling back out.
Under priority too.
And it's going to be a scorcher.
Wow, and she comes unstuck. So looking to drop a 5.25. It'll be close with that incomplete. But it's the Korean, Sujin Park, who's down into fourth with nerves of steel, only catching 2 waves. But she's well aware of the assignment. And this is a replay of Ashley.
So Ashley's just on a smaller wave. She's going up and down the board, cross step, toes on the nose. Little 10 there. She's going to be her best wave. Just shut down a little. I'm not sure if she's going to get around it. She isn't. But, Ashley's a really competent surfer. And I have a question for you. The previous wave of Hiroka.
Yep.
Now, she just sort of fell right at the end. Now, is she going to lose points for that? Or had she just pulled off in exactly the same spot, she would have got the same...
We'll watch Susan
yes,
here, and she goes down. So I was just about to say she understands the order of the judging, set wave and commitment. So she was on her way to a great score, but incomplete. But Hiroka, she got a lot of work done on the outside, but she didn't finish with control, as did Sujin. So you won't gain points from that. Wow. You see that levitation there from Mara for a moment?
Absolutely, yeah.
But kicking out, which is the old school way before leg ropes we talked about this on the road trip over here, Jerry, that leg ropes created an ability to take off on waves that had sections and closeouts. You could take more risks and roll the dice a little bit on waves like this with the reef.
Sure.
Would Susan have taken that wave without a leash? Most likely not, or
No.
at least not performed the nose ride.
Yeah, because the section was obviously there and in front of her, and it was a little bit suspect in the first place.
Correct. And with Hiroka, I'm not sure if she's wearing the leash or not. We'll have to have a look, but most likely is, because if you lose your board here, it's going on the rocks. So it's a catch-22. Mentally, you have the safety line of the leg rope, but in terms of converting that to points, sometimes having that backup plan can work.
I mean, how much does the leg rope drag? I mean, what is the disadvantage,
It
really?
physically gets in the way of technical footsteps, so the nose riding and the stepping up and
Which
down.
is vastly different on a short board where you don't do as much walking up the nose.
You
so-
barely feel it on your ankle,
Yeah,
especially
yeah.
a lightweight board. You need a thin.
Okay, so
pitch.
it's just maybe cross-stepping and getting in the way or stepping on it.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
And it's a mental thing as well.
But it's far more valid then on a long board than it is on a short board, particularly in competition.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. It's, I mean, it does get, you'll see the best surfers in the world not wear leashes because they just get tangled.
Do you
And
think if the best surfer in the world, and maybe one of these girls will become the best surfer in the world, do you think if the best surfer in the world was here right now, here comes a replay of that, of the previous wave of Hiroka?
She's wearing a leg rope there, strong hang 10, and she steps back on that tail, carving that around, and not unfamiliar to right-hand point breaks. Hiroka is relishing in the warm water here of La Union, and she's putting on an absolute clinic. So this was an 8-point ride. Majority of points coming from that outside nose ride. The judges seeing set wave, hang 10, and went on complete on the inside, so you can't help but feel
There was a
that
little bit left
would have
out
been
there.
up there in the 8.59s with a clean completion. I mean, Susan nosedived, but she completed the hang 10, got the 1.95.
Yeah,
which
okay.
has put her down into third. She needs a 2.4. So if Susan rides out of that and doesn't nosedive, she's based on Hiroka's score. She's most likely getting a mid-range score 5, just with a single
Putting it back up
maneuver.
into second place, yeah. But
the leg ropes, they are crucial in crowded environments. They are obviously crucial to the development of a lot of surfers. But any advice out there to surfers that are in that intermediate or beginner stage, consider, would you surf that wave if your leg rope snaps or you didn't have a leg rope? Would you take off on that wave?
it's definitely something to consider, yeah. Because your leg ropes do snap, and sometimes you do have to swim, and sometimes people are absolutely out of their depth.
For sure.
And it's dangerous. And the other question is, and I don't know the answer, but I guess for people out there that might not know the answer is, the leg rope here or the leash is up around the top of the ankle as opposed to the bottom of the ankle.
Yeah.
I assume that's, again, so it doesn't get in the way?
Yeah, correct. So you'll see the knee leash, which will have a longer extension out of the leash. So
Right, a
that'll-
longer rigid piece.
Exactly. So that'll assist in getting that tangle away from the feet. It still happens at times, but it's a lifeline for a lot of these surfers, which is good and bad. So Hiroka, another set wave, actually under priority with Ashley holding priority. And this one, a beautiful stretched out wave, multiple nose rides, and a committed rail carve. They're opening up the hands and back on the nose, up the top of the wave. She's on her way to a fantastic score. She works through the inside section and she goes
Just
down.
doesn't
And
get through.
hopefully she's okay because that board flipped upside down as she fell. Unfortunately for Hiroka, she mistimed that, and the slowest part of
longboards
a
are
longboard-
heavy.
The slowest part of longboard's the tail.
Yeah, okay.
And then the nose catches with the whitewash and flips up. Susan on her answer back, currently in third place. The Korean surfer with a lot of experience gets a 5.10 and she goes down again.
Oh.
She's going to snap that board soon if she's not careful. And she understands the assignment, but she's got to get the completion. And it'd be nice to
Starting
get a
to-
replay on that because she's looking down and she's not bottom turning, Jerry. So
As
you
in
wanna
looking down, you need to be looking where you're going.
and up.
That's
So
another thing about barrel riding. You need
vision
to be looking where
forward
you're
and-
going.
and ahead.
Yeah.
And so here, so she's on the nose. Watch her eyes go. She gets on the nose, looks down the face,
Yep.
and you will go down every single time. So perhaps chasing the big score, she should perhaps maybe step back in the middle, ride out through the section and get the reform because we can't see the expansive view. But I'm saying that wave probably rolled another 150 meters down the point beyond that section. So bottom turning, getting that speed,
Getting around the section.
going around the section.
Having more green water to play with, yeah.
Exactly. Instead of going for the glory move. So
Well, she'll be
Crucial
starting to
error there,
panic
but-
now. She'll be starting to panic. She's got just over 4 minutes to go, and she's not got... Well, she's not even out the back yet, so we'll see how that goes. And what's the difference, again, just so people at home know, because I don't necessarily know, what length of leg rope are they using compared to, say, a shortboarder who'd use a 6-foot leg rope?
9 feet leg rope, although 10 feet, in my professional opinion, is much safer, just because you want that board nowhere near you when it tangles and you don't want to snap it. The only longboards I've ever snapped are with a leg rope on, because it sends the board into the impact zone and flips around. And if it's 9 feet and your board's 9.4, you're going to collect it if you fall over the front.
Yeah, okay.
Bigger waves, when we're surfing outer reefs and waves over 20 feet, we're using leg ropes that are 12 feet, sometimes 14 feet long.
On a short board?
On a
or which
gun,
would be a
9
gun,
foot,
yeah.
10 foot
A gun, yeah.
But at least 1.5 of the length, which is a
Okay.
safety element. You want that board nowhere near you at the time. And Ashley, 4.4 required, loses her priority.
Yes,
So,
that's a big mistake there from Ashley, and that's only going to help, everyone else.
wow, that's a crucial error. 3 minutes to go. The local girl, Ashley, I can hear some whistles going out. And now she's heard those whistles. You can see her in white paddling to the right of the screen. And she's going to go up the point and try and get something away from the crowd. But Susan only needing a 2.4. It's a medium-sized wave with just a completion. Her game plan is right, but unfortunately going incomplete 3 times now. But Mara, the youngster,
Has Mara got the experience to take that wave from her?
she has priority. And
very
she
well
keeps it.
done. She
Wow.
didn't take it. She didn't let her take it. So that was pretty well done, I think, from Mara. So
Very well.
I have a feeling she knows what she's doing. You know, for a youngster, she's doing pretty well.
Absolutely. That was
So she's going to hang on her. She's been doing her study. So hopefully, well, look, I want them both to get through. I want everyone to get through all the time. But we'll see. Oh, on the inside?
Yeah, Ashley. 4th in priority, using her local experience, moving up the point. Let's see if she can convert on this. Steps to the middle. Beautiful wave, actually. It's a smaller one, but it has a long wall down the line. Nice carve. Face nose ride there. Gets a bit foamy. Almost pearls. She's got to stay with it. This will be one of her last answers back. So 3 nose rides. That one a little more critical. And on the tail now, could she get the completion? She does.
That was a fantastic wave, considering she had no priority. She paddled way up the inside. She only needed a 4.4. So let's see what the judges offer. What's your thinking, or you don't like to predict these things?
Smaller waves haven't been received. So Susan loses priority again. So 3rd priority she'll get back because Ashley's on the inside. But it's Mara. If we go back to the camera angle, Mara's sitting on top of Susan in a strategic play, that has to be one of the highlights of the day in terms of the next generation of what we're seeing.
No, as far as smart surfing goes, I mean, she knows where she's at. She knows what has to happen. And we're still waiting for this score, are we, for Ashley?
Yeah, that'll be right there. It'll be a smaller wave. I won't be shocked if it's not the score, but it'll be fairly... They'll be reviewing that replay right now with 50 seconds remaining. So this is heat number 2, round 16. 2 people will get through this heat. And on the inside section, this is Hiroka. So back to Mara and Susan. They've got to get moving. Susan's got to get moving. The Korean surfer paddling. And Mara, lets her have it. So needing a marginal score here. Susan's got to complete. 30 seconds to go. A little bit shaky there. She's not there yet. Needing a 2.4. I'm going to say the score is it so far if she can complete this. And a clutch wave right now here for the Korean surfer from Yang Yang on that 9-1 McTavish. I think that's the score, Jerry.
I think that's the score too. And after we talked Mara up, she let her go on that wave, which is quite a shock.
Susan flexing her experience against the young Mara, who was right there, but perhaps didn't have the awareness to drop in.
Yes.
Use that priority. So Luke Landrigan, who's got a big influence on the longboard community around here, will mark that as a moment of experience for Mara. She did great to get through to this event. Exciting prospect ahead for Philippine longboarding. We'll say goodbye to Mara and we'll say goodbye to Ashley, no doubt. But that score's still to drop from Susan, so it's not cemented yet. We're going to go to a break and we'll be back shortly for Heat 3.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan. Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Welcome back. This is Jerry Deegan and Matt Chinoski, also known as the Waxhead. We are here at the WSL La Union International Pro in the Philippines. We're on the west coast.
We're on the west coast, yep. The West Philippine Sea. And, whoa, that's Daisy Valdez, a local from here who I've known for many, many years. Fantastic surfer. She's been the queen of this place forever, and she's been to every event in the country. As a matter of fact, she's coming to Australia at the end of February. She's going to go into an event at Noosa, I believe.
Yep.
There's some kind of longboarding event in Noosa. And my lovely wife, Susan, I hope you're watching. Daisy may be staying at our place for a couple of days. I'll just warn you right there.
There you go. And hope to show her on the north side of Sydney as well.
Oh, I wouldn't go to the north side, mate. It's funny because the Waxhead over here is a north side boy and I'm a south side boy. So,
Dea from Indonesia, she gets the coffin ride. We're introducing Daisy in red, but Dea Novodosari comes in this event ranked number 2 on the longboard rankings. And she's a bit ginger. You see her head there. She suffered a fin chop 2 days ago. And so gets to the middle of the board, goes to the nose, and hasn't been free surfing. And the poor thing is in the wars right now. Probably collected the fin just then as well.
Yeah, and she's paddling out a little gingerly as well. Where did she get the fin chop? Do you know?
Here at La Union.
Oh, what part of the body?
Her own board. Her head.
Oh, on her
head. She's got stitches in her head right now, hence the cap. She's one of Indonesia's brightest prospects with shortboarding and longboarding. So it's a shame to see her ranked so highly coming into this event. So if she can get through this heat, it would be a lot of confidence seeing this will most likely move in the next round. And introducing Ginger, our competitor from Italy, 11 years of age, made it through her heat earlier. She's riding a Luffy longboard, I believe, from Portugal. So an international affair here.
And doing very, very well. How old did you say she was?
11.
Oh my God, that was a great wave, actually, from not just an 11-year-old, anyone. And what's interesting there is, that's a big, heavy board, and it brings me to the new rules about not weighing boards, things like that. Can you fill me in on what's going on there?
Traditionally, a longboard is the aggregate of, it's got to be 9 feet long, and the nose, tail, and width have to be 46 inches minimum. So basically, a longboard has parameters, but no one really pushes that envelope anymore because the criteria is put in place. Last year, they had a weight restriction of 15 pounds, and they had a length minimum of 9 foot, or 9 foot, otherwise 3 foot above your head. So if you were 6'2", your board needed to be 9'2".
Okay,
If you were 6'6", your board had to be 9'6".
Or like Daisy, who really is probably only 4'10" or 4'8".
Yeah, but unfortunately, you couldn't ride a 7'10". I think that was a little bit unusual to have the 9 foot plus ruling there. But true longboarding is traditionally 3 foot above your head.
Yeah, yeah.
Minimum. Most people opt for 3 or 4 feet.
Well, I think when I started surfing, they talked about the surfboards being a foot above your head, like
Sure.
the shortboards.
Shortboards, yeah.
So I think I probably surfed the first time in '78 or something
Yeah,
like
right.
that. So that was like, you get a board about a foot above
Your
your
first
head.
board was, on a shortboard, or when you learn to surf, you want to be able to touch the nose or just touch the nose of the board.
Well, it wasn't that much later when Twinnies came out and whatever that, I had a board that was almost a foot shorter than me.
Yeah, well, and that's what happened, and where longboarding is at right now in the world. So longboarding was accessible to surfers. It wasn't called longboarding in the 60s. It was called surfing because we had an evolution from Duke Hanamoku, who introduced publicly surfing to Australia, to New Zealand.
Oh, he did it on the north side, right?
On the
in
north
freshwater?
side, yeah. He actually did he went over to New Zealand afterwards. He was in California as well. And along with Wally Forsyth and some of the Hawaiian surfers that came over to California, started surfing, surfboard riding as we know it. The Californians took hold in the 1940s, taking design to a new level. Over in Hawaii in the 40s, there was their own thing happening. They were watermen, and they were always using surfboards and canoes and swimming as part of their connection to the ocean. But it wasn't until we had the introduction of foam surfboards, and here we have Dea. We'll get into the history of surfing shortly. Our Indonesian competitor battling an injury. Let's see how she goes here. She's very solid on her feet normally, so to see her fall off, we can tell that she's really battling physically right now. But that'll be a keeper score. But Daisy opening up with a 3.25 in the 1, out to an early lead. And that's Suji Kim in white. We haven't talked about Suji. She's Korean, living in Bali. She runs a surf school there, and she's a surf coach. World traveller as well.
Where is it in Bali, do you know?
Kuta.
It's at Kuta.
Yes,
Okay.
Kuta
And how do
Beach.
they feel in Bali about someone from another country opening a surf school?
Mixed. There's mixed opinions on that. A lot of the nationalities that are running those businesses do legally have to employ locals as well. But good thing with people like Suji is that they get along with the locals really well. And they would they would want to have those surfers.
Okay, good. It's very important. Yeah, it was one of my things when we moved to the Philippines in, the late or the mid-90s was like get along with the locals, be about the locals, understand the locals.
Sustainable tourism and business practices.
Yep.
And give the locals, help grow the surf community, grow the culture. And that's why we're here now in this position to tell the stories of these athletes, tell the stories of longboarding and surfing here in the Philippines and put it on the map. And the Department of Tourism supporting this event and opening up the waters and making it strategically possible to have these events, which are so hard to run, especially in today's
Absolutely.
day and
If there's
age.
no support from the government, then you're not putting it together. And the Department of Tourism is really supporting DOT, we call it, really supporting surfing around the country. Specifically, or not specifically, but even more so since the advent of surfing in the Olympics. And there's Daisy again. So Daisy Valdez and her lovely husband is also Jefferson. He is in the men's competition. He's a great surfer. Both of them have probably been combined in more competitions than anyone in the Philippines. And they travel to all the events. Her daughter is now surfing also in the longboarding. And Daisy is a great longboarder and a great shortboarder, actually, and she's won many, many titles.
And I look forward to seeing the replay of this as she kicks out on the inside. I would say that was a very experienced wave at 17 minutes remaining for Daisy to consolidate her lead. And here we have the replay. So knifing this one, cuts up the top of the wave, gets on the nose, identifying that this section's very long. She doesn't want to draw out the bottom turn, stays high, gets on the nose again. Critical nose ride there with a nice 10. And here, I love this composure. This is something new from Daisy that we haven't seen in recent years. She's traditionally very fast and, if not rushed for a better word, but composure is key right now. That heavy board, it looks like an Ian Zamora shape. A Filipino-American surfer who'll be here shortly, and she's kicking out of that on that Zamora shape, looking very stable. And the key element of that wave for me was the weight of the board, really relaxing Daisy's style. And this is our Italian surfer, Ginger. Nice, committed turn. Staying really busy.
And Ginger got a pretty decent score on her last one. Look at that. That was a bit of a soul arch, hang 5. First one I've seen.
Very active on this wave as well. And she's bending that knee. And a key element of this wave, as we analyze this, if we can get a replay of that, it'd be awesome, is that her first cross step is really big. And when you're a smaller frame surfer like Daisy, or any of the surfers out there right now, this is Suji on her second wave. And just this one, not even breaking it. So a smaller wave and not a lot of commitment and risk-taking on that wave.
No, desperately trying to keep going too.
So this is Dea. Live action. Second spot, nice nose ride, gets a 10 in the whitewash. She's got a beautiful style too, also from Kuta Beach. Second in the first LQS event, and great on shortboards as well. An amazing style on her shortboards.
Okay, well, there's a few scores to come in there, so we'll see what's going on. Where was the first LQS event?
They had it at Korea.
Okay. Oh, that's right, in the wave pool,
where
correct.
it's snowing. Daisy, a 7-point ride on her wave, so well-deserved, clinical, mature surfing there for Daisy Valdez. And Daya from Indonesia was over there surfing in Korea, and Daisy was there too. For a lot of these surfers, it was the first time they wore full suits, steamers, booties, and a lot of them had gloves and hoods. It was snowing.
And the first time in a wave pool, I imagine,
absolutely.
as well. Yeah.
An incredible performance from a lot of those surfers in that first event. And this is Suji going down. You can see she's not used to falling off wearing the surf hat. And you see the tail flip in that board, Jerry.
Yeah.
What that'll do is slow the board down. And she's got a wider nose, which is a more stable style board.
And
training wheels, if you will.
Yeah, okay, so I was going to say you don't recommend that necessarily for the top-level surfers.
They don't need the stability because they have the positioning of the wave. So,
do you think, given that where she's at, and given that she's either come through the first heat or she's made it into this section of anyway, that maybe she's not getting the correct advice about boards, possibly, or maybe she doesn't have a coach and needs a coach, or something like that?
For sure. We talk about positioning a lot of maneuvers. See that Daisy in the pocket, taking off deep. This one will shut down, and she jumps out of there. But the key element of nose riding is the positioning of the nose ride, and the tail and the rocker of the board is actually the most important aspect of nose riding. If you have a really narrow tail with lots of hard edge and lots of rocker and multiple fins, it creates release. So the edge on a surfboard knifes through water and splits the water, and it creates spray. And a soft railed longboard with a wide tail is slow, but the advantage is when the whitewash washes over the tail, it weighs the tail down, stable,
and holds
it lifts
the board.
The nose up.
Yeah, okay, which is where you want to be to score your points.
And if you have that stability in the tail and you're aware of that, you don't need a big, wide platform nose necessarily, because the nose is it's actually, ironically, a very minor element of nose riding. It's easy to do with a wide nose, but it's very difficult to nose ride properly on a wide nose surfboard.
Okay.
This wave, talking with Luke, you'll see a lot of surfers on the wider nose because there's a variable section of the wave. Malibu, for example, in California is not even arguably, it's known as the cultural center of longboard surfing. You'll see all sorts of boards and shapes there, but the best surfers in the water are not necessarily the ones on nose riders per se.
Okay.
And
all right, here comes Ginger again on a slightly bigger wave. See if she can get around the section. It's a fairly tight angle of the shot there, so it's hard for us to see, and the people at home to see exactly what the wave's doing out wide. She's just gone a little bit too forward and nosedive there, but
you see the nose rocker on that one and the tail too. Very similar to Suji's board, but more flip in the nose. And that will allow those nose rides on the face.
And there's probably a fair bit of difference because she's an absolute lightweight as well.
Correct. Yeah. So breaking down the scores, 12 minutes to go. Daisy way out in the lead with a 7 and the 3.25. And here she goes. Nice fading turn, cross-stepping forward. So critical setup there. Holding that nose ride. Smaller wave. Great timing. Carrying that momentum through the inside with the cross-step. The weight of that board. Plowing through the dead section. And again, great timing there from Daisy. You saw the tail through the back of the wave. And she's out of there on the reef, so
that was nice.
Backup.
That was nice. She stalled as well, way inside, whereas the others have been keeping going, losing the wave altogether. She knows the wave really, really well.
And this is Daya here, the goofy footer. Nice tempo. That combo there, right there, although it's on the inside section, that's what the judges want to see. The combination of the rail turn and the flow walking straight up into the next maneuver. So that'll be a really nice consolidated wave to go with her 5.25.
Well, she's only needing a 2.95. I think we're still waiting for a wave on Ginger, possibly, or did that one come
Ginger's
through?
locked in. So Ginger at 4.75, even with the incomplete. So that was mostly because of her hang 10. And this is Suji Kim. Lots of waves riding in this one. So stable board. And just feeling the nerves.
She's struggling.
Perhaps.
Yeah, she's struggling at the moment, big time. And again, maybe she arrived recently, hasn't had a proper chance to get a practice. Maybe went out this morning when there were 50, 60 people out and couldn't get a wave. It's quite difficult to come straight into this. And, you compare it to Daisy, who's been here her whole life, and, she knows this wave like the back of her hand.
So we're approaching 11 o'clock right now. This is typical trade wind time for most coastal hamlets around the world. What's the wind usually do on the west coast?
Well, it depends. It can go two ways. If you've got the full army hahn blowing, it can stay offshore all day.
Yep.
Unfortunately, the army hahn's quite north. Well, it's good that it's north because that's what's pushed all the swell through, in between the top of the Philippines and Taiwan. But because it's not a strong army hahn down here, we are going to see the afternoon onshores. Now, yesterday it got really quite strong. Hopefully it won't get too strong today. But it tends to happen here around the same time. Let's say it happens in Sydney and places like that, around 11, 12 o'clock, it starts to come onshore. I just hope it doesn't get really strong onshore. If that army hahn moved further south, the trade winds pushed in further south, we could have offshores all day. Now, funnily enough, they are south on the east coast, which is causing it to be onshore, but the winds don't get across the Philippines to here. It dies off in the mountains in between, and it doesn't make it all the way across. So then it settles the wind here and settles the atmosphere, and we do get the afternoon onshores once the land starts heating up.
And there's a subtropical environment. Is there unique weather systems as well from areas on the coast?
No, not really, and it's not really subtropical. It's full tropical here. No. Well, that's a kind of a hard question. I mean, it's always different here in the Philippines, and you never know. But I don't know this area as well as I do know the East Coast, to be straight up with you. So I'd hate to say something that was wrong.
Sure.
But they're generally, what I love about this coast is it never rains. You go all dry season, it barely ever rains. In Shargo, it'll rain in dry season, I mean, I've been camping a bit further south than here, and we didn't even take a tent. We took a mosquito net, and never saw any rain. Here's our Italian competitor again.
Wow, she's got some great moments of technique and gets the 5 and 10, but a key element there is she's way out on the face. The pocket, the whitewash, is over to the right-hand side of the screen. In fact, out of the screen. See Daya here, nose riding in the section, the whitewater over the board. Judges will identify that, and up on the nose again. So it's all about the placing of the maneuvers here. We have some talented surfers in this heat, and the judges really looking at positioning. It's Daisy with that 4.5 on her last wave, so a great backup to the 7. And Daya had a 3.85 on her wave second to last, so we'll wait to see what that one logs in at. But only a 4.36 for Ginger required right now. She's already had the 4.75. If we could give any... Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see what that does. And here goes Suji again. Hopefully she can make amends this time and have a pretty decent wave. Not a lot happening at this stage.
See that board flapping around a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's on the tail there, and that's also an indication of a bigger, wider surfboard. There's a lot of swing weight, and that swing weight can be a hindrance at times for when you're not utilising the nose. So
I can't see that going too high up. It may well be her best score because she actually lasted to the end of the wave, but didn't do a great deal.
The head down on that paddle out really indicated, and it really cemented your analysis of her heap so far. But 7 minutes gone, 7 minutes to go. We've had 18 minutes gone. Probably a 2-wave combo would be required for Suji, based on the scores of today, to try and break down that 7.5 into 2 different waves.
Yeah, and they did give her a 1.9, which is her best score, but I'm sure she's not going to be super happy about that. So it's looking pretty good for Daisy at this stage, but our second and third place surfers have certainly got a dogfight on. Ginger only needs a 4.66 to move on through. She's had a 4.75, so she's certainly capable of it. Do you find when you're commentating these that you end up with favourites, or you try to be? You don't let the listeners know who your favourite is, but obviously you hope for someone, because obviously I've been in the Philippines many years, and I've known Daisy many years, so I'm very, very happy that Daisy's up there and sort of doing the job.
I actually, not at this event, but in the past I've coached Daya, and she's developing as a a great surfer on all long and short boards. So I feel for her situation at the moment with her injury, because you don't wish that upon anyone.
Of course not.
And of course, as a commentator, you always enjoy the underdog in a heat, whether it's the younger surfer or somebody.
Yeah, well, I see Ginger as being the underdog here, just a young girl, probably in her first or second event or whatever. And by the way, Daisy just lost her priority, but they're going to let her take another one regardless. She gets up quickly, doesn't she? She doesn't muck around.
Well, she just knows this wave so well. Oh, wow, and gets the combo. She's putting on an absolute clinic right now, and if she could tap that one off the top, that would have been a great score. But
She's
Daisy
just having
struggled
fun.
at the wave pool, actually, as
did
most
she?
people would, given the lack of practice and the unique scenario of wave pools. And it is a format that a lot of these surfers will have to get used to in the future, whether they feel passionate about it or not. It's just like big waves.
It's part of the deal. It has
You
to be
have
done.
to adapt.
I went to the wave pool in Melbourne about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Urban surf, there's actually a
Urban
QS
surf.
on very shortly.
Well,
down
there was a lightning storm, wasn't there? And there was no surfing.
Ah, right.
So they cannot surf during a lightning storm. And it was actually, they had 5 or 6 hours off. It was a long-running storm.
Wow.
So I didn't get to see any action down there. I'd like to say hello to Jules, who works down there, a good friend of mine. Hello, Jules. Wonder if you're listening. But yeah, I'm pretty keen to get down to Urban Surf and have a go, just to have a go. Oh, they're building one in Sydney as well, so that's probably going to be the one I end up in.
Yeah, they are, and they're popping up all around the world. Great training places, but there's no substitute for the ocean here at La Union. This is Suji Kim, our Korean competitor. At the moment, struggling with some nerves, really hasn't got any momentum in this heat with a 1.9 to 1.4. She's going to kick out of that, one of the smallest waves of the day. And Daisy swinging that fade turn around. She's just having an absolute ball. That would be her 7th wave.
Yeah, she's just out there having fun. Ginger's got priority, so with 3.5 or more than 3.5 minutes to go, she certainly is capable of moving into second place. Again, we talk about it all the time, to not repeat ourselves, but sometimes it's a curse priority, isn't it? You wait too long, people under priority, you can paddle for anything you like. Yeah, just pointing at something out the back there, were you?
Yeah, I was just having a look at a very similar situation to what we saw last heat with Mara and Sujin from Korea. So we had the dying minutes, and we had Mara Lopez and Sujin Park, second and third. And third place, also in green, was Mara.
Correct.
And it was an almost identical scenario with the youngster who
in the long run made the error and let the other surfer take away.
Did a great job holding priority, who was actually in the lead. Sujin was the one who came from behind. So can Ginger turn the script?
Oh, well, there we go. We're starting to have a paddle. It's a pretty long line on this one.
So 4.66 needed for Ginger. The wave looking good, kicking. Daya pushing her up the point. And here she goes. This is her answer back. And she gets on the nose, holding that nose ride, shuffling back, pumping down the line, shuffling up to the nose again, but gets the 10. Shuffling back to the tail, and there's the footwork that the judges will be looking for, getting lots done on this wave.
Okay, found the section as well.
And this wave, great wave selection there from Ginger. Maybe her best wave yet, but it's going to have to be close. A 4.75 required, a 4.66 required. At first indication was the maneuvers were there, the wave was there, just the subtleties in between perhaps weren't there, but only needing a 4.66.
Yeah, well, this will teach us a lot to see what the judges really thought about that. It'd be nice to get a replay. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know, and I don't really know the judging as well as you do. There were some flaws in it, but there was some really good stuff in it as well. So it's really interesting to see where that one's going to go. It's kind of nail-biting, and particularly for her, obviously.
So priority now with the Indonesian in blue. Daisy just in second. She knows she's feeling pretty comfortable in this heat, but still only holding a 4.5 as her backup. And with a minute and a half left, she needs to try and increase on that lead so far. Great timing. Board looking fantastic. Gets the 10. Good combination of maneuvers for Daisy, and beautiful timing. She knows this spot obviously like the back of her hand.
Oh yeah, and she's milking that all the way in.
That was a great wave.
I'm surprised she's even going to bother turning around. She's supposed to go out and have some fun, grab any other wave.
Ooh.
No score yet for Ginger.
This is Daya pulling the trigger. 1 minute to go. Oh, Wow. So it's all going to come down most likely to Ginger's last score.
And Ginger's, look, it's a paddle battle.
Yep.
Ginger wants to get out there and get priority over Daya as well, and looks like she's going to do it.
Wow. This is another fantastic moment here between Daya, experienced competitor from Indonesia, and our surfer Ginger from Italy
Here
right
comes
now.
the scores. Oh, it's looking close. It's looking
Right there, yeah. It looks like it's
looking
going to
good.
be in.
Looking good for Ginger. Waiting for one more judge, and there we go, a 5.15, and she's moved into second place
20
with only
seconds
20
remaining.
seconds remaining. Super exciting heat, this one.
So Suji has that priority. 15 seconds remaining.
And Suji's not going to let Daya get that wave. So Daya's desperate in 10 seconds to go, and she doesn't have priority. Ginger now has priority again. And there's only...
And that sums up Suji's heat right now. And we will wrap this one up. And that was the end of heat number 3. But we had a great exchange there at the end. But it was Ginger who snuck into second. The 11-year-old Italian beating Daya from Indonesia, and Suji Kim and Daisy Valdez, the local queen, taking the win with a very consummate performance there. We're going to wrap this one up, and we're going to go to a commercial break.
Let's wander the 100 islands of Pangasinan. 124 to be exact. Each with their own hidden secrets to be explored. The islands are connected by the Lingayen Gulf, and bridges, and even zip lines that let you fly from one island to the next. Woohoo! There's hundreds of adventures to dive into when there's 100 islands to explore.
The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is brought to you by Tingog Party List, House Speaker Martin Romualdez, and the Department of Tourism Region 1. The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organized by the United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the provincial government of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and the La Union Surf Club. This event is sponsored by Alima, Clean Canteen, and SMC Infrastructure. This event is recognized by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Back, we're with True has come back to join us. Welcome back, True.
Thank you,
Lovely to sit
Jerry.
and chat with you.
Yes.
Normally I would let you take the lead. There we are. Hello. Hello, Susan. Hello, Lily. Hope you're well. So we're now in heat number 4.
Yep.
And we have Kaida, is that right? Inue? I think
Yep.
it's pronounced Inue.
Inui, I think.
Inue.
Yep.
I'll let you know them better than I do so you can pronounce their names. Then you can
Okay.
get into trouble and I won't get into trouble.
Well, there's Katie Inui out there. Hai Hyun Sung is out there for Korea, I believe. There's also Sakura Inui and then Antoinette Valdez from the Philippines as well. So Katie and Sakura are sisters, and this is a replay of the first few waves.
Okay, and
that
I
was just
think
missed.
Antoinette is Daisy's daughter that was in the last heat.
Oh, wow.
I think that's correct. I'll see if I can find out that for sure. I've met her before, and she's got a different nickname. So, in the Philippines, people have crazy nicknames. So sometimes you see their real name, and you think, oh, they got the same last name, but I'm not sure if it's the same person because some of the
Yeah.
nicknames are just, Yok Yok and Yuk Yuk and Bong Bong, and you get really, really funny names. I don't know if it's exactly the same up north here as where I was in Siargao, and then you find out someone's real name, and you think, oh my God, I had no idea that was the person.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy. I was talking with John before, and he was talking about nicknames, and he's like, I don't actually know their real name, though. But here we go. This is Katie Inui up and riding. Just moving through this one. Locks in for a long 5 there. Katie, sister of Sakura, and also Taka Inui. Taka is an exceptional Japanese longboarder on the Longboard World Tour. Katie just taking this one all the way through to the inside, and she'll kick out of that one.
I think that was the longest 5 I've seen so far, so I'll be really interested to see how the judges see that. We can compare waves to what we've seen before, and again, I know I'm not fearful to admit it that I have no idea. So I have far more idea of shortboards. So I'm really interested to see what they pay a really long hang five like that.
Yeah, we saw Natsumi Teoka get an 8.1. She was in the first heat, and it was a solid wave. She did 2 really nice carves, and then got some good nose riding done as well. So it'll be interesting to see where that this last wave of Katie comes into play with that one of Natsumi. But I think we're just going to roll straight into the men's round
Directly
of 32
after this? Okay,
straight
great.
after this.
All right.
And then call it a day after that.
Well, there's Antoinette Valdez. Just cutting back into the middle there, back into the power source. Quick 10, decent 5. I think she's going to run out of waves. She's definitely going to run out of waves, so that won't be quite what Katie's got. Well, here we come. Here comes that score, and it's going to be well into the 6s for that long 5.
Yeah.
So 6.25. That's really interesting because there wasn't much else there, but it was a long one all the way through, and here we go.
Yeah, so this is Hai Hyun Sung from Korea, just coming off the back of that one. I think from memory, Hai Hyun competed in the South Korea wave pool event as well, and did fairly decently. So it's exciting to see her back in the jersey.
We had a chat about that previously. Here we go. Here's that that really long 5, is it? Or is that? No.
Yeah, I think it comes up after this. Potentially we'll see her just kind of be patient, then this is where she locks in. And she kind of stretches it out a little bit there, but getting around that section, that was really solid surfing from Katie, and a well-deserved 6.25.
Did you go to Korea?
I did.
And so they tell me the water was freezing. Did you manage to get a surf in?
I did.
What did you think of the wave pool itself?
It was really fun. Yeah, so it's the same technology as Urban Surf Wave Pool in Melbourne.
Okay, yep.
But it's a little bit longer. I think it's got like 2 more kind of tracks on it.
Okay, and you surfed in Melbourne as well? Have you surfed in that one?
Yeah, surfed in Melbourne, yeah. So the South Korea one is definitely longer.
Any bigger? Is it the same size?
A little bit bigger, I felt.
Okay,
yeah. It was really fun. It was just really cold. The first day that we surfed it, the water was 5 degrees.
I'm told it snowed.
It did, yeah, which was unreal. It was really cool, but it was cold. That was the day that it snowed. I actually had to go and put more layers on.
Yeah, okay.
Because it was so cold, and I was like, if it doesn't snow, I'm going to be so cranky. But luckily, they heated the pool for the pool to be about 15 degrees, so it wasn't as cold.
Oh, okay, because I believe... Oh, look at that. That's Sakura. Oh, she's out of there. We didn't get the start of that wave. I wonder if we will, but a funny little manoeuvre there. One leg up. I'm not sure she meant to do it. But I hear the Melbourne wave pool is very cold, like 12 degrees or something.
Yeah, in winter it can get freezing. A lot of people, like especially people who live in Melbourne, surf there in like booties and a 5'4" and gloves and a hood. So I definitely try to avoid being
I'm a big
in the
fan.
cold,
I'm a big fan of tropical stuff. A pair of board shorts and a rash vest. You know, I'm a huge fan of it.
Absolutely. So we've got a few scores. They're all locked in. 1.1 for Sakura. Antoinette's first wave was a 3, and then that last one of Hai Hyun 2.1, and then she also locked in a 1.05. It's wave pool surfing it's obviously it's really different, but it takes out any element of kind of needing to be aware of the ocean.
Yeah, which is, I think if you're not getting a lot of waves in the ocean, it's a good option. And again, I'm a bit of a traditionalist, but it doesn't mean I don't want to have a go, and I haven't had a go, and I'm super keen to have a go.
Yeah.
This is Antoinette again. It's a nice little wave. She had a really nice turn just before, and she's milking this all the way. Let's see how she goes. There's a bit more of a section there. She's done. All right, well, that'll be a decent score. Hopefully better than her previous 3.
Yeah, this is Katie once again locking in on the nose, stepping back. Bit of a cross step there. And she just waits for this one, just really maintaining her speed. Nice connection for Katie. flying through this wave, gets a quick 10.
Just can't hang
wow.
on to it. That would have been really nice had she made it down there on that 10. But nonetheless,
Yeah.
it's going to be a pretty nice backup, I guess.
Yeah.
Although she has already got... Oh, yeah, no, that's going to be her backup. She's got a 0.7 as a backup. 16 and a half minutes to go. This is a little quieter than the last one. Not quite as many sets. The last one was super exciting at the end, as was the previous one. And this is our last heat for the women.
Yeah.
So we'll move straight on into the men. And today we're doing the longboards because the swell is meant to jack up fairly big. And again, I guess it's more difficult for the longboards in really big surf than it is for the shortboards. And so Luke and Bonnie and the people that are making the decisions so far are making the right decisions. And I'm assuming they're going to continue and make the right decisions all the way through. And we're lucky we've got swell. You know, the worst thing is to not have swell. So we've got a whole week to pick the eyes out of whatever and give the surfers on the different craft the best options we can give them.
Yeah, I agree. And it's so good to see the waves kind of coming to the party right now. This is Hai Hyun Sung, just super patient on this wave, not really making that many mistakes here, just moving up her board a couple of steps there, and then just a bit of a fumble as she gets out of that one. And Sakura out the back has to kick out. Sakura is also a really good sup surfer.
Oh, is she? Okay, so we've got a replay ready of one of the previous waves. Okay, that's Sakura. Nice little cut back into it there. She's really able to manoeuvre that big board. And again, a nice little 5. Back on. Back down into the power source. Yeah, she understands the wave already. I can't remember if she was here last year, but she certainly understands this wave more than some others that have just shown up to go in the event. Yeah, that was a nice wave.
Yeah, that was really well surfed.
Haven't seen a score for that wave come in yet, but I'm sure she's going to get paid off.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that wave will come in at a pretty decent score. Both sisters, Sakura and Katie, I'm sure will be wanting to progress through this round, but they've got Hai Hyun and Antoinette to battle with.
I spoke to a couple of the shortboarders that really wanted to surf today. You know, there's like it's one of those days that's not big, it's not small, and it's lining up really nicely. And I spoke to Muramar actually, and he said, "Oh, I wish we could be out there surfing it," you know, because they were out there ripping this morning.
Yeah.
And I think some of them will be starting to get slightly nervous because it is meant to be pretty big tomorrow. So, you know, you can't predict exactly what it's going to be like. We talked about this before about predictions and whatever, but, you know, whether it's going to be solid 5 or fully 8, I mean, we don't know. So time will tell on that one. And maybe we'll know a bit more by late this afternoon. It doesn't seem to have picked up a great deal during the day.
Yep. Yeah, I think it seems to be just kind of staying consistent with the size.
Yeah, and I guess it's only the wind we need to be concerned about right now, but it's still pretty good. I guess it's going to get a bit stronger, but we'll see how we go there. But yeah, the boys were like, "Oh, we would have liked to have had the shortboards out there today." They just want to surf.
Yeah.
I just want to surf.
Yeah. I'm already planning my surf.
I want the judges' heat or the commentators' heat. Yeah. In the old days in Shargow, and I don't know if Soot and all those guys are listening, but we used to stop the event like halfway through and have a judges' heat and get a couple of the surfers up to judge us, and we'd have an hour in the surf, particularly if it was pumping. That was before QS, you know. Not before QS was invented, but before Shargow was a QS, and we could make the rules. It was pretty good fun.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I think, there's definitely moments where judges or commentators want to go out for a surf, but then seeing the amount of people out there and all the competitors, sometimes it's a bit like, oh, I'm not even going to try.
No. And the other thing here is, I mean, because although it is tidal, the tide doesn't affect whether we run or not because the tide isn't that big, unlike a place like Cloud9, which is extremely tidal, as you know. So we run basically from 7 till 5 or whatever, and because we're in the tropics here, or actually it's winter in the tropics, the days aren't all that long. So, you know, by 6 o'clock it's getting dark, and it's not light until, you know, 5:45. So there's no real time, actually, if we work from 7 till 5, for us to have a surf. Yeah. And I'm not having a cry at people out there. I'm not whinging about it. We're loving what we're doing.
Absolutely.
But yeah, that's why we're not really getting much of a chance to surf at the moment. And if there's a lay day, it's either because it's too big or too small. So, you know, we hit the golf course anyway. But we'll get you out on the golf course next time for sure.
Yes, 100%. I think I had to let you guys go through and come back with some reports of if it's worth it or not.
Well,
It seems-
we paid 18. We played 18 and we paid for 18, but we didn't realise it was a 9-hole course. So
Oh, wow.
when we finished 9, we actually went back and
To the
had another
start.
go. So I
Wow.
think we're going to go to another replay now. So if they can cue that up, we'll have a look and see what they've got for us.
Yeah, this looks like this last one of Katie and Nui, which locked in at a 5.25. So Katie, once again, just showing her composure on this wave. You can see her just kind of moving from rail to rail, and then this is where she locks in. Sorry, this is actually her 6.25 with that long hang 5. You can see her board kind of lift a little bit there as well, which is really dynamic, and getting that carve too for Katie, just really putting the icing on the cake for this wave. And
Yeah,
that
no.
last
So
one-
she's well ahead now with a 6.25 and a 5.25. We've got a little glitch on our scoring here, and I don't know. I guess you at home can look at the same thing. We've actually only got 2 waves for her, and one's a 1.1, one's a 5.75. So for reasons, oh no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm looking at the wrong one. All right, I take all that back. So
Yep.
I retract everything I just said. That was Kaida. That's whose score I'm looking at. That's who's leading. So. Sakura does only have that 1 scoring wave. She needs a 2 to advance into second place. Antoinette needs a 6 to move into first. So Katie is really streeting them at the moment.
Yeah, she definitely is. I feel like she's really come into herself in this heat and just been really in rhythm, finding the best waves, doing the best surfing that she can. Sakura, that 5.75 was really nice to watch, as you said, needs a 2. So I feel like for Antoinette, she probably needs to lock in a score in the 5+ range to really get
Yes.
herself in contention. And Haihyun, maybe looking for a bigger wave to get a score out of that 2.
Yeah, she
point
definitely
range.
needs a set. She needs a set. She has no priority. Katie actually has priority, so she's in the lead with priority. It's a fantastic spot to be. But there's plenty of time, 10 minutes to go, so time will tell. We'll see what happens. But Katie really is dominating at the moment, like Daisy did in the previous heat, did exactly the same thing and dominated all the way through. And as a matter of fact, towards the end was just taking waves for fun,
Yep.
not even finishing them off, knowing that she had done the job, which is a pretty nice spot to be.
Absolutely.
And here goes Haehyun. So it is a slightly bigger wave. She took it wider. No one really wanted it, which is surprising.
Yeah, he's funny.
Super knowledgeable about this.
He's definitely good to have in the team.
The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is brought to you by Tingog Party List. House Speaker Martin Romualdez and the Department of Tourism Region 1. The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organised by the United Philippines.
With a 4.75. Looking at the scores, I don't think we missed a great deal. Sakura only needs a 2 to move into the second place. So, with 5.5 minutes to go, I guess she's not so worried yet, but soon enough she may be. True.
Yeah, absolutely. And sitting in that third priority rotation as well, it kind of puts her out of rhythm when the sets come and allows Katie and also Antoinette to better their scores. I'm wondering how the sister dynamic is going between Katie and Sakura, whether, they've gone, we'll help each other if someone needs a score, or if it's like, as soon as that rash is on, I don't know you.
Yeah. I mean, I've got two brothers, and although we never were sporting professionally, I surely was out to get them no matter what at any time,
Yep.
So say hello to John and Paul. And you have a sister also, so how do you feel if you're in the same heat?
It's definitely stressful moments, but it's good because that 20-25 minutes we don't know each other, and then
Yep.
as soon as we're on the beach we hug it
Best
out
mates
and
again.
we move on.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, there's Antoinette. So didn't do a great deal there. I don't know if her plan was just to take some priority away and make someone else not get a wave. But yeah, it's interesting, the sister thing, because I guess as well as anyone does. And I remember we had the Green Sisters from WA in one of the events one year, and they were the same deal. So I think we're going to go to a replay, something we missed during that little break.
Yeah, so this is this last one of Hai Hyun when we had our little technical glitch. So she's moving through her board really nicely here. I believe this wave locked in at a 175. Doesn't look like she... maybe even a 2.6.
Yeah, hard to tell exactly. See, there's the next one as well. So she's had a couple of waves since our technical glitch.
Yeah.
No great big scores. So that first one may have been a 2.6, then a 1.75, and then we've had a 0.6. It's hard. We're like you guys out in the dark a little bit there on those last couple of waves. So nonetheless, it hasn't affected the score, and she needs to get a better wave, obviously. She actually needs a 5.15 to move into a position to go on to the next round, which isn't, it's doable. It's 5.15. I mean, there's 6.25s out there. So it's very possible. Here goes Sakura. So she's been waiting a long time for this. Looks like it's stretched out a little bit, so hopefully it lines up well for her. She only needs, as we said, a 2 to move into second place. Okay, she's on the nose there. You've got to be thinking there's a 2 almost there already, but let's see what else she can do. Going to move forward again. Okay, it's a nice smaller wave. They seem to have scored down the smaller waves a little bit, but she knew what she had to do with only 3 minutes to go. And again, I'm not a judge, but my thinking is that the 2 will be there on that one.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Jerry.
And so it puts... we're assuming it's going to put Antoinette down into third, and Antoinette... are they going to get another replay of that, we're being told? So that's interesting. Well, let's just check that out.
Yeah, well, we missed the front angle of the start of this wave, so I'm interested to see. She goes straight up to the nose, steps back quickly. Nice carve there, as you said, Jerry. I feel like she'll be getting that 2 and then some on this wave, even though it is a little bit smaller. Her maneuvers are still pretty dynamic as she locked in for a nice nose ride there. Walking up the board once again, a quick tap, and I think, she finished it really well. There was not really too many fumbles on that wave, so...
No, I'd say flow and style, and regardless of the fact that the wave is a little bit smaller, we're going to see something going on there. So, so far, no score through. We've got Hayoung again, trying to improve her position. Again, a smaller wave, so I don't know that much is going to happen there. 1.5 minutes remaining. I'm pretty keen to see the score for Sakura come in and see what happens. We're going to put a lot of pressure back on Antoinette.
Yeah, wow, Katie just opening up the shoulders on that one. Walks up to the nose and back, just not rushing anything, and then goes up for a floater, and you can see her grab the rails to get a bit more stability. So that was pretty huge turn for Katie as she goes for a quick 10, but can't quite walk out in time.
Well, that was a good wave. That was a really good wave.
Yeah.
She's, with a minute to go, she's going to take it away. But there you go, a 5.25 for Sakura, which fully moves her back into second place. And sadly, Antoinette now needs a 6.25 to go back there with only a minute to go.
Yeah.
Without any priority at this stage. So, I don't know, Sakura says has priority. I'm a bit unsure about the priority at the moment, but there's some other surfers out there in the next heat, so that's got me confused. I'm easily confused, true, very easily confused.
Many rashies.
The older I get, the more confused I become.
Well, 30 seconds to go, and looks like the Inui sisters are sitting in a pretty good spot right now with 25 seconds, and Antoinette needs that 6.25, but she's got that second priority, so it just depends if Sakura will kind of give her that space, but time is really the enemy right now.
Yeah, 10 seconds to go. I don't see anything on the horizon either, by the way, so I'm going to say that's about a wrap, personally, so, you know, and that basically is a wrap there for Heat 4 of the women's round of 16, and I believe we're going to move into the men's round of 32. So we'll head off to a commercial, and we'll talk to you pretty soon.
The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is brought to you by Tingog Party List, House Speaker Martin Romualdez, and the Department of Tourism Region 1. The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organised by the United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the provincial government of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and the La Union Surf Club. This event is sponsored by Alima, Clean Canteen, and SMC Infrastructure. This event is recognised by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
And welcome back to the WSL La Union International Pro. We have the round of 32 Heat 1 for the men's LQS 1000 here, which is probably one of the biggest longboard events. I'm True Styling, joined in the booth with event director Luke Landrigan. And
hey guys, thanks for having me again.
Yeah,
that was Kenta on his first wave.
Pretty big heat with who's in this one?
Yeah, John Carby. It's a big one, isn't it?
Yeah, we have J.R. Esquivel, Rico Dumagin, both local guys from here. Kenta and Shota from Japan.
I guess there's going to be a lot of eyes on J.R. Esquivel, and it's pretty cool that you're in the booth with us. You're one of his coaches and long-time mentor.
Yeah, for sure. Here's his first wave.
Really nice couple of steps up to the nose on this one. Gets that turn in, just driving off the bottom. And
I think
walks
this
back
is
up on the inside.
his new boards from Takayama. Oh no, from Salas.
So working with Kai Salas, you said?
This
The
board of
boards?
him now is
Yeah.
from Salas. Yeah, he gets a bunch of boards from different shapers.
Yeah.
From Thomas, from Salas, from Takayama,
Uh-huh.
and from a local shaper from here too. His name's Abro. Shout out to Abro.
Hey, just a super strong start there from JR. Him coming off the world tour, have you noticed, just from what you've seen of him local surfing, he had a bit of a role in the national tour. Have you noticed that level change in him?
Yeah, definitely. Here's a replay now of JR's first wave.
Talk us through it, Luke.
So nice hang 5 there, and just waiting for the next section, and another hang 5, quick tap and a floater. Good flow, very clean transition from his nose ride to that floater. And a quick turn. Yeah, the local guys just reads this wave really good. One thing that changed in JR surfing since he joined the World Tour is I've noticed he does less now compared to before. He will do a lot of little stuff like quick tap and go back, quick tap and tap. But now you can see most of his maneuvers are it's either major or close to major maneuvers. So he's kinda like cleaned all his surfing and then his transitions from one maneuver to the other. This is Rico Dumagain, another local guy from here. This is actually JR's best friend.
Really? Wow.
It's definitely a touch of class when they don't do too much of that downtime. It does help with that flow, which, as you can see with JR,
Whoa.
knows what he knows and then brings his level of surfing back to the community. It really does sort of bring the tide up around him too. So
Yeah, for sure. Especially all these guys, they watch him surf. They all surf together. So he's like their idol.
well, one of the biggest compliments JR had last year in one of the tours, he was actually second in the Nationals that year behind Joe Marie. So he was up against the world's best and he couldn't beat his friends in his own backyard. So really good testament to what they're up to. We can see another replay.
Yeah, Kenta Ishikawa. We saw him this morning in one of the round of 40 heats as well. So really nice style. He's just kind of patiently waiting for this one to kind of produce a more critical section. Staying close to the pocket. Little fumble there, but recovers well as he gets a nice nose ride and steps back to try and get a finish there. Which we've seen is like really make or break for a couple of scores and can really determine if you move through to that next round. We've seen some great surfing out the back, but then sometimes people don't get that solid finish and maybe that affects the scores.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. Yeah, I was talking to Kenta a few days ago because he's been here for like a week already, and
Wow.
he is a short boarder and he's just got into longboarding just recently.
Yep.
As we can see, Shota on his replay, nice little kind of climb there. Keeping that speed through those high-end moves, as you can see there, he got a little caught out. One of the hard moves for a longboard is to get up to that good line and keep that flow and smooth and the rhythm moving. That's what you get to see from these guys. When they put it together in combination, it just looks amazing. It flows well, it looks beautiful. And the quality of surfing in this second round of this event, round of 32, is already massive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the seeded guys here too. Yeah.
Speaking with JR earlier, his brother progressing through to this round. I think, I wonder if there was any nerves for JR watching his brother.
We had the national comp a few weeks ago, and they were both in the finals, and
Oh,
he
wow.
finally beat his brother.
Wow.
Finally. And I think 2 months ago they had a comp in Belair too, and
Yeah.
it was both of them in the finals. And JR beat him.
Wow.
Check my messages, and he goes, "I'm gonna beat my brother next comp," and he did. So yeah,
That's amazing.
they
It's
have good rivalry.
yeah.
Opened up with a 7.60 for that, so definitely getting the best of the Open Exchange amongst the surfers there. Putting himself up in second place with that one wave total, chasing behind Rico, who's sitting on a 4.5 and 4.35. And behind that is Kenta with 5.5 and 0.50. So very, very close striking distance between him and Chateau with only one wave. He'll get into soon, winding up as our surfing green. Kenta gets up.
Yeah, really quick steps up to the nose as he locks in there and stays high as he's trying to gain some speed, goes for that float. Wow, nice control for Kenta Ishikawa. Holding on to this one, seeing if he can get around this section, but doesn't look like it's possible. Oh, just coming off on that one, but wow, just grabs his board and he's like, maybe I can do a little more for JR.
Interesting story, Luke. Tell us about the family JR, his older brother. That's a pretty amazing story in itself. And it sort of puts together the story of what inspires JR also.
Yeah, he has an older brother that has one leg,
Oh, wow.
and he serves really good. and he's traveled around surfing competitions with me and with some other friends. But he passed away about 10 years ago, and he's actually the first guy who got JR into surfing.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, so
Wow.
he was an original para surfer before the para surfing sort of took off around the world. Didn't consider himself to be disabled. He was out there surfing and inspiring JR. So
Yeah.
JR sort of take over the family helm and
Mm.
take over a bunch of responsibility. But his brother, is their kuya here in the Philippines, which is his older brother, was his mentor and sort of, I don't know, just helped inspire JR to be what he is now. It's an amazing story.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Sort of when you start talking about champions, this is the stories that gets them to
Yeah.
they come over adversity and struggle and pain and suffering and he wears it like a champion.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think it's, as you said, adversities makes champions out of people, whether they're an athlete or not.
And JR in and out of the water.
Yeah,
Find a better guy.
yeah,
He's quite respectful.
Yep.
Also helps with what culture is brought up in here around the women. They respect their elders. It's total gift. So it's really wish Shota having his second wave of the heat. Getting on the nose, nice critical nose.
Oh.
Get that nose up as you go down the face there.
yeah.
Here's Rico Dumagin on his third wave, I think.
Had a really nice looking wall ahead of him, just using his board as he kicks out.
Yeah, I'm sure he's using a Zamora surfboard. Shout out to Ian Zamora.
I think Ian might be in town in a few days.
Yeah, he'll be here. They have another comp happening here too after this.
Wow, it would be cool to get him to
Mm.
come and have a chat.
Get him, so Filipino Galan.
Yeah. Filipino is I think he's pure Filipino, but he grew up in the U.S. Now he's shaping boards in
Wow,
Malibu area.
cool.
Yeah.
That's amazing. There's a lot of stories where, you hear surfers or professional surfers, especially in the longboarders, they start shaping boards because they love their craft and they want to, really refine that. So I think it's,
I
To
think
me, it's
majority
really
of the
cool.
longboarders in the world tour, they shape their own boards.
yeah, I think it's so
amazing,
cool.
yeah.
And it's a beautiful relationship that they have with their boards when they understand how they ride and how they trim. Shortboarders, all they want is fast, strong, and light, right?
Yep.
That's all you want. If you have enough boards, you don't necessarily care about strong.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
But the longboarders, once they find a craft that they're on and they enjoy, they want to stick to it, they want to get to know it, they want to understand and learn how it sort of goes ahead. So yeah, it's great that that's how they're approaching it. Riders shaping it's good. Every surfer should know a little bit about the craft they ride, about what goes into the process of shaping, what differences will make what difference to your approach in surfing, the way you can read waves. It all sort of builds that big picture. So, and longboarders, I think they lead the stand-up crew at least in that sort of knowledge about the
Yeah,
boards.
I
Here you
agree.
go is JR Esquivel again.
Deep turn with rise over the bottom, setting up that perfect line.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Really nice control as well to hold on to that with no leggy. Seems like those last few A's seem to be getting a little bit bigger. Gets a little inside connection too.
No
here.
leash too.
Yeah.
What do you think, Coach?
Yeah, that's good. This is a strong one.
No leash?
Yeah, he's confident.
I think that's one of the approaches that the Philippine team allows their athletes to take. They let them make the decisions that they want to make, and then usually just facilitate the discussions afterwards to the growth period of where good choice, bad choice, what do you think about the next, how do we progress? Which is the good relationship that these guys have with their athletes, just to let them develop their own surfing and understand how technical it is.
Yeah. So how long have you been working with JR?
With the NSA has been had a national team for about 5 years now.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, he's been almost in the team for the last 5 years.
Wow. Amazing.
There you go. Rico Dumagin has a 7.4. That moves him into second place.
JR's backed up his 7 with an 8.
Oh.
Yeah, and Rico up and riding again. Staying close. Locking in. Wow, for a long time. Gets a 10. Hold on for it. Kind of asks a question. What more do you want? from Rico there. So he's still going on this one. Walks back up to the nose, stepping back in time before he kind of fumbles there and gets a nice carve in for a finish. And then out the back, Shota. Yeah, getting a nice ride in here on the inside for the Japanese surfer.
Yeah, you can see there's clear advantage with the local guys picking those waves that really wrap through the reef
Yeah.
better than the others. It's just local knowledge.
Lower or higher tide's going to be.
When the tide's coming in, it will be better. It will wrap around the reef better.
Yep, so you sort of, I noticed this morning on the lower tide we section out quite
Yeah.
a bit. As the tide fills in, it seems to be carrying through those quite well. If
Yeah.
you pick your waves right, and
Yep.
local knowledge has been key, and that we saw Daisy go through her heat earlier. Her first wave in particular was the wave of the heat, just local knowledge. Daisy Valdez, queen of Mona Lisa. And huge name, and also the two Lopez,
Mara and Ashley.
Mara and Lopez.
And Kyla too, the daughter of Daisy.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
very, very tight community. Lots
Yeah.
of family around here and generally going to be related to someone.
Yeah. Well, we've had a few scores lock in. That last wave of Shota, a 5.85. So that gets him into third. He needs a 6.05 to go to second at the stage. But we're still waiting on that score for Rico to come in, as well as, I believe, a score for JR as well right now.
I
And
just done a little paddle there. He was in second priority. The two other servers out of the lineup. Nothing to risk on that one. So just remaining in second priority. The other two come out. We've got two scores to drop in. Still, JR, there it drops now.
yep, throwaway 7.1. Wouldn't that be nice? Still waiting on this score for Rico as well. We saw him kind of lock in for that 10 for a solid moment there. It was definitely
An
asking
acclaim.
the question. Yep. Bit of passion there. I mean, yeah, the fact that he can do that is a real testament to his talent.
And it was a well served wave, so I'm sure he's going to definitely get into that good to very good range.
Our next seat's gonna be exciting too. We have Roger, we have King, we have Agilus, and we have Panhai.
First one, nice little setup carve on the top one into that little nose ride. So we have a great combination from JR.
Oh, so stylish.
Is to put it all together. You can see he doesn't just use the full length of the board. He'll go from tail and he'll be up on the nose within seconds. Nice and smooth. Apart from that form, of course. JR. I knew that was coming because that was a replay.
Yeah.
Is that the wave he got a 7.1?
Yeah.
Yes. So it was everything from just the quality of those carbs that was putting on that way, getting back to the source, and the combination of them getting up to the nose, locking in that five, and they're not short fives either. He's holding it and locking it in, as opposed to that tap and go technique, which some of the less experienced surfers tend to go. They'll go up and down for 4 or 5 taps,
Yeah.
which won't show that commitment and level of critical nature that we just want to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you're doing that, basically you can hold a 5-second 5 anyway. Because you're up there, you're doing the thing anyway. The rails are set, so they want to see that commitment. And JR is.
And I guess to like kind of turn it into shortboard terms, because that's all I know. It's kind of like doing like bunch of windscreen wipers instead of really committing
Yeah.
solid off the bottom, off the top. So locking in, I guess, quality over quantity is what the judges want to see, whether it's shortboarding or longboarding. But Rico, that last wave is 6.9, so definitely improves his position. 8.45 is the requirement for Shota, and Kenta looking for an 8.8, so big scores required for third and fourth right now.
Yeah, passing that halfway point of the heat a while ago also. So when that pressure bubble starts to close in around you, priority becomes important. Wave selection becomes important. And you know you're out there with people like JR and two local boys. It's stress. Stress.
Yeah.
With a little spice of stress.
How did JR and Rico feel, I guess, competing at your local break can either be really nerve-wracking or, really liberating? So were they nervous or excited?
Rico's always nervous. Yeah. JR is always chill.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just how they are as humans. Rico would be stress surfing with like ECC like easy surfers, but JR is always just chill. I was talking to them yesterday afternoon over here, and they goes, Rico goes, "Why am I in JR's heat?" And JR goes, "It's okay. We're just gonna surf." And then he goes, "What? Why are there two Filipinos in this heat? They should spread us out." I said, "Dude, that's just how the heat draws." So
Yeah, yeah. It's out of my control.
yeah,
Like those, the scene is always set up to be fair for all.
Yeah.
It is a shame when you see countrymen come up against countrymen, and then the next heat will literally be
Oh yeah.
another country with the same countrymen beside them. And it's just it's a completely unbiased seating program. It actually makes the best thing possible.
Yep. Well, coming to
I know.
One of our sponsors down there handing out water so we can stop that single-use plastic. So a big shout out to Clean Canteen for all the stuff they're doing. They're not just drink bottles; they're actually environmental warriors.
They have a refilling station down there too.
Yeah, if you're down there on the beach and you're watching live, you have a free refill station from Clean Canteen. So please make use of it. Get rid of this plastic. Let's be warriors for our environment.
Yep.
This is our asset, so we should protect it most. As it sort of fumbles on that one, looking for that 8.80.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get it. It's going to have to be a pretty decent wave and some excellent surfing to lock that in. It needs to be the best wave of the heat. And also, Shota needs to get an 8.43, which both Shota and Kenta's requirement have to be better than JR's.
I'm lucky to check, and that 8.35 may be the highest wave score of
Single
the event. So
single
Yeah.
wave scoring.
Natsumi, 8.1. Yeah, yeah. So coming down to the 5-minute mark, this is when things start to really get a little bit nervous. The tensions come out. 8.45 for Shota Masuyama and Kenta Ishikawa, and 8.8. And it's cool to see there's a bunch of shortboarders competing in the longboard event, and also longboarders in the shortboarders. I think Taka Inui is competing in the QS.
JR2 is
well.
and Kenta is too.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing. So it's cool. I've never actually seen JR surf a shortboard.
at this event,
Equal fifth.
in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, equal fifth.
Wow,
Yeah,
on a shortboard.
shortboard. Yeah.
Wow.
On a shortboard is amazing to watch. He's a very powerful, very zippy backhand surfer. He's got airs. He has everything you wouldn't expect from a longboard surfer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I talked to him about how it feels going from longboard to a shortboard,
Mm.
and he loves it. So
Wow.
when you used to drag me around a 9'2" surfboard and jump onto a probably 5'7", 5'6" inbound woody, he said the turns just feel amazing.
He's represented the Philippines a few in the ISA games.
He's been in the ISA, he's been to WSL events in
It-
Nias,
Nias and Krui.
Wow.
Nias and Krui in
Yeah.
21, I believe.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he's an all-rounder.
That's awesome.
Genuine all-rounder, and you'll see when he comes up in the QS 3000 over the next few days.
Mm.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him at minimum quarterfinals
Mm.
into possible finals.
Full waterman. Love that.
Daisy Valdez,
Yeah.
last year semi-finals and semi-finals, I believe.
Quarters, I think. Quarters in the shortboard.
Quarters. Wow. That's amazing.
So yeah, something to the water in La Union.
Yeah. It's
Can't
definitely.
wait to see you in the longboard, John. And you too, True.
Speaking of which, Luke Lavergan is also a very longboarder and shortboarder. Were you the first internationally sponsored surfer of the Philippines, or one of the very first?
Maybe one of the very first. I think Carlito was the first one, and I just came after him.
Wow.
Landing it now sort of down on the beach. Beautiful.
San Juan Surf. San Juan Surf Resort. Yep, started in 92. Here's Shota in white. Oh, sayang.
Well, 2.5 minutes to go. And yeah, so keep going. Tell us about the San Juan.
The San Juan Surf. We opened in 92,
Mm-hmm.
1992 with three bungalows, and now we have a bit more. and now it's a full-on family-owned run resort. So yeah,
Beautiful.
my girlfriend runs the cafe there, Seabuds.
Yep.
Inspired by my daughter Luna because she's vegan since birth.
Wow.
So yeah, we opened a cafe so she can eat anytime, anywhere.
Yep. Absolutely.
And easy for her to get some snacks there too.
Yeah, I had the acai bowl there yesterday. It was so
Nice,
good.
thank you.
I devoured it. Well, 8.45 is still the requirement for Shota and Kenton, 8.8. Big scores, but JR and Rico just really running away with it right now.
Yeah.
And I feel like, Rico really challenged that 6.9. He got a 5 to 10 combination, wanting to maybe crack the 8s, do you think?
I think that's what he wanted.
So just over 1 minute to go, and does JR and Rico, do they train together? Do they
Surf a lot together. They're neighbors. They live like right beside each other.
Oh wow.
Both of their girlfriends are good friends too.
Wow.
So yeah, they're almost together every day.
Surfing, it's funny, we were talking in that last heat with Jerry. I was talking to him, and there was Katie and Sakura Inui, who are sisters, and it's funny when you come up against friends, it's also a completely different dynamic. It's like, do you kind of, when you're in a position where you're in the lead, do you help your friend, or do you just focus on yourself and your storyline in that heat? So it's cool to see JR and Rico really pushing each other, and here he is up and riding, Luke.
Here, go a quick tap and another tap. Just waiting for this inside section to build up. There you go, another hung 5.
Wow.
So smooth and stylish.
Yeah, as you said, really patient as well, not trying to rush on the wave. So huge congratulations. That heat is done and dusted. You can hear the hooter in the background. JR taking out the win with an 8.35 and a 7.6. We'll see if that last wave goes into the top 2, but he's definitely out in front. Rico coming in second, Shota in third, and Kenta coming in fourth. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Heat 2 of the round of 32 right after this break.
Quatro cantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos, kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos, kay dili ko anang paggapos. Quatro cantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos, kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos, kay dili ko anang paggapos.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos.
A few technical issues with my microphone, but I was definitely sitting here.
Okay.
So
we
would have
get
heard
to
me in
hear
the
from
background.
you today, and right now in this heat, and this is Roger Casugai in red opening up this heat, and we also have Cristiano Villanueva, Mark Jereza, and Pan Hai Sin from Chinese Taipei, and Roger styling that one out. And that heat before, JR setting the precedent, consolidating excellent score after excellent score with a different take on what we've seen all day. We saw JR riding a speed shape rounded pintail with edge. It was a Thomas surfboard. Unique because everyone's riding nose rider style boards, and that one was his board from Bells Beach, and he was riding that one as a single fin and using the rail to his advantage, not just the nose riding, because longboarding isn't all about nose riding.
The point of difference there were those down calves. The length and time that he was on that rail definitely split him apart from anyone else we've seen throughout this entire event so far. And we were talking earlier about that, the World Tour experience, bringing it back to even a region like this helps everybody sort of raise their tide, see what level it is to be number 8 in the world, basically, and it helps everyone sort of grow their game and experiment with boards and everything like that. So it's amazing sort of.
And John Carby travelled around the world to some of the events with Marimar and JR as well, and Luke Landrigan, seeing that experience firsthand. And what was it like seeing their eyes open up at events? Was it were they apprehensive, or were they indulging in all the confidence that they were getting?
One of the things they were originally, the first thing that it was starstruck. So they were up against the guys that they'd seen on TV, the guys that they idolised. All of a sudden they were put in this mixing pot where they were expected to compete against these guys that they never considered being to compete against.
Sure.
And it was intimidating. It was too much for them, basically, until they sort of took more time, started to believe in themselves, started to grow that confidence. And when that confidence related to their competition surfing against these guys who are the best, JR's beaten guys in shortboard like Owen Wright. He's really sort of grown into it, and his confidence, you can see it when he walks.
Perhaps using this event as just that board choice in last heat, I commend that. And it's almost like he was overhearing my discussion on the way over here with Jerry. We were talking about surfers surfing to their advantages, understanding what's on their boards, what's underneath their feet, understanding their body shape, and what can that guy do to step it up above and beyond. And that's exactly what JR did, using his experience, that travel experience, even just having a different board for different waves. A lot of the surfers that are here right now have probably never ridden a pintail longboard, or
considered it,
or
even
don't really need it.
Yeah,
They're surfing
absolutely.
as the Union. And that experience is really cool for me to witness, having seen him come through the ranks and up and riding right now. This is Mark Anthony getting up onto the nose, and nice composure here. Just gets the legs boxed up there and lines up for a little re-entry off the top. And if we compare that to what we saw with JR in that last heat, JR was flowing between the maneuvers. He went up and over the sections, but he wasn't ramping up for it like it was a major maneuver. He combined it with momentum, flow, and all the elements that the criteria possesses.
Absolutely. That the highlight, that 8.35, that down carve, transitioning straight into the nose walk, perfect position in the wave, not too much, not too rushed, not losing any of the actual grace that he was moving towards it. And you think that had something to do with the pintail?
Yeah, 100%. It's not possible to do that type of surfing on a square tail, let alone some of the boards that JR was riding out last year. And so that there is who we know colloquially as Rory. And that, yes, perfect timing. Just had that information passed through to us. But I saw Rory's style there and the way that Rory moves up and down the board, his big frame. So you compare, say, Rory right now to and Roger, bigger frame, stronger surfers, to somebody like JR, for example. JR's on a smaller board, a pintail, and really knowing what's beneath his feet. These surfers can do big turns, but probably not on big old square tail. It doesn't matter how big you are. You're
absolutely.
Defying the hydrodynamics of the way the surfboard moves through the water.
And here's Roger. He is one of these. He is a big guy. He's a strong guy. He spends a lot of time building his core. Legs, I'll see him squatting 100 kilos for 15 sets. He pushes pretty hard, Roger. And one of his trademarks is he gets to that nose really quick. That critical opening nose ride, and he sort of usually just uses that to set the tone of the wave. He got a little caught up on that nose ride, and that's maybe a little bit late to the party, so sort of just going over the handlebars.
And you watched that last heat from the broadcast. I was watching it live from the beach commentary, and I was blown away at the consistency of those sets and how good they were. It's like the tide has reached a really optimum level. Did it look as good on the camera?
It did look as good on the camera. It's hard to see those sets roll in. These views can be a little bit distorting that we're seeing on the views with the drones and the high camera angles. When you're sitting there watching it,
it can make a mid-range score or a mid-size smaller wave look amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And then when we see those higher end scores come in, they are amazing on screen and actually from the judges' perspective as well. So people like JR, who knows this wave better than anybody. He's probably done more human hours out here than anyone else. A, because he loves the sport, and B, he knows what practice means to competition. And he knows the lineup. And if you're a competitor against one of these local boys, I suggest you sit next to them.
That's such good advice. Seeing Daisy Valdez in her heat earlier, just had a really nice tempo throughout the heat. But the way that she was able to connect the sections under priority, taking off way up the point, it was something I think some of the other surfers should start taking note of.
Absolutely.
And we see here 17 minutes to go. No one in this heat's really taken the bull by the horns, so to speak, compared to that last heat. So the onshore, the west nor'wester is settling in. It's that classic trade wind that we'll see at most coastal hamlets around the world about this time of the day, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12. Do you think there'll be a glass off later, John?
I don't know if we'll have it today. We've got winds sort of building over the next few days. Because the ocean temperature and the land temperature is so close here, we don't tend to get that morning glass off with the afternoon onshores. La Union's one of these towns that generally, because we're in such a cove with the landmarks around, it sort of protects us from a lot of wind. So generally speaking, as Surfer in Blue, this is Cristiano Villanova getting to work, a local surfer. Maybe he can run through us, Waxhead.
Yeah, so using his hands to de-weight as he's up on the nose, and you see the hands up above the shoulders the whole time. Keep in mind this is only his second wave. He just wants to get the completion. Nice drop knee there. And you'll often see that surfers with their hands up like a praying mantis type of thing, because it creates it's de-weighting. You're lightening your body weight. You're trying to have that poise on the nose. Judges keep that in mind because it shows that you're trying to score points and maneuvers, and Roger does that a lot, you see there. But it's the moments when their hands are down by their side like that that's showcasing the composure. And see the hands, I'm just using that as an example, but he's some amazing hang 10 and hang 5 combos. Good drop knee there, and that Ian Zamora shape. Back in the middle of the board there. This is a pintail, a wide pintail. Nice pivot stall there from Roger. So well completed wave, lots of maneuvers. And Roger's what we call a hot dog surfer. We're going to go to the replay right now and dissect that wave. And this is the one earlier of Mark Anthony. So 5 and 10. This is a 4-point ride. A nice bottom turn combo. And he gets back up to the 10 there. You can see the whitewash off to the right of the screen, so that's not what we necessarily call a locked-in nose ride, but he gets the toes over the front of the board, and he goes incomplete, almost a lack of control there. So the 4-point ride there, can't help but feel there's a little bit more meat left on the bone if you were to complete that with a bit more control.
That exclamation point on the end of those waves, although it's not necessarily a part of the criteria, it does leave that good taste in the judges' mouths. They like to see a wave ridden to its full potential. Any little errors or mishaps, it does definitely put that into the judges' mind. Keep in mind, it's a subjective sport, and it really is off. There's a criteria to follow, but it's also it is their feelings. It's how they relate to it. And
there's Rory there, getting caught up. He's on a wide square tail surfboard. That one is a Daya shape. I believe he's from Taiwan and shapes further down south, I believe Rory was saying. Powerful goofy footer. He's put in some great performances over there at Jinzun Harbour in some of the events before. He's competed on the shortboard tour as well as the longboard qualifying series as well. His sister's a great surfer as well. It's amazing the quality and transition these longboarders have to take up the shortboard. Generally, you find shortboarders won't get off their equipment. They'll stick to a shortboard and they'll perfect that. A lot of longboarders will jump on the shortboard and just have a ball and actually perform really well. And that's what this, I should say, revitalised longboard criteria of the last decade has instigated. Surfers riding well-matched surfboards for the waves and creating well-rounded surfers that will be able to have these skills for the rest of their life, short and longboard, and opens up places for them to travel and a more joyful experience as a surfer instead of trying to fight the longboard. Of course you can get barreled on a longboard, surf giant waves on a longboard and do aerials, do whatever you want, but it's a lot easier on a shortboard. There's a highlight from Roger Kasugai, who recently just dropped a 7. He'll be taken off live on this one.
We have a replay ready, probably from Roger's last wave, I dare say, this 7.0.
Yeah, so this locked into 7. This is the one we dissected before on that pintail. Beautiful 10. Majority of the points coming from that. But it's the combination of maneuvers, the tail to the nose. Roger epitomizes hot dog style surfing, a beach boy approach where he feeds off confidence. He's got a lot of tricks in his bag, and he's very technical as well. Really enjoy all the little aspects, that little stall there, the little hip thrust. It's practical. And although that wave wasn't very pretty, he got a 7-point ride from that. And that was also a testament to the judging being a heat-by-heat basis, where if you compare that last heat, that wave is probably in the 5s.
Absolutely. Sliding scales is what makes judging and heats more interesting. Keeps the flow a lot better for people spectating. But it also keeps the surfers well within knowledge of what they need to get those higher scores. And the judges are going to react to the level of surfing that is before them in those first few waves.
And this is the ocean after all. It changes.
Absolutely. It's a little bit more onshore as Cristianto sort of comes unstuck as he was just getting warmed up on that one.
And we'll on the wide section here. So this is a surfer from Chinese Taipei. This is Rory trimming in the midsection there. And what that big wide tail that Rory's got is going to do is hold in on the nose really well if he can get a section. The problem is with those big, wide, flat boards, it's getting him in the section.
Very tall surfer, probably one of the tallest we have in the field also.
Strong, powerful, and see that wave not really opening up, allowing him to get on the nose. When you ride a very specific surfboard like that for nose riding, you want to hope that the sections are there to get to the nose.
Coming, I guess, from a shortboard point of view, basically, there's not too much you can play with a shortboard tail size a little bit, but it has way more of an impact over a longboard, what's going to happen, how you're going to approach your waves, right?
For sure, yeah. Summer groveler on a shortboard, for those shortboarders that are out there tuning in, you'll have generally a square tail, swallow tail, and a little bit more width. The whole board's a little shorter. More width over the fin in shortboarding means the board will turn easier, but also slide out. Shortboards have hard edges, concaves, usually multiple fins, so it releases really easy, and they plane over fat sections, where in bigger waves you'll see a pintail. And there's a little look back there from Cristianto, steezing out a little bit, and that's that beach boy style we mentioned with Roger. And that's the showmanship. Flair
and personality becomes a big part of the longboard game because there is a fair bit of downtime. It's not the rock and roll. It's literally that relationship. It's that smoothness and little bits of personality like that just helps you relate to them. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, it's nice their personalities are able to come out on the wave.
Yeah.
And longboarding, surfing in general, it is a sport, but it's largely a performing art where you get given a changing variable, say interpretive dancing, for example, and it's up to that surfer to incorporate all of their training, all of their skills, their body into the music, right? And surfing, the music is the wave. And it's a canvas for them to draw. So with longboard surfing, style, flow, and grace, combining the nose rides with the turns, critical sections, it's an open book to write what they want to write, to draw what they want to draw, and the hips, the ankles, the knees, all those elements are crucial in longboarding. It's the subtleties that separate rigid point style. I should say, it's pretty easy to determine the surfers that are out there to try and score points and only points and not make it look good. And if you can somehow combine the two, you end up becoming a world champion like what we have Kai Salas and Sole Erico, the reigning 2023 world champions who can surf 2 to 20 feet, but they make it look really easy.
Absolutely, and that is a part of that style, grace and flow that we look into. Here's Roger again. Once again, that's almost his trademark move, that quick nose tap.
And that there, the pivot soul arch bottom turn, is straight out of the 60s. It's a classic hot dogging maneuver. I'm thinking back to surfers like Steve Bigler. I'm thinking, looking back there, surfers like Phil Edwards. I just posted a picture of Phil Edwards almost doing exactly that maneuver about 10 minutes ago. And a throwback and interesting fact that I got started with talking to Jerry earlier about surf history. Longboarding, it disappeared in 1967 and it didn't make an appearance in the mainstream until the late 1980s. By then, it was basically the same crew that started longboarding in the 60s they got back on them in the 80s. So the word dad board was synonymous with longboard surfing. And now it's this generation, their dads don't ride them.
I feel that longboarding's moving into probably one of the best places it's been in for a very long time.
Very much so.
The rumours that it might be announced as an Olympic sport very soon is going to be great for the growth of longboarding. It's an exciting time to be involved in surfing, as we've recently had it involved in the Olympics and now it's starting to multiply in the Olympics.
Longboarding spreads across many more nations than shortboard surfing. So it makes complete sense for it to be included in the Olympics, given that there's a lot more waves that you can surf a longboard than a shorter board. And wow, and then that wide tail of Mark Anthony's board sliding out there. And we talked about how wide tails can be loose, but in longboards they're generally stiffer and harder to turn. But if you put them in the chop and on a face like that, they don't carve compared to the narrower tail of JR in that previous heat.
He's going to carry a lot more speed with that wider tail. Is that also correct?
Correct. It's harder to put the board on rail because the big wide square tail's pivoting.
Yep.
And once that pivots, you lose the momentum from inside rail to the outside rail.
And if you saw that, he was moving down, that board was pointing flat straight, and he was actually
lateral
moving, which
and
sort of got him into trouble when he went for that opening maneuver.
You can pull it off, the best can, but it's also a lack of momentum. You have to pivot the board instead of drive and carve the board. Pivot is not in the criteria. Momentum, flow is.
Yep.
So take of that what you will. People out there, wide tails, they're training wheels for longboarding. You don't need them to nose ride. And up and riding is our surfer, Cristiano. Their beautiful style. There's a lot of similarities to Roger, as we said before. Sort of dropping that back knee, trying to maintain some momentum through the choppy midsection. And shuffles back to the tail. And looking for some open, clean face here. Gets to the nose, little tap. And he's on that inside section where it gets shallow and choppy. I'm currently looking for a 2.4. I think that will be the wave. I'd love to see what Roger did on the outside in red there. But, geez, action galore.
Action-packed. It's wave after wave.
Oh.
Rory getting up into the lip.
I'm not a fan of these surfers jumping off using their leash, because there's rocks there as well.
There is rocks there. It's a mix of sand and rocks out there. So if you land in a good spot, you're on sand. If you land on a bad spot, you're going to be on rocks. So that pin drop is better than the head first drop, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, when I was out there earlier on the low tide, all I could see was the rocks, but they're on the inside reef now when they're jumping off. Yeah, beautiful shot there. You can see the rocks. The surfers are finishing on the left-hand side of the screen, pretty much right there. That's where they're jumping off. So they're experienced. A lot of them have surfed here many, many times before. Roger locking in a 5.15 on the wave before last. And back in second, Cristiano getting a 4.15 on his last.
Getting the requirement and jumping himself back up into that advancing position.
So Mark looking for the 5.4, sliding down. Start off the 3.65, a 4, and then a 2 and a 1.7. So losing a bit of momentum.
Roger making it a little bit trickier on that last one, a 6.30. That last one with that turn that you said, that hot dog dad bod turn, got him that 5.15. So that one didn't go towards his top two, but that last wave you saw him on definitely got him up there. And I think Roger's at this point having fun. We didn't quite catch that one. Hopefully we'll get a replay of Roger's 6.30. We saw him jumping off onto the rocks. We'll see if we can get a replay. Let's have a look what we got.
And the interesting fact that this is Roger's 6.3. So critical nose ride on the outside. See, he's nice and high. Holds that a little longer too. Wasn't just a touch nose ride. So this is a rounded pintail and a wide pintail. And Roger understanding what that board will do. And we just talked about the big wide square tails. They can't carve as smoothly as that pintail did just then. They can in elements, but on that size of wave in that section, the pintail was was able to smoothly connect that transition turn that Roger possessed. So showing some good awareness of his equipment, which is a great sign early in the rounds.
Looks like we got some sets marching in on the horizon. About 2 waves time. Looks like we got a couple of solid waves. I'm wondering if anyone's going to be in position as Mark Anthony just had a little look at that one. He may have lost priority on that, which is going to put Roger into the driver's seat, depending if that was just a look. Nope, it did happen. So Mark Anthony currently in third place, looking for a 5-4. Just put himself into third priority with a bit of a oh, here we go. He's made up for it by getting something under priority.
No downtime here for these surfers right now.
All right, so we'll see now if Roger's going to sit there with the strategic move of holding him off with an 8.05. He's pretty required. He's pretty comfortably in the driver's seat there. So he may just use this time maybe to get another wave and feel it out.
He's good at that too, Roger. I've been watching him on the national tour round out heats very professionally.
Yeah, so now he knows he's in a comfortable spot. He might be thinking about his seeding into the next round, of where his win's going to take him, where his second will take him. Quite an intelligent surfer. He's been doing it for a long time. So he might just be sitting out there. I believe if a wave comes his way, we're going to see Roger probably take it and probably have a bit of fun on it. He's a crowd pleaser.
He is a crowd pleaser, and it's a testament to the development of longboarding in these cultures, these coastal hamlets that support longboard surfing, and they have done for close to a decade. I think of Batu Keras in Java. I think of Byron Bay. I think of pretty much all of Southern California, but right through France, Spain, Portugal, Morocco, longboard hamlets, Cornwall in England. I'm sure I'm leaving out, of course, Korea. Japan was a huge influence in longboarding's I guess the supporting the craftsmanship of traditional longboards, so the tints, the pin lines, the single fin designs, heavy emphasis on detail, and they really supported the industry in America and Australia by buying lots of those boards and supplying their country with good quality equipment.
And one of the fruits of that now is many countries producing many boards to suit their various needs too. So the industry, especially longboarding, is also now growing, and it's sustainable and it's self-sustaining. So it's industry supporting industry, bringing these young kids to see what we have now. And so it's exciting that Asia's also getting the fruit of the spoils.
I mean, Roger's on a Zamora shape, a Filipino designed and shaped surfboard over in the USA, and
there's a chance, there's rumours that he might be trying to make a move to get something happening over here. So
and it'd be great for all the local surfers doing that, and he's very generous with his time and his equipment as well, and it's working for these surfers. It's just nice to have good quality equipment, where traditionally it was just America, Australia and Japan that had that option. And rounding it out,
victory lap
heat winner Roger. Wow, stretch 5, will he go up to the 10? And he does. Critical nose ride, he goes down, but
that was the showmanship that I knew Roger was going to put on that last one. He knows he doesn't need the score. That was sheerly to just let the judges know he's out there. He's got some moves. He's got something they haven't seen yet. He's got plenty more to give. And that will just be a defensive move there from Cristiano. Smart, keeping everyone off.
Yeah, there was an amazing heat there to watch there, but it was the two Filipinos, Roger and Cristiano, who progressed through to that next round. We're going to go to a commercial, and we're going to be back very shortly.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing.
Surely, maybe.
Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos.
at the moment, but that's a long-standing rivalry, that one.
And who else has rivalry? Well, it's June Esquivel, the brother, the natural footer, who's been going tit for tat in the regional tour. And this is Shohei Akimoto from Japan, a smooth surfer, very much experienced around the world. He's travelled on the World Longboard Tour and competed in the JPSA as well.
Looks like a bit of a shutdown, that one. He's going to sort of hang on and hope he gets that
it's-
inside section. It looks like it's going to be difficult. And again, we see the same angle that our viewers at home see. Oh, he's just got there. Is it going to be worth his while?
Well,
No.
it wasn't. But that's the key on a lot of those waves that shut down. That's showing experience too for Shohei. He's used his priority, beginning the heat, wants to build that house and just try and surf whatever's there. And introducing Benito Narita in red. The red singlet, the favourite going into this heat right now. And Sung but critical nose ride.
No, score's just coming in. Actually, they're just going to score 4.25. Yeah. That's pretty impressive for that one manoeuvre.
Set wave, strong nose ride. That's been the pattern for the day. I saw earlier in the female division we had Sujin Park from Korea who did the same thing, but unfortunately nosedived and getting 1 or a 2-point ride. But I said if she was to ride out of that,
correct. Yeah, I was sitting here with you on that one. I do remember that one.
So it's nice to know we're not too far from the prediction, because I must say we have some great camera angles. The drone front, we have the beach angles, but when we walk out there and we have a look at the expansive view live, these waves are going for a long time, and it's a lot more glamorous on the camera than what it can look like. But sometimes these waves, when they close down, they are still running all the way down the point. So
look, the inside section there is fantastic. I was watching it before, and I was talking with Luke. A little bit of a hiccup there. I'm not sure if you guys can hear us, but I was talking with Luke, and he was just loving it. He was saying this is exactly how he likes the wave. It's lining up really well. He was really excited about it.
And it's a great display. You know, the Department of Tourism is the major presenting sponsor here, allowing the WSL to hold this event. There's a lot of events that are here in the next month as well. We have the Queen of the Point and the single and unattached invitational events. But these surfers will be off into their third event of the Longboard World Tour at Belair, which is the QS 3000 as well. So it's a full Filipino tour this month.
It is. And Belair it's on Luzon as well. I mean, we're on Luzon, which is the main island of the Philippines, and it's almost, well, it's not directly, but it's straight across to the other coast. And I believe we've got a couple of buses to take us there after the end of the week, and I'm told it's a 6 or 7 hour drive at least.
I think so, yeah. It's definitely a half a day ordeal, and
I'm looking forward to it. I haven't been to Belair before, although I've been in the country for many, many years and have many friends that go to Belair, particularly Glenn Rickson, who used to go there for many, many years and used to say to me, get yourself to Belair. It's one of the best places there. And so finally I'm going to go and check it out. We've got Olin, who's now living in the States, from Belair, and he's pretty excited about me getting there for the first time ever and telling me which waves to go and surf once I'm there. So good day to you, Olin. I can't wait to go and check it out.
And this is Shohei here. Nice composure, a 4.10 on his opening wave, so good start. Nice, quick footwork, great transitions. And he's carving that one back around into the pocket. So a nice backup wave there for our surfer from Japan. Oh, you can see the tail on that wave there. You can see him nose ride and the fin and the tail scooting through the back.
That was really good. He really had his weight right, because for a second there it looked like he wasn't going to make it. He pushed real forward. His tail was so far out that it was sticking out the back. It's the first time I've seen that, actually.
It was a great camera angle, and this is June, who came through the first round earlier. This consolidated performance. Wow, Benito putting that one on rail and unfortunately bogging down as he hit the foam.
So much action at the moment. And have you competed yourself against any of these guys that are surfing today?
I haven't in this heat, not against these guys. There's a few in the lineup. I'm trying to... Shohei, I have competed against Shohei. I did. I've competed against Shohei at the Noosa Festival of Surfing. Definitely a consummate professional. I don't rule out any of the Japanese surfers. Their preparation is always key. They've got great equipment and they're always ready to go. So they always have great game plans. And you don't underestimate them, especially in the shortboarding as well.
Oh, well, I mean, for me, and I don't mean to offend anyone here, but, watching the Japanese women in the last couple of years surfing, and they've just blown me away. They are just absolutely killing it, and they're getting the results as well. They're really,
and in the
really
women's
good.
division, we have a couple of the surfers that were at the World Junior titles last week in Oceanside. Naneo is one of the competitors, and she put in a great performance, strong surfing, and she's going to go straight in. And also Sky Brown as well, who represents Dual Nations. And those
Yeah, I
surfers.
think Sky Brown made the semis last year in Shargau.
Mm-hmm.
She had a great. So she's only 15 years old. I mean, maybe she's 16 now. I'm not
Olympic
sure, but
skateboarder as well.
yeah, well known, super popular, and everyone wanted a piece of it. Can I have a picture with you?
Yeah, I
And
can
she was
imagine.
really super gracious. I've got to say, I give her a lot of credit for being that young and being so gracious with everyone wanting to take a photo of her, and she was really lovely.
And that's alluding to just the professionalism that is coming out of the Asia region, and for them to be here and competing with a chance to get onto that Challenger Series is inspiring for a lot of the other less experienced competitors. And up and riding right now, this is our surfer from the Philippines. This is Sung Lin Han.
Now, I think he might be Taiwanese, this guy,
Yes, Taiwanese.
and on a very small wave, so he's doing what he can. As you discussed before, they're not paying. Whoa, well, hang on to it. They're not paying great for the smaller waves, so I guess you should be watching it and knowing what the judges are doing exactly, and maybe he had no choice, but he had priority before that, and he took that small wave.
And this is Benito. Oh, and again, just the width of that board and the chop. We talked about it before in that last heat, the square tail on a big open face with the chop is always going to be a 50-50 chance of pulling the turn off.
Just too much area in the tail.
Too much area in the tail. He's putting it on the rail. There's no. He's a bigger fellow using his frame, but at the end of the day, you can't defy the hydrodynamics. That big square tail wants to pivot and pop through the turn. We're a round tail like Roger, and in that heat before, JR looking fantastic on the open face.
Yep.
So surfers got to be connected to their equipment.
I've always been a fan of rounded pins for shortboards. I've never liked the square tails, and I guess it's because I surf places like Cronulla Point and Cloud Nine.
There you go.
So I don't want a lot of area in the tail.
You
I want to hold
release.
in. I want to hold in exactly.
And of course, with rocker and different concaves, fin design, rails, there's variations that you can, light, and even the width of a round tail. If you have a narrow, pinny round tail, it's going to be hold greatly, like the boards I had in Hawaii 2 weeks ago.
Your big guns.
11-inch, 10-inch, 9-inch tails, tiny little, where you can barely put your foot right on the tail. But you put that same board with a big old wide square tail, it's got to turn amazing, but it's going to pop when you need it to hold.
Absolutely.
If you're surfing waves under 3 foot, no problems.
Yeah, of course.
But that's the key. Would JR ridden that board if it was smaller like yesterday? Definitely not. And it's just because he identified the open face. And what can he do that the other surfers and the judges haven't seen all day? And it was power carves. And he got through his heat convincingly.
So what are the other options if, for example, you're in Japan, you can only bring one board, you don't know necessarily what the predictions will be yet, what do you do? Obviously a mid-range thing or something like that.
Great question. Knowing you're going to a beach break after this at Belair, you want to take something that's an all-rounder. And that's generally a good travel board, not knowing the conditions. But with the forecast these days, you can at least see 7 days ahead.
You can,
maybe 14 days ahead with a little less unpredictability. So a big square tail nose rider, not ideal, but most of the surfers riding those boards just surf small waves.
Okay, and what about when you travelled and you were on the tour? You see the shortboarders, they're going to have a coffin with 4, 5, 6 boards in them. What does your average professional longboarder take away with him?
They'll take 2 boards, and they'll generally take 2 different tail shapes or slightly different glassing. One heavier board and a little longer and thicker for smaller waves. And then for slightly bigger waves, they might bring a round tail or a board with edge, something a little more high performance, a bit more rocker to react on beach breaks.
Okay.
But a lot of the time, longboarders only have 2 boards, so you need to bring a backup if one gets damaged in transit. And this is a borrowed board here that June Esquivel currently in second spots riding. It's one of their hand-me-downs from JR. It's a Kai Salas shape, who's the reigning world champion. And the board's looking fantastic in his earlier heat. And I don't know if he certainly didn't tell the officials what singlet he wants, but he's got a matching singlet to his green board, which is unusual. We don't see many green boards. And that's something in longboarding as well, I must say, that we don't see very often. In shortboards, you don't see coloured surfboards. You see black or white. And then maybe the replay of something that we haven't had locked in yet. And Benito trying his hand again, now into third spot, fallen off in his last two waves. Rides high. And he's going to look for one of those trademark, and there he goes to the drop knee. So didn't repeat the mistakes of last time. And he goes for a safety drop knee again. So a little safer in the turn than the committed heel carve. There we go. The heel carve that he fell off on, he completes now. So this is the best wave in the last few for him.
So there's an interesting one for me, and they're going to replay again, I believe, but without the nose ride of any description.
But we'll have to wait and see how high it goes. He's chasing a 515. I think it's right there. But the nose ride wasn't overly critical. And this is Shohei currently in the lead. Lots of action in this heat. It's that single fin style, the cross steps, the weight of the board looking good under Shohei's feet.
Would every board out there be a single fin?
In this division, yeah. I'm pretty sure everyone's going to ride a single fin. You could win on a thruster, but you'd have to be pretty diverse with the way that you're surfing. And there's some... Ooh, this is our surfer from Taiwan in white. Beautiful drop knee carve. And wave selection letting him down.
Yeah, same as last one. So tell us why a single fin is important or more desirable here.
If we get a replay of Shohei's wave in blue on that last one, we can show you why. Because the single fin is stable. With soft rails, it invites the water over the tail, which weighs the tail down and lifts the nose up. Fast in a barrel, a single fin feels amazing, and the best word I can describe is it's embryonic to the wave. So it's very easy to match a single fin to the speed of any wave, whether it's La Union, Malibu, Sunset Beach in Hawaii.
Yep.
Perhaps not Pipeline ideally, but you watch Jerry Lopez surf Pipeline, he doesn't need any other fins. It's matched. The speed, the positioning, everything is timed perfectly. It's a true connected style of surfing where the thruster breaks that connection. The thruster allows for multiple zigzags, turns, breaking of trim, and beautiful hang 10 there as we see our surfer from Taiwan locking into that nose ride. Exemplary timing there, and there we go on the nose again.
Oh, he blew it there. Unfortunately, he was really on his way to a decent score there. Yeah, okay, that's really interesting, and I guess it's things that I mean, there's a lot of people watching here. Maybe the shortboarders don't really understand the dynamics, and I guess maybe I'm asking too many questions.
No.
Tell me to stop if that's the case.
Terry Fitzgerald, Mark Richards, Simon Anderson, Bells Beach, Easter Classic. That was the era where we had Harry on a single, Mark Richards on a twin fin, and we had Simon
on the first thruster. Yeah,
Simon won
1980 or 81.
81. Simon won. Terry surfed amazing. And MR surfed amazing. But that year, Simon went on to win at Pipeline as well on the thruster. And all of a sudden, back into shortboarding, your cutback didn't have to be as big as your bottom turn. On a single fin, your bottom turn is everything. You can only do a big cutback if you've done a big bottom turn. On a thruster, you no longer needed to do that. You could just generate speed on the different power pockets of the wave, and you could do half turns, wiggles, or you could do a big old bottom turn. You could then cut it off the lip. You could snap the board, and the side fins were adding stability. You were able to change directions a lot quicker and more stable. The single fin was a lot longer, the draw out. And in longboard surfing, you have 9 feet of rail. So you're already
everything's drawing
stuff.
Yeah.
So adding the single fin there is just guiding that rail. The thruster shortens things up. It creates a snappier turn. With rocker and concaves and V, it allows for more erratic, faster, more responsive surfing. But the grace element can be taken away. And there's only very few people in the world who can surf a thruster longboard with that criteria in mind. One guy that comes to mind who's now passed away was Wayne Dean from Australia.
From the Gold Coast.
From the Gold Coast. He was one of the best in the business.
His son's a very good surfer.
Noah Dean, yeah. Taylor Jensen. Joel Tudor did some of his best surfing on thruster longboards. But
Joel Tudor's the name we all know that aren't really locked into full longboarding. I mean, he was the king for many years.
And he's still, he'll surf any board in any waves, and he's really the stalwart for where we are at with longboarding right now, along with surfers like Devon Howard, who revitalised longboard surfing in the last 2 decades. And Joel laid the platform for the Duct Tape Invitational, which is an invitational event that was promoting single fin style longboarding, had the sponsors of Vans and Pacifico at one point that were supporting, and Corona supporting these longboarders. When at the time, high performance longboarding with multiple fins wasn't able to get any type of sponsorship to create multiple events on the World Longboard Tour. Yet here we had these invitational events around the world with prize purses, complimentary aeroplane tickets and hotel rooms for surfing a log.
Yeah, okay.
And most of us at the time had shortboards, and we were to bring in a fish, a shortboard and a longboard over to California and having a great old time, where the longboard tour was stuck in a cycle of repetitive style surfing, where it was whoever could do the biggest turns. But the true essence of why a lot of people start longboarding is the glide, and it wasn't represented at that world scale until the last 5 years. And you see that with the shortboard world tour as well. We see a lot of the power surfing coming back into play in the last 5 years. We see
bring on the power surfing. I love it. For me, air surfing is a huge part of the game now. But bring back Oki any day of the week, sort of thing. And
interesting note in this heat now with 4:20 left on the clock. Shohei's down into third. June out in the lead with that 6.2. And Benito with that completion of the wave, a 6-point ride, which is all he needed to do, just get that completion. And the 6-point ride has pushed him into second. Shohei needing a marginal 4.75.
There's a great drone view of the lineup there. Beautiful. That previous one that you can see there's broken a bit wide. No one would have gotten that. But some of them are definitely lining up. Look at the swell lines coming now.
Beautiful. This is the ground swell element that we didn't have this morning. We had fresh swell, but it was a combination of wind swell and that dead low tide. But the ground swell's starting to pulse, but this is an indication of that swell that's coming tomorrow. And this is June, current heat leader, the brother of JR Esquivel. And he's been pushing him all the way in the national tour. And this wave, a little less connected than what we saw earlier on, reverting to more power calves. And
just turned a little too hard then and lost his speed.
And that's an example of those bigger, wider tails.
Yeah, okay. So I certainly know JR, he surfs shortboards and everything, but we don't have the longboarding event in Shargow because at Cloud9 it's just not a suitable wave. So, yeah, there's a lot of these guys I don't really know, and I don't get to see them until I come up here. So, pretty exciting to see them, and thinking that next week we're going to see them again in Belair.
And Cloud9 being one of the premier barrels in the world, I have always wanted to obviously surf that wave and ride a shortboard there, but I'm I have a desire to ride a longboard there as well. Not that we want to promote longboard tourism at that wave.
There's a guy, and I can't remember his name, and I apologise to him if he's listening, a Hawaiian guy that comes every now and then, and he rides a longboard out there, and he absolutely rips. And Nicky Blancata, a local guy, also rides a longboard out there, and he really rips. So it's certainly possible. It's just
a gaping wide barrel, and the length of a 9-foot board can, and it does, get in the way at times in a barrel, especially one that's bowly like that.
Yeah, look, I think the wave's probably that quick. Sometimes, particularly on your backhand, you just can't slow down there, and so sometimes you find you're not even as deep as you want to be. So a longboard's going to be even faster, I guess. And
for sure,
you really need to take off super deep, and I guess that would make it pretty hard.
Yeah, and obviously with longboards, there's no shortage of ability to catch the waves, but there you need to try and find a wave. We talked earlier about coming from behind the section.
Yep, and also Cloud9 is an incredible board breaker. You know, I never come up and think about my body, even if I've hit the reef. I think about my board because, you know, you'll break 10, 15 boards out there a day. Oh, but
you'll see the
10, 15 a day on a 4 or 5 foot day.
And this is Shohei looking for the 4.76. 1 minute 30 remaining. The stylish Japanese surfer. Nice connection there between the maneuvers. Smaller wave, but it's giving him a lot of opportunity. He just hasn't had a statement, but he doesn't need a major score.
No, but I'm thinking this is his last hurrah.
Yeah, definitely. There was
Take
no
it as far as he can.
statement on that wave. There's nothing in particular that really stood out. A seasoned competitor, Shohei, but it's the Taiwanese competitor, Sung Lin Han. He's shown some great signs, but perhaps one of the few times he surfed this wave, it's showing. And he's a set actually on the outside. He needs a 6.5, and he's at second priority. Let's see what happens here. 45 seconds remaining, and he gives way to Benito, current heat leader. So a priority move there from Benito, who doesn't necessarily need the wave, but keeping off his competitor who's down into fourth. So strategic move there, but a low of a 4.25. And it gets to the nose, and this is a split camera angle, so well done. We have June on the right, Benito on the left.
Ooh.
Benito. Oh.
He's landed on his board there as well, and there could be someone on the wave behind. Sung, there was another set behind there, so we'll see if he had a last chance as well with only 10 seconds to go.
An entertaining heat, but it does look like it was the Filipinos that took out first and second in that heat, so perhaps a victory lap with scores to drop for Shohei and perhaps Sung Lin Han, but it doesn't look like he got one. He was left out the back.
Correct, or if he did, he didn't make it because he was still out the back there. So
we'll round out that heat, and we're going to go to a commercial, and we'll be back with True Starling in that next heat.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan. Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
there we are again. Look at us. We're moving into Heat 4. And I'm with True Starling, and welcome back. Good to see you. I'm told that you will actually be surfing later today. Is that true?
Fingers crossed, hopefully. I think maybe it might be still up in the air, but I'm excited. I ran back and grabbed my board.
Committed. I think the talk is maybe after this round of the men's longboard to have our 2 heats of the women's.
Oh, awesome.
Just to take advantage of what's there. So
beautiful.
We can't guarantee you that, but we are thinking that might be the case. So I can't wait to see you out there surfing.
I am very excited. Ran back, got my board and bikini and stuff. So I haven't surfed yet since I've been
hopefully I'll be able
here,
to commentate. I haven't surfed yet either. Maybe I can grab my board and bikini and go in the same heat.
I'll see you out there.
Boom. All right, well, that's enough of us. Let's see some surfing. What's going on over here? Thank you. See, that was magic.
Yep.
So we've got Masaya Tsukamoto in red, RJ Chico Lopez in blue, John Kennedy Martinez in white, and Adong Esquivel in green. Looks like we've had no starters at this stage, with just a minute and a little down in the heat. A little bit of breeze coming up there, True, now.
Yeah, it started to get, not too much. It's just still a light breeze, but it's definitely, you can see the texture on the waves. It's not as clean as it was earlier. But yeah, there's definitely still some really fun conditions, and there's good waves and great opportunities. This is RJ Lopez. Just walking up the board, locks in for a quick 5. You can see him just racing along that whitewash. Trying to find a bit more of an open face as he gets around it, puts it up there. Wow.
That was nice.
Solid finishing turn there.
Yeah, that was a really solid. Well, he's not actually finished, so let's see what else he can do. But it was a really nice, wasn't even a floater. It was a proper re-entry, that one.
That's amazing.
And he's still going. He's finished with a little float. So
wow.
It seemed like he made more of the backside of that wave than he did at the start, but that was a really nice opening wave. And again, I say it all the time, but I'll be interested to see how the judges go on that first wave of the heat. I liked it.
Yeah, me too. I think it was definitely a great start. A 4 to start off for RJ. I think he did what he had to do on that wave, making the most of what it was. And looks
Thankfully,
like
I'm not a judge, because I probably would have given him a 4 just on that turn.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm so glad I'm in here and not doing that job.
I did the judging course, and I'm a level 2 judge, but
oh wow,
it's kind of a thankless. I give them so much credit, because it's a thankless task, and it's long and hot on the tower all day, and it's a tough job, real tough. And so good luck to the guys, and Ty, our head judge, Ty Conahan out there, and all the boys. You're doing a pretty damn good job. I haven't seen anyone storming up here to complain about anything as yet.
Yes, hopefully we don't see that. And this is Andong Esquivel from the Philippines, just
it looks like he's
away.
on quite an old board.
Yeah, maybe a old faithful to kick off his campaign in this event.
Esquivel's a pretty famous name up here, as you know, and so I'm assuming he's related to someone, and I guess someone will come and tell me fairly soon. If Luke Landrigan was here, he would be able to tell us exactly who he's related to, but part of the Esquivel family, and there's a bunch of them, really good longboarders, and it looks like he's maybe got one of his relatives' old sticks there.
Yeah, absolutely. Could be channeling the good juju off that board.
Well, hopefully he will. So he's on the board nonetheless. So is John Kennedy and White Martinez. So that was just a 3.25 for Andong, but that's puts him in second place. I mean, it's not a bad place to be at any time of the heat. And we've got away from everyone now, so slowish start of score-wise. Not sure if the folks at home can see the screen the way we're seeing it, but seem to be a couple of hiccups there. Maybe we'll assume they're not seeing it that way. Hopefully they're not. I mean, like I said, day one, there's a few hiccups all the time, and tomorrow things will be perfect. But I think we're doing all right, and no one really cares about the hiccups in the technical side as long as the waves are pumping, which they are.
Yeah, exactly. Can't complain about that. I tell you what, it looks so fun. Even this little inside one, just mind surfing that.
I'm thinking, what's your strategy if you're out there later? Or are you going to sit out the back there, or are you going to sit halfway across and take that inside section? Because, I'm thinking on a short board, that inside section standing up far better than the outside section is. And the outside section is far more sectiony as such.
Yeah, I agree. I think probably depends. Like, we've still got a bit of time till the tide. Is it going to change, or has it changed already?
It's turned already. It's coming in, and there is still a bit of time. But the tide will be higher by the time you're out there, so that inside section should get better, less shallow, a little less dangerous.
Great.
The issue, of course, is the wind as well. I mean, I'm sort of thinking that it's up to essentially Luke and Ty whether we go into those last two heats, your heat and the one previous to that on the short boards. And I think that's going to totally depend on the wind. And we've got, what are we at now, heat 4. So we've got 4 more heats of the longboard. So that's, just under 2 hours. And there's every chance, if yesterday is an indication, that the wind could get really strong and you may not end up surfing this afternoon.
Yeah.
My thinking was to get you guys out there regardless, but
let's do it.
Yeah. Well, I think everyone's hoping you won't be, because everyone wants to get out there and have a free surf regardless of the wind.
I'm pretty sure my strategy will be go out, surf a heat, come in and go back out surfing again.
That's a good strategy.
But it looks so fun. I think watching it all day, it's definitely gotten me eager to get out in the ocean.
It's one of those days you sit there and mind surf it and dream that you could be out there with one friend and not even anyone on the beach, just jungle on the beach, and just be out there with, with one or two friends and be the ultimate,
Be super
Sadly,
fun.
it's pretty busy at comp time, and I guess it's less busy the rest of the year, but we only get to see it at comp time.
Yeah.
So, it's nice to see only 4 people out there, and I guess that's the good thing about entering the comp. There's only 4 people, and we've got RJ up and riding. Nice little toes on the nose there. He's just trying to get across that section, which is a little lumpy. He's made it. A little bit of a tail turn there, and nice little cutback. Yeah, he's moving that big board around.
Wow.
And that was a really nice combination of cut back into hang 5, and he's back up there again, making the most of it. A little bit of a off balance there, but he fixed that up really quick. That was a very nice wave from RJ. Really well served. A difficult wave to ride because it was quite bumpy and a little bit sectiony. So I guess he'll get rewarded for that. How big the reward will be, who knows?
Yeah. I think he did really well, negotiating each section, figuring out what was the best place to kind of do those critical maneuvers. So 5.5. At 5.
A 5, well, that's by far the best score of... he's got the 2 highest scores, so he's looking really good at the moment, RJ. And, he looked super confident there. The chop, the sections didn't seem to bother him in any way. He looks really powerful. He looks like he's a fairly big guy.
Yeah.
And here we have Andong, who's a little guy, little thin guy. He's going to work his way through to the inside there on a smaller wave. But, a lot of... that's a shame. He looked really good for a second there. He really had his foot right over the front of the board. And again, I apologise to those listening if I'm not an aficionado longboarder, and maybe I'm not saying exactly the correct terms, but nonetheless, I'm enjoying it. And that was sort of why we had the Waxhead here. The Waxhead is the longboarding expert, isn't he?
Yeah, he's very knowledgeable about the sport, about, longboarding, whether it's the surfing or the boards or the fins. He can really tell where the fin placement is. And
that's what we discussed previously, and what I've started doing, I guess to hide my lack of knowledge of longboarding, is to ask him questions about longboarding, and it's so that the people out there then understand more, and so I understand more as well. I think it doesn't hurt to educate rather than just commentate. You know?
Absolutely. Well, looks like John Martinez getting a nice one. Just a little bit of a fumble there as he just crosses that back leg over. Quick tap, drop knee carve, grabs a rail there as well. Walks back up to the nose of the board. And even gets a little inside section. Can he find a ride out? He does. Maintains that control.
That was very nice, and I could hear the people cheering from outside. So I guess he's a local guy, and he's got a bunch of guys supporting him. A couple of sets out the back there.
It's definitely, that swell is still definitely around. I think there was a few heats where I felt like it maybe got a little bit bigger. This one looks like a fun ride. Wow, just locking in. Masaya Tsukamoto from Japan. Nice carve. You can see a lot of people grabbing their rail in their sections where maybe that whitewash is kind of coming up at them unexpectedly just to maintain control, and he gets out of that one to finish.
I wonder if
ride.
there's any penalty as far as the judges are concerned for grabbing your rail to get through a section.
Yeah.
Obviously on a short board
question.
you do a manoeuvre and grab your rail, you get more points, but on a longboard to get through a section, not really sure. I guess it's just... maybe no points pushing through the section. If you get through it, there the points are, and that's why you're doing it, obviously. And RJ's having another crack. RJ has the 2 highest wave scores at the moment.
Wow, walks back up, locks in for a decent amount of time on that 5. Nice carve, but just loses it.
Yeah, pushed it a bit too hard there, didn't he?
Could see the board start to bounce underneath him, and that's when that control's not there.
Correct. It's a little bumpy. It's a little lumpy, and he was in incredible control on the last two, so I'm a bit surprised he did that. I think he just bit off a bit more than he could chew on that turn. It was a little bit too hard, and didn't quite manage to pull it off. Lost all his speed after he turned into the whitewater. But he's still leading with a 5 and a 4. Messiah in red needs a 3.5 to move into first. John Kennedy needs a 3.41 to move into second, and Andong needs a 4.76 to move into second. As you all know, I believe the first two place getters move through to the next round. The following two place getters, third and fourth, will be missing out and be very disappointed nonetheless, whether they're locals or whether they've travelled to get here, whether they've spent the money, whether they haven't. No one wants to get knocked out.
No.
It's no fun.
Yep, it's never fun for anyone, but round of 16 is the next round as well, round before the quarters. So making it through the round of 32 is a big feat as well.
Yeah, and what I'll do before we start the next round, which won't be today on the longboards, is I'll find out who does and who doesn't get prize money, because the prize money will start at a certain round.
Yeah.
And I'm feeling that the round 32, I'm guessing there maybe isn't prize money. There'll be points for every round.
Yep.
But yeah, well, look, I apologise, I don't know, but I might get a list of the points and the prize money so that we can let people know how it actually works. And again, it's about points here. This is a 1,000, but there's only 3 1,000 events. So regardless of the fact that you might think a 5,000 is bigger, if there aren't any 3,000s or 5,000s, the 1,000s all you've got, they're the most important ones. So this may as well be, for these guys, this is like a CT.
Yeah.
This is as important as it gets for these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty much, that step before the longboard tour where you can go to Bells and Malibu and El Salvador. And there's another one that I'm thinking of, but it's lost my mind. Andong, nice. Cut back there. Patience is a virtue on this wave. Gets a quick tap for a 10, and then out behind him, RJ once again. Locking in nicely there as he takes this one through to the inside. Another carve here, just holding on to it. And wow, really trying to stay with this one, milk it for all it's worth. Locks in for a long 5 here. Steps back, perfect timing. Gets another one, and that's where he'll kick out of this wave and get back out the back. And then John Martinez, you saw him a bit of a soul arch. Steps up the board, quick 10 for a tap, pedals back just in time. And he's trying to hold on to his rail through this inside connection, but doesn't get around it, so he has to kick out. And Messiah, that last wave, a 5.5.
Okay, well there you go. That's the highest score of the heat. Sorry, I was absent there for a second. I was looking for some information on one of the surfers, and I actually couldn't find it on my phone. So I apologise for making you talk all by yourself there for a while.
Oh, I love a chat.
I know
it's
you
all
love
good.
a chat. I was going to say exactly the same thing. Okay, so we've got Messiah paddling again. He's on the inside. Looks like a nice line on this wave. He's chosen not to go for it. He did have priority. Now, there is another surfer out the back there, so we'll see what happens. He lost priority, so now Andong got priority right then, because it was felt that Messiah did make enough of a go at paddling for that wave. So he did lose his priority. He's looking back at them now, probably not all that happy, but I think it was relatively obvious that he lost his priority there. Still in second priority. The other two are still paddling back out, so, not too bad. He's in second place. And Andong needs that priority. He's in fourth position at the moment. There are some waves setting up out the back. Looks like maybe this one or the next one. Let's see what they do. I think Messiah's trying to make him paddle for this one, and he didn't. Okay, he didn't sell him the dummy there.
No.
That was pretty good. Okay, so good on you, Andong.
Yeah, seems like Messiah is really eager to get back that first priority.
He is. And he really tried to sucker him into that one, but look, Andong surfed this place plenty of times, so he knew that wasn't a valuable wave, and it wasn't worth giving up his priority. Have you been burnt by priority before? Had priority and hung onto it too long and had it freak you out?
Absolutely. Yeah. There's been many times where I've had priority and I sit out there and I wait for something that doesn't come.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I saw it 2-3 heats ago, and that's an hour ago. So much can change within that hour.
Absolutely, yeah.
So
okay. We've got a replay of one of the previous waves coming up.
Yeah, this looks like that 5-5 of Messiah, just driving straight into a nice 5. Locks in again for a quick one. And carves through that one there as well. So Messiah, that 5-5, looking really good in his scoreline. But John Kennedy, 5-6-5 on his last wave, takes him into first.
Okay, so we missed that one, did we?
I think that was the one with his soul arch, and he got a little bit caught behind. You were looking for some
sorry.
info.
Yeah, okay, so you were talking away and I was looking for something that I didn't find. So, again, apologies. Okay, so that is a change. Okay, that's good. So John Martinez up there in first place with a 5.65 and a 4.60. It's all really close. Well, between first, second, and third. Messiah hasn't got a decent backup score as yet. He certainly looks capable of it. So, and he's in second priority. And here we go. We're what we talked about. Andong hanging on to priority at this stage, and it's really interesting that. John Martinez is sitting so far on the inside. Like, he's basically surfing a different wave. And I guess because it's a little onshore, and when it's sectioned, those sections come down quicker when it's onshore. It's, they've got no wind to hold those sections up. So I'm figuring he's just hoping for an inside one, or one with not a great deal of line on it, because he's in there with fourth priority. Well, again, he's on fourth priority, so you may as well go in there. The problem is, if it's a good lined up one, he can be dropped in on safely without loss of any points or issues. So interesting strategy there.
Yeah, it is. I think maybe he's wanting to get himself away from the priority rotation to just try and keep him in a good position.
I see that, and I would have understood it more without the onshore wind. But with the onshore wind, it's going to make it. Oh, look, I hope he proves me wrong and he gets a great wave and has a great score. But, well, here he goes. He's going to go this one. Okay, so they're nowhere near it. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, John paddling hard for this one. Well on the inside of everyone. Nice quick tap. Losing a little bit of control there, but regains that speed, climbing up the face of the wave. And staying in the middle part of that board. Drops that back knee, raises his arms. And pedals back nice and quickly to what looks like will finish off this wave. Yep, kicks out of that one. So
I don't know if it's going to go into his top two scores, but it was a good strategy. He did. They're still sitting out there with all the kinds of priority, and he had a chance to, have a pretty big score. So I'll be super interested to see what they scored him on that and see whether he helped himself. But he hasn't hurt himself because he didn't have priority anyway.
Exactly.
So what he's done? He's gone surfing and caught a wave, and no one else had a wave, and it's not going to affect the score unless it's a higher score. And here it comes, and he may even just improve a little bit. Oh, there's a 4.1 to 4. No, just under his backup wave, but nonetheless, it was well worth it. One of the judges gave him a 5.2. That was pretty good strategy. And look, here goes Messiah paddling right up the inside as well. So
Messiah only needs a 3.5.
Yeah, he needs nothing, so that would have been well and truly enough for him.
Yeah, I agree. I think if he's in a position like this one that he is right now, if he can really get onto this wave and make the most of it, then a 3.5 is well within reach. He's already got a 5.5, second best wave of the heat, goes straight to the nose for Messiah. Wow, really controls it through that wobbly section there. Nice carve. Goes again, driving it back to the power source of the wave.
Going to be any kind of inside. I think that's the issue with the really inside waves, there's not a lot of that inside bonus section there.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, let's see what happens there to Messiah. I mean, what did we say he needed? A 3.5. I'm not feeling it, but we'll see. They'll probably give him a 5, and I'll look like a dummy once again. I'm used to that. Look at this set out the back. And again, they've all moved way inside. Have they gone too far?
Yeah, John, you can see him far to the left of screen. Looks like Andong having a look at this one. Paddling hard onto it, goes straight to the nose, stepping back, and has to kick out. That section looked a little bit
He looked
sketchy.
like he'd sort of caught a rail there too, so he had no real speed. So to get round the section was probably not going to happen. RJ again. Nice little off the top. Oh, a little dangerous.
Wow. He could have been on his way to bettering that 4 potentially.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We're still waiting on that score of Messiah, 3.5 he needs. Last of RJ didn't go into the top 2.
So the reason sometimes it takes such long for the score to come in because the judges are looking at separate replays, and so the head judge will call, especially in a tricky situation, which means you know there might be position change and all the rest of it. They look really hard and they'll look at it once or twice again, and then what happens is waves come in the meantime. So they've got to score those waves, then they've got to go back to the replay again.
Yeah.
So sometimes here it comes now.
It's looking like it's going to be the score. It is 4.6, Jerry.
Well, there you go. There you go. So
Wow, look at these sets on the horizon here. Looks like Messiah.
he's jumping off. Okay, so that's, and I'll tell you what, on the screen it's smaller than it actually is out there. It looks smaller on the screen. So
Wow.
but that's so now. Okay, so we're taking off wide. It's hard to see the colour there. Was that blue? Was that RJ?
That's,
No,
Andong.
Oh, that's Andong. Now, hopefully this one will line up on the inside. So if you can hang on and get a decent inside section, bit of a drop knee turn there.
He still looks like quite a young surfer
He
as
looks
well.
little and light, yes.
Yeah. Quick steps to the nose, quick 10 tap
And he's
there.
not going to get the section there. So with
Yeah.
2 minutes 21, we've got John Martinez up there with a 5.65 and a 4.60. And Messiah has now moved into second place with a 5.5 and a 4.45. So RJ now needs a 4.96, which is doable. He's got second priority now. And he's certainly capable. I mean, he was leading the charge right from the start. And since his first 2 waves, he hasn't been able to improve on either of them. He's had a bunch of waves. I thought for a second there, when he was well ahead early, that he would maybe run away, like has happened in a couple of the previous heats. But sadly for him, not the case with 1.5 minutes to go. And now it looks pretty quiet out the back there, so fingers crossed for him.
Yeah, he kind of needs to be in a position where he doesn't get sucked too far on the inside as well.
Correct.
The last few waves, everyone was probably a little bit too deep, and current heat leader, John Martinez.
Who surprisingly gives up priority with that small wave.
Yeah. I
Maybe
think
he's feeling comfortable with a minute to go. I don't know. It seems a bit odd. A real small wave. I mean, he's surfing it very nicely. He needs something better than a 4.6 to better his situation. And again, who dares predict what the judges are going to do? I've stopped doing it. I just it causes me too many problems.
Oh, looks like Andong unable to get onto that one.
Yeah, getting desperate. He doesn't look happy, scratching his head, wondering what he can do.
Yeah.
So it does give RJ priority with 30 seconds to go. He's sitting out there patiently. You know, I don't know what the interval is, 10 seconds. So he's only going to get 1 or 2 chances here. So he needs to essentially take anything that's going to break.
Yeah. And 20 seconds, it's not a lot of time, but he's got priority. So if something pops up, he's got the pick of
Well, there you
the
go.
lineup.
So he's gone for it. It's really quite a small one. 10 seconds to go. Needs a 4.96. I think he's going to struggle. I didn't mean to that, but I think he's going to struggle. He did what he had to do. It's a nice 10. He just did a nice 10. So be really interested. See what his body language is. See how he feels about it. Yeah, he's taking it all the way, but yeah, he doesn't look super duper happy. But who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? So look, we'll head off to a commercial. We'll come back with heat number 5.
Let's wander the 100 islands of Pangasinan, 124 to be exact, each with their own hidden secrets to be explored. The islands are connected by the Lingayen Gulf, and bridges, and even zip lines that let you fly from one island to the next. Woohoo! There's hundreds of adventures to dive into when there's 100 islands to explore.
The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is brought to you by Tingog Party List, House Speaker Martin Romualdez, and the Department of Tourism Region 1. The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organised by the United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the provincial government of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and the La Union Surf Club. This event is sponsored by Alima, Clean Canteen, and SMC Infrastructure. This event is recognised by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
And welcome back to the WSL La Union International Pro. We have once again the LQS on Heat 5 of the round of 32. True Styling joined in the booth with John Carby and
Getting
John.
deep into it. Here we go.
We sure
Exciting
are.
sort of part of the day.
Yep. It's about lunchtime, 1:30. The stomach's grumbling a little bit right now.
I just had my food, so I'm happy and relaxed.
Oh.
The wave's getting a little bit onshore out there, but still, as we can see, plenty of scoring rolling through. Great competition. Here we go. Taka Inui. Challenger Series, World Tour Series surfer.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely incredible longboarder. Just jumping off on that wave, we saw both sisters, Sakura and Katie, progress through to the round of 16 earlier today. Sorry, the quarterfinals, I should say, and that is Mark Sergey Aguilar up and riding on his first wave. Just carving down this one, trying to make it down the face of this. Gaining some speed. What's he got? Just throws his arms up for a nice carve. Almost loses it, but recovers nicely.
Got that little bit of steeze about it, that little hip thrust in that turn.
Yeah,
There.
absolutely.
I was talking before where you get to see that personality and the confidence in a turn, just to add that little sample of style on it too. It's really cool to see. We've also got Warren Lopez and Ryuichi Seal from Japan out there. So 2 Filipinos, 2 Japanese. Exciting heat.
It will be. It's going to be a great heat. Taka, as you said, on the longboard tour. From memory, he got into the finals in South Korea. Didn't take the win. We saw Kai Hamase take the win, who we'll see come up, I think, last heat of the round. And you can see there the Vans umbrellas on the beach providing some shade for all the spectators there. And that's that beautiful drone view of this incredible place here. Unfortunately, that was Warren Lopez, just not quite getting a finish on that one.
Yeah, you said we've got the Vans flags down there. We've got some great sponsors on board. We've got the San Miguel Corporation Infrastructure, so they do roads and all that sort of stuff. They're not just a beer company here in the Philippines, they actually do roads and infrastructure. So great San Miguel Corporation Infrastructure, Vans. Obviously everyone knows the Vans brand and what they do for like action sports in particular across the world and the Philippines. Alima, which is one of our local Philippine homegrown brands. Luke Landrigan actually is one of the pioneers of that brand. Clean Canteen, can't speak enough for them. Get yourself a clean canteen and do your part for the environment. MVP Sports Foundation, it's a foundation here specifically in the Philippines that helps promote grassroots sports. Huge focus on the young people, and they've done amazing things for surfing at the GROMS level, the grassroots level in the Philippines. And bang on Filipinas, one of the brands endorsed by Vinny Marcos, the presidential son, who is also an avid surf fan. Hopefully at one stage we'll get him in the booth to talk a little bit about passion, and he's got a few little projects in surfing going on, so exciting times ahead.
I feel like we'll be able to wrangle him in, surely.
I think so. He just doesn't like the limelight so much. He's one of those humble sort of guys that sort of...
I feel like that sums up a lot of the people in the Philippines.
Yeah, and he goes all the way to the top level, so it's really cool. Hopefully, we might get him in here. I hope so. Yeah. Even sit quietly in the corner.
Yeah.
He just might like the aircon room.
Yes.
Also, I'd like to thank our local sponsors, La Cantina, Kermit, Seabuds, Converge, Flotsam Jetsam, Mad Monkeys, Funky Quarters, and Lacan. Down tonight at Flotsam Jetsam, we're going to have the opening ceremony, kicking off from 5 p.m. So if you're around town in La Union and you want to come down, it's going to be a great opening ceremony. Come and see what it's all about. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some lechon. I know you're a vegetarian, but for those who don't know, lechon is actually roasted pig on the spit style. You probably don't want to hear that. But it's a Filipino traditional food, and,
Wow.
and I'm looking forward to it. I always
Yeah.
do.
I am really looking forward to, in Siargao, we had all the dances and things
Yep.
at the opening ceremony.
I remember your face was probably the highlight of my night. The Philippine cultural history, the dances and everything they have, it is amazing. It's
Yeah.
great. Traveling to places for these events, it's the highlight. It's the cultural heritage. It's the stories. It's the countries, and the people is why we do it, basically. So having that tonight on display at the opening ceremony, get down there 5 p.m, get yourself a hot seat, and enjoy the show and give respect to those who put this event together. And obviously also we honour the athletes who have travelled from across the regions of Asia and the world to be here at the beautiful La Union Point.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's definitely worth the travel as well. All right, looks like...
Ooh, that was a priority off. Looks like Surfing Blue had... Ryuichi had priority on that. He was second priority, so he used that well. Surfing Green doing well to get off that before he got himself in an interference position.
Yeah, that was really smart for Ryuichi, not really getting a score on the board, so he'll have something to lock in. It means Taka regains first priority. His first wave of 4.25, first of Mark 5.75, and Warren Lopez locking in a 3.6 and a 1. So we'll see where this wave of Ryuichi locks in and see where that puts him in the scoreboard.
Yep, it seems as that wind's picking up, the selection's getting a little bit less. We saw a lot of waves in that magic period where the tide was pushing in. The wind was still sort of light enough to just fluff up the faces.
Yep.
That was sort of the magic period where they were catching a lot more waves. Now we seem to be in that time in the afternoon where things slow down a little bit and selection really comes into play.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the rest of the event, we'll be seeing a couple of waves picking up tomorrow.
I think the forecast looks really good. We may end up in a place where it gets too big. Hope not. We want to see everyone out there ripping up the bigger stuff. There's the movement out on this point in particular does get pretty hazardous. What you don't see off screen here is it runs into a little bay. That bay tends to have a rip that will just take competitors out to sea, and it sort of starts getting a little bit wild and dangerous when it hits a certain point, which is around that 7 to 8 foot mark. So
Wow.
as long as we don't get above that, we should be
okay.
Should be okay. It looks like the swell's going to peak sort of tomorrow, around lunchtime starting for the afternoon. So
Okay.
I believe we'll probably have the shortboarders in action
Tomorrow.
Maybe this afternoon. There was chat about it, but
Yes.
got to wait for the contest directors and the powers above us to make calls. We'll just talk about it when it happens.
Yeah, exactly.
And at the moment, we are longboard action, and it's been a great morning.
Oh, it has been amazing. I feel like we've done a bunch of heats already. There's 3 more to go after this. And, I'm excited to see how the day rounds out. I remember, speaking of swell, I remember being at the event in Cruy, not last year, but the year before. And it was 15 foot.
I think I was there for that,
Were
actually.
you?
I was there for that, yeah. I was
Oh,
there.
my
I was travelling
goodness.
with the Philippine team. And
Oh my gosh.
we were going out to practice surf in 8 foot, and it was terrifying.
Yeah.
I went out for one surf, I got destroyed, and I put my tail between my legs and sort of come back in.
Yeah, it was scary.
Yeah. And
was
then I
scary.
remember when they actually called the event off, and there's a point where the risk versus reward sort of switches over.
Yeah.
And one of the most important things for, obviously, WSL, they don't want to hurt anybody.
Yeah.
If this is a healthy, active sport, there's a limit where it becomes just not worth the...
Yeah.
and credit, if you want to be the big wave surfer, here we go. Mark CJ is actually putting on a bit of flair out there. He just went for one of those reverse cross steps. So going to the nose and switching back the other way. A bit of fun, a bit of flair.
Absolutely.
But yeah, if you want to do the big wave stuff, join the Big Wave Tour. WSL caters to that also.
Yes, yeah. I remember, I think I had a heat on in the afternoon one day, and it was getting big. And I was thinking, okay, I need to go get the biggest board I've got, which was a 5'10".
The gun.
Yep, my gun. And my thickest leggy, and I was like, okay, well, I've got everything. This is all I can ask for. And my sister was like, I'm not caddying out there for you. Sorry.
Thanks, sis.
And luckily it got called off and I released a breath I didn't even know I was holding. I was like, oh.
It's
okay.
a tricky lineup. It's tricky to get out there. Same as here, it can be tricky, but that little rip that does start up is a really good assist. It's just they'll probably increase the paddle out time tomorrow as it sort of increases, and we'll see some interesting surfing going on. I think I can't wait.
Yeah,
I hope it just stays below that too much as Warren jumps up on the nose now, getting to work. Nice little down carve from Warren. Nice strong frame on him. Be interesting to know what sort of board he's on. That's the one thing that Waxhead has on point. Nice little 10 there.
Yeah.
He knows what boards they are. We've got a split screen going on there of whitewash and whitewash.
Looks
there
like
it is. Back to action with Warren.
Yeah, that was a good looking 10. So he made that 10 and maybe even progressed into something more at the end of that wave.
Yep, we'll see if he gets up into that 7.65 he needs to get into first. Option B for him is he'll just start hacking away at that requirement, maybe get himself a good mid-range score, making the requirement a little bit less. But he's also going to make it a little bit harder for Tucker and Ryuichi to sort of catch up to him. He's getting himself into a good position as we hit sort of the halfway point of this heat.
Yeah, and Tucker's a real danger as well. I think, sometimes we see him get lost in heats and then he can really regain himself and he comes out with a 7 and then a 6 and then next thing you know he's in the lead.
Absolutely. And it's experience, right? When you see a name of his standard and he still only has one wave, you know he's looking for something that he knows he's going to get the score on. So here goes Warren again. Little bit wobbly on that turn. It was a strong turn. It was a shame that he sort of got a little bit overbalanced and sort of dropped that shoulder on it. But there's that 10. Nice, relaxed and comfortable. Just having a little bit of trouble maybe with the chop. He sort of caught his rail a few times on that. Sort of losing that flow and that grace element. And the judges really pick up on that quick. So if anything's got to knock his score down, it's going to be those little miniature errors that a free surfer would be happy to accept, but this level we don't get away with that stuff. Yeah,
there's minimal room for errors. 5.65 for last of Warren Lopez. You saw him on that 10 just dropping the arm, showing that control, but then catching a little bit of rail as you said. So 12 and a half minutes just about to go in this one. And
he's definitely knocked that requirement down. Now he needs a 5.61 to get into first, and he's put it up a little bit trickier for Tucker.
Yeah. And Ryuichi as well.
Ryuichi, he's in the point now. He's only got one wave. He's going to want to start getting pretty active.
Yes.
He's got priority. And it looks like Mark's sort of keeping his eye on him also. He wants to sit near him.
Yeah, and I think it's, we're at the time with 12 minutes to go where it's over halfway.
Yep.
And you're trying really hard to get more waves, but when something like this, Ryuichi's only had one wave. Tucker and Mark have had 2. So, it's in a point where you're struggling to kind of move through that, so they just need to remain composed. Priority sits with Ryuichi. Taka Inui has second priority. Jerry's causing a ruckus.
We've got a Jerry Deegan wandering around aimlessly behind us at the moment. I'm afraid we don't have the camera to show it.
Yeah.
11 minutes. What's up next?
Heat 6.
Next up, we've got Jo Marie Ebewiza, Kim Dongukyan, Renny Ventura, and Takahiro oh my gosh, I'm going to butcher it. Tuchiya. Another good heat coming up. Little riding. Aging eyes. Here we go. Our second wave for Ryuichi.
Yeah, just going rail to rail on this one. Steps up to the nose, holds it as he thought he was going to bring it back to the whitewash, but he's trying to stay ahead of this. Locks in again. And then you can hear also see also Tucker and Ryuichi. Tucker trying to lock in a 5.01. Wow, nice carve there for Tucker Inui as Ryuichi goes off screen. Tucker flowing through, nice drop knee carve. Really committed surfing. Looks up at the judges and Maybe you're saying I need to swap boards.
I think that looks like a equipment change.
Yeah.
So he's obviously got a bit of a game plan on the beach to. Indecisive. What do you think? For me, it's a hard call. I like to see athletes sort of make a call and stick to their equipment.
Yeah.
Other than having that doubt always locked in your mind and
Yep.
what if, what how. It is a tricky part. As Mark trying to get into the open face of this one, there's not too much so far in the scoring potential. He's looking to drop a mid-5.
Yeah, just stepping back. Gets a carve there and raises the arms, has to kick out. I think Tucker's got his mum down there, Tucker Mama. She films every heat. She watches everything. She's
One of the most passionate soccer mums
yes.
I think that I've seen in this sport so far.
Yeah, so she's got three babies to
Three
keep
superstars.
watching. Yeah, absolutely. Sakura and Katie moving on through to the quarterfinals. And Tucker in this heat right now. He's waiting on this last score to lock in. This is Warren Lopez on the answer back. Gets a quick 10 in there. Holds it for a moment and stepping up the board as well. Goes for another 10. Wow, Warren just looking really in rhythm out there. Gets another 10. Carves through this one as he just tries to find an inside connection. Does well to manage that nose dig there as well.
3 10s on one wave. I'm wondering what the judges will think. Will they want to see those 10s held a bit longer as opposed to the 3 taps, or are they going to reward the 10s? Because there was a bit of style amongst them, especially particularly that first one. He stood tall, nice, relaxed, comfortable.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to see where that score does drop in.
And
there's actually scores across the board to drop in, so it'll be interesting.
Yeah, and speaking with Luke earlier, talking about JR and his new kind of approach to surfing waves, quality over quantity. He doesn't want to do like quick taps. He wants to be able to hold them. So yeah, I agree. It'll be interesting to see whether the judges reward that or if they go, hey, we like it, but we want to see you hold that for longer.
Yeah, strong wave. We're sort of splitting hairs between maybe good to very good at this point. So
yeah,
will be interesting to see where the judges are going to land on that. And it sends a message to the competitors who are watching. It's like, okay, I need to maybe hold them more and do what you just said, that quality over quantity.
It's such a common theme over both competitive, like shortboarding and longboarding surfing, competitive surfing. And it's interesting to see that kind of just, even though the criteria is different, they're saying, hey, we want to see that risk. We want to see it more. And yeah, we'll see where that wave of Warren locks in as. Still waiting on Tucker and Mark to have their scores locked in as well with just over 7 minutes to go.
Yep, huge exchange. Everyone getting pretty good waves too. They all rode them pretty far into the beach, so long paddles back gives those judges time to sort of review the footage and make sure the numbers are going where they need to.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're going to see them start dropping in now.
And here we go. Tucker on a board change here. Looks like he's riding the same board that Sakura is. Gets a toe tap there. Points a foot as well. Nice carve for Tucker and Nui. Is looking more in rhythm on this board than the last one. Holds a strong drop knee carve. Again for another one. As he races this wave through to the inside, out the back. Looks like Mark also getting a decent ride underway. Tucker finishing off that one. Behind the pole there, we lose a bit of vision and Mark kicks out. So still a bunch of scores to lock in.
Keeping the judges super busy. The only one that we can say with confidence is Rochi's last wave was a 3.35. There we go. Tucker previous wave, still one to drop in, was a 4.85 before he made that equipment change. It's going to be a great comparison from one to the other. He looked like he had a lot more speed and flow on that new board, like instantly. So that's a good choice, I guess. We were talking about that before. Being indecisive on your boards, but he obviously knew what he was looking for and what he wanted. He's a seasoned competitor and knows his equipment, so would have been good to have the wax head in here because he would have known exactly what the swap was and what the difference was.
Yes, 100%.
The man's a encyclopedia when it comes to longboard shapes, dimensions, and it's interesting because it really does open up how much goes into longboarding. It's easy to say, oh, it's just walking up and down the board, but when you start talking about tails and board shapes and everything that they got to think about, you really start growing this appreciation for what is really a beautiful sport.
Yeah, it is.
And technically huge.
Oh, it is. It's insane. And even, the difference between a tied 5 and a 10, it's like minimal, and it's just, it's so insane to watch, and it's such a cool thing because there's so many different aspects that come into longboarding that you don't see in shortboarding.
No, you really don't. We get to just go up and down the wave. These guys have not just got to go up and down the wave, they also have to go up and down their boards.
Yeah. There's no way I'd be able to do that.
No. If I hop on a longboard, I ride it as much like a shortboard as I can.
Yes.
I spend all my time in that bottom quarter, and that's where I lock myself in.
Yeah. I just go across the wave and hope I don't fall. Always with a leg rope though, because I don't trust myself.
No, I don't want to kill anybody on the inside.
Yep. Well, still got scores to lock in for all 4 of our surfers. Another for Tucker. A good looking score for Warren to lock in. Could be his best.
Yep. Mark had a throwaway in the middle of that, so one of his scores, his last wave will be small, but the one before that I think may go towards his total possibly. It's definitely going to be a tight last 3 minutes because the requirements are all not out of reach of anybody out there.
Yeah, well, 6.25 for that previous to last wave of Warren's. So he goes into the lead at this stage. Mark needing a 6.16 to go back to first. Tucker looking for a 6.4, but he does have a score to lock in as well. And Ryuchi a 7.9. This is Warren Lopez up and riding. So 6.25, I think that was for those 3 10s that he got on that wave. So
there we go.
Judges liking.
They did like it, and commitment between a 5 and a 10 obviously ramps up quite substantially. Getting 10 toes over the nose compared to 5, you sort of go from that 5 to that close 5 that you were talking about, and then getting those other toes on the nose, and it is like that skill slope goes up a lot.
Yeah.
And the judges know that and reward it. So 3 10s equals
6.25.
a 6. Yeah. Good to know.
Yeah,
Wonder
exactly.
what it would have been if he had held that from 110 to the next. Would he have then jumped up to that next bracket?
Yeah.
And got to the very good? We knew it was going to be a good score.
Yeah.
I think the next bracket, if he had committed a little bit longer to it, would have gone into the very good range. And for us, it's March. It literally comes down to that splitting hairs of time, commitment, and making it look good, which is the other aspect to it.
Yeah, 100%. We've got scores for Tucker. 1 judge says yes. 2 right now say no. 5.65, not enough for Tucker and Nui. He needs a 5.61.
There we go. He's waving to the beach commentator to give him the update because this is going to be very important to him. So I'm sure the beach commentator is going to give him that update.
Yeah.
It becomes... I don't think he's even got his leg rope on.
I think he could be holding his booty right now. I saw him have a booty and wow, locks in for a 10. But we have a bit of a glitch on our screen, so hoping that he continues. Looks like he does, so we'll see if it's a 5.61.
You're right. I think he had an injury on that, I think his lead foot, so he's obviously wanting to feel the board out. He knows that he's chasing that score. The pressure's on, and he wants to feel every part of his board with every part of his foot. These minimum changes to these guys can be really hard. Like having your feet in the wax, as a surfer, is a very important thing.
Yeah, I'm not a booty gal at
You're
all.
not a booty gal?
I much prefer. Or yes, give me those because I will not be. I'm not even going to think about frostbite.
When you can't feel your foot anyway, it doesn't matter if you're wearing a booty or not.
I think I surfed my heat with no gloves on, and it was the worst decision I'd ever made.
Here we go. This is getting to the hot last minute. We've got that wave to drop in for Tanaka. We've got our 4th place, Ryuchi, on a wave now. He has a score pending. This is going to be a hot minute. This could really flip and flop for the next 1 minute.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we'll see a bunch of different changes. Scores coming for last of Taka. This is Ryuchi. He needs a 7.9. Wow.
This could be a major upset for Taka.
Yeah, 2.75.
A 2.75. So we sort of glitched out on that screen as he sort of launched into a 10. Judges obviously not going anywhere else after that, so this could be a very big upset with the 2 Filipinos potentially knocking out the Japanese guys and big names such as Taka Inoue.
Yeah, it will definitely be a huge upset if that's how this heat plays out in the next 20 seconds. Warren, wow, once again, just crisp surfing. Unfortunately, catches a rail. But yeah, for Taka, that will be, a bit of a sour taste.
5 seconds, and our current second place is on the last wave of what's going to be the heat as this thing wraps up.
Yeah, so it looks like Warren Lopez and Mark Aguilar moving on through to the round of 16. Taka Inui and Ryuichi Seo coming unstuck. Or coming, sorry,
So
bowing out.
I wonder about Tucker, that equipment indecision that he had. Did that come into effect out there?
Yeah.
Did he choose the wrong board? Was it the indecision? It's a
Yeah,
it's
the
a very
second guessing.
complicated scenario out there, and it's great to see.
Yeah, it's kind of moments like that where you really need to back yourself. We'll be right back with heat number 6 after this quick commercial break.
Cuatro cantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos kay dili ko anang paggapos. Cuatro cantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos kay dili ko anang paggapos.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos.
Welcome back to heat number 6 of round 32. This is the Waxhead back in the commanding position. And we have an upset in that last heat with Taka Inui getting a score at the end. And the World Championship Longboard Tour competitor who was knocked off tour last year is not starting this year off to a flying start, getting knocked out by the 2 Filipino competitors.
Upset. Local knowledge. Did you see that board swap that Tucker did? I don't know if you're watching in there from the beach. Tucker did a board swap about halfway through the heat, which was interesting.
The first board he was riding didn't look fantastic. Catching a lot of rail, missing a lot of sections. But after watching a lot of the start, and here we go, this is our surfer Joe Marie out in red right now, off to an early start. And see that section clamping right there? It does continue further down the line, and Taka was being off-put by that initial section. And out in this heat right now, this is Takahiro, who made it through from his heat earlier today. We have Perry Ventura in white, Kim Dong-kun in blue, and Jo-Marie Boiza in red. So a little bit of a tangle up there with the boys with their leg ropes and their leashes.
Yep, Joe Marie from here was the national number 1 for 2023. He was actually ahead of JR Esquivel in the rankings last year. So when JR shouts out to the guys that can beat him, Joe Marie is actually one of those guys. So definitely no stranger to the longboard. Also shortboards really well. And his brother's also a twin brother. Hard to pick them apart. They both surf as good as each other, and they both, once again, both boards, longboard, shortboard,
yeah,
skillful, knowledgeable, and smart competitors.
And this is another smart competitor is Kim Dong-kun, otherwise known as Mark. It's his abbreviated name. And we're not used to seeing him fall in competition too often, but the Korean surfer catching a rail there. So no one's really opened up this heat, and holding that priority is Rennie, otherwise known as Perry Ventura, also a local from La Union as well. He's out there in the white singlet, and we've seen the changing conditions, that wind straight on shore, but still lots of scoring opportunity. And after that initial closeout section, it does continue down the line. I was saying before, I saw Tucker's body language almost submitting to the closeout.
Yep.
If he stayed with it, there's a section on the end.
Eyes on the prize and get to that next scoring potential of that wave, and yeah, it does that leave that good taste. And when he swapped that board, I noticed he did carry a lot more speed, so he obviously went for the Ferrari version of his longboard to get past that section, just maybe a little bit late in the heat.
And a deep section here for our surfer in white. This is Perry, goofy footer. And commitment on that opening nose ride, but just catching a rail and falling off. That was always going to be a tricky maneuver, and it can go one of each way. We've seen that throughout the day.
Joe Marie, nice, smooth little transition from that nose ride to get the speed, unfortunately also coming unstuck in that closeout section. Definitely conditions getting a little bit trickier as that tide fills in, and probably more notable that side onshore wind, which is just giving those few little levels of chop, which makes it hard to maintain that nose ride and keep that rail clean and crisp without sort of bogging that nose down.
And it's not too common in an area where you'll see such similar body shapes with a lot of the surfers. A lot of the natural footer surfers tend to be more heavy set. I think of surfers even like before we saw in the previous heats, our heat winner before Perry's brother, natural footer, strong, stocky natural footer, and before him Benito as well, very similar body shape.
And the last heat was also Warren, similar thing.
Very similar body shape. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we have Perry, Joe Marie, JR, the goofy footers, a little smaller and a little more, I should say, athletic in body shape. And you can see the different styles come out, and it's not often you see that such similarities with local surfers. You know, I guess coming from the European countries and Australia and America, there's such diversity and multiculturalism within the ranks throughout the years, and so many different genes that are crossed over throughout the generations. But here, a lot of these surfers are, however many generations, Filipino.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, obviously, there's the Spanish influence on Filipinos. There was the American, didn't mix in so much. And there is a lot of very similar Filipinos. It's also funny when you go through the provinces. From Siargao will be a bit shorter. You move into La Union, there's a bit more height. Joe Marie, for one, is actually quite a tall Filipino. Here he goes.
Off to a great start, Joe Marie. Strong nose ride, holding that section. And stays with it. He hasn't completed a wave yet. And that one doesn't look like it's going to be a board change. He doesn't like that board out there with the chop. And that's usually what that will indicate, unless there's something wrong with the fin or he can feel something. And Takahiro there, catching the end of his wave, our surfer in green. And he came through from this morning's heat. We've got some action out there right now, so I think Perry's up behind him, our surfer in white as well. No shortage of waves today.
No shortage of waves. The last heat they were being a little bit more selective. This one seems to be sort of ramped up a little bit more scoring. But as you can see, the numbers are all dropping in at that 3, 2, 3. So there hasn't been anything yet that's made you say, wow.
Going with the rounded pintail, maybe a thruster actually. I think 2 side fins in there as well for Joe Marie. So interesting choice there. Taking some inspiration from what he saw Perry perhaps doing, JR doing earlier, and trying to opt for something that will turn a little bit more throughout the chop. But mind you, the conditions, they've changed a lot. There's another 10 kilometres of wind than what we saw mid-morning.
It does, and it changes the game. Also, a lot more tide. So we've got only the 2 tides here throughout the day, which is also another interesting factor. Generally, most regions will have that 4 tides throughout the day, where we're in the 2 tide zone on the west coast of the Philippines. So it doesn't change the game as much as we might normally expect on one of those every 6 hours we've got a tide difference, whereas this is every 12 hours roughly we've got a tide slowly filling in throughout the day. Okay. So it's another interesting fact that sort of happens over here. You're not really adjusting heat by heat to the tide differences, but over the day you'll sort of see the water.
Wow, okay. Great pickup there from one of our expert commentators, John Carby there, who spent a lot of time, majority of his adult life in the Philippines.
9 years at the moment. I'm on my way. I am on my way. Definitely half my adult life here now.
You're not 27?
I am.
At heart.
I'm about 13 mentally, but we can get past that. At heart, Definitely 13 as well. I still love my life, and this is a great place to love it.
And these surfers love their life too, with the opportunity to compete here at the Longboard QS 1000. Opportunity to make it to the World Longboard Tour. This is ground zero, and there'll be 3 stops on that qualifying series, maybe even a 4th, still to be locked in. And this is the surf town of La Union, LU. It's the capital of surfing on this island.
Absolutely, it is. It rivals. Shargau has the surfing capital, but this is the surfing capital of the north. So, and look at the quality they're producing here. That chop definitely coming into effect. As we have Kim, our Korean.
Yeah, nice combination of manoeuvres there from Kim. That board looking very lively. Just trying to set that rail, and he gets a nice clean section on the inside. He used his priority on this wave, and he made it count. Nice clean surfing.
That's a good looking board too.
It is. Black with a few stripes on it. So he'll be stoked with that as an opening wave. Got lots of manoeuvres done, but keeping in mind it's not quantity, it's the quality. And the judges are looking for more standout sections. So being a medium-sized wave, the judges might keep a lid on how high that goes.
We were just dissecting with True before about the quality and quantity. We saw Warren in the last heat came in with a 6.5, I think, for 3 short little 10s. And we'll just talk about the difference of getting into that from good to very good. If you just had held those maybe 10s just a little bit longer and gone for maybe 1 long quality 10 instead of the 3 like quick rushes to the nose.
Exactly right. And it's finding that key section, that moment of critical nature. It's performing that nose ride in the area where the board or the tail is covered up with the whitewash. And it's the element of risk, anything in the pocket. Even if you're doing your calves, your power calves in the pocket. I saw Taylor Jensen, Bells Beach, last year. It was quite solid. And he was performing all of his manoeuvres in and around about a 20 feet radius around the pocket. And it just looks dramatic. The speed that they carry through those manoeuvres is a lot more continual, and the momentum is flowing between manoeuvres than if you're out in the face, calming back in, drawing out that turn and washing off speed, speeding up again.
Absolutely. The judges love that commitment too, because one touch from that whitewash and he was going to get sent sideways, back and forth and all over the place. So it does up the risk, up the commitment. Look at that drone shot. Look at this place.
Fun waves there. We've got people tuning in from all around the world. Jack Roberts down in Australia, Chad Andrews, both natural footer and goofy footer, talented surfers from my area that are actually coincidentally tuning in right now to watch the waves, and they want to surf here too because it's conducive to longboard surfing. But under priority, Joe Marie on their high performance thrust that goes for the backside re-entry and kicks out of there.
Something to do with his board change, that approach?
Yeah. Ooh, and Perry's having a bad start to this heat. Unable to really make it count and get a clean completion. He's looking for those set waves, and none of them have really gone in his favour at this stage, catching the bumpier, choppy waves. But he's an experienced competitor and only needing a 4.81 to move into the placings. We'll see if Jean Marie is able to get rid of that 3.25.
I feel he's going to be near there. I feel he's going to get close to that requirement.
And our Korean competitor, King, with a 5.9 on his last wave. So a lot of work for a mid-range score, but it's a nice keeper score in this heat. That's the highest one so far. And he'll take a lot of confidence out of that. He's a confident surfer. I've never seen somebody so enthusiastic finishing waves. I think Kuda last year, he threw down more than 10 claims throughout the event. And just so stoked with his surfing. He rides the pressure, and he loves the pressure cooker situations.
What's your thoughts, Waxhead? Claim or don't claim?
No claim.
No claim?
No claim. Points off for claims. Personally speaking. But
I've got the emotional claim. Okay. The looking for points and trying to sell something that's not real?
Sure.
No claim.
Correct. And so some surfers really ride those emotions.
Absolutely. And I want to see someone show their love for what they're doing and just explode into claim when it's trying to manufacture points or selling something that they know is not the case.
You know, there's other surfers, there's surfers like John Florence, where their claim will actually be
Captain No Claim.
Their next wave.
Absolutely.
Where they'll just unload and do something even better
John Florence, the king of the no claim.
That's it. And if he gets a good wave, the scary thing about that is usually they come in 2s or 3s.
Him at Margaret River is that in a pinnacle. He'll go one where he's laid out turns that you think are impossible on a wave that big and that critical. And like you say, the next wave he'll send it even bigger into that lip and hold that rail for another split few seconds. And you're just going, where does this guy stop?
That's it. And look at these scores in the left-hand column. 5-5, 5-9, 5-2-5. Perry just with a 2-8. Now, as far as the heat's sitting, no one's really broken it open. So if I'm sitting in Perry's situation down in white, I'm thinking, I don't need that 6-8-5. I just need something in that 5 or 6s to be competitive.
Absolutely. He wants to throw away 2s at this moment. He's got 11 minutes to start building and
that's it.
And get it back into grasp.
You can see him looking down the line. He doesn't need anything major. And that's the hardest thing to communicate to developing surfers is that mentality of composure and saying, hey, you need to understand. Here he goes, under priority, 3rd, having a look down the line. Nothing to lose, so he may as well catch something down the end. He's had some bad luck with those sections shutting down. That one was a full shutdown, as you could see.
Yep, I think Joe Marie and he might just sit. They might both just sit inside the out the back surface and just look for that. Well, you say look for that 3, look for that 4.
So a 5-3-5, a 5-5-5 on his last wave, and so he must have got some work done on the outside section.
Yeah, I think the judges might have liked that little critical finish too. He got pretty lofty on it. It's always going to be a pleaser for judges.
It is, as long as they're coming at it with momentum and not riding through the whitewash trying to manufacture that completion.
Yep.
It's that flow element. If they're coming through, if they're starting it with speed and flow and they're coming out with flow, that's the key element.
Yep. Obviously, he did that enough for the judges to get him there.
That's right. And just interesting to note, a lot of these surfers persevering with the nose rider style boards. The width really not helping him out here. And Takahiro with a narrower nose. This is what we call an Australian style longboard. This one's a Ross concept, manufactured in Bali of all places, but the wide point is further back than the middle of the board. So idea of that board is it whips in the pocket, fits the shape of the wave really nicely, as long as it's under head high and under.
Well, you could see the way he just rode out of that nose ride there. It bowled out, and what you're saying, it just scooped him up and just kept that speed.
Exactly, where the bigger, wider noses are nose diving, which we've seen a pattern throughout the day of that happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, he scooped with that nose. So yeah, literally as you spoke, it was sort of fulfilling your prophecy there.
Yeah, exactly. So good board IQ there from Takahiro, and that board looking good under his feet.
And he's going to be asking that question for sure. Looking at the requirement
441.
of a 4.41, I reckon it's going to be all but there, all but not there. It's definitely, I think he might get there. I think he'll get the nod on that. It was pretty critical and it was pretty smooth and graceful. Joe Marie under priority. Second priority actually, bit of a risk, but local knowledge. He'll probably run this one all the way through to the bricks.
So yeah, holding down second place now with our surfer from Japan, moving into the lead. And that one just a re-entry, closeout, redirecting. And I can hear the beach announcer delivering that current situation of the surfers out there. And Kim Dong-kun had a good performance over in Korea at the QS 1000. He's competed all around the world. I saw him compete at Noosa Festival of Surfing last year and in the Pro Division. Full of enthusiasm.
Noosa, beautiful part of the world too.
It is. You know Noosa very well, coming from the sunny coast.
Hometown. Nothing like sitting on the boiling pot, fighting the current and watching people.
Noosa's own version of Kira, but Kim Dong-kun hasn't surfed Kira, but he has surfed Noosa. He's in 4th place on the rankings, but with Tucker Inui being knocked out in that last heat, and Kanoa Hee-jae, the Korean multidisciplinary surfer who's over in Hawaii, the 15-year-olds.
Yeah, big shout out to Kanoa and Melbourne.
He'll be tuning in.
Of course they are. They'll be watching a lot. Might be sleeping at the moment, but huge fans of Surfing Philippines also. Kanoa is also half Filipino.
Oh, there you go. And he's well on his way to a very sensible professional surfing career. Great decision for him to stay in Hawaii and develop his skills over there.
You'll be happy he's getting a little taste for the longboard too after what happened in Korea.
Yeah, absolutely. He was surfing phenomenal. And this is Perry on the left-hand side of the screen there, the local boy. He's riding a Ian Zamora shape. And perhaps a few nerves settling in there. STG Team Rider, an Australian company, looking after some support there, and he's also sponsored by a local company.
Nice little cross-step carve in there too, giving that little bit of variety for the judges that hasn't really been showcased to this point.
Yeah, not too many point. The cross-step, judges aren't generally a fan of it. It's a lot easier to do than what it looks.
Yep.
It looks hard, but it's very easy. I liken the cross-step to a chop hop.
Yep, all right. Yeah, but just that point of difference.
It is
that
a point of
little bit
difference.
flavour.
Exactly right. It's variety.
Yeah, that's something to show the judges, hey, I've got something a little bit different. Look at me, keep your eyes on me, because I have something that these guys aren't
100%
really
right.
showing yet.
It's just a little bit of flair, and that's we talked about the personality and
that
flair.
That crowd-pleasing nature and everything like that. You said he's a frother at heart, and there he is. He's showing it.
But he really, at this point, needs to get a set wave and not fall off. But Jean-Marie showing a lot of confidence since that board change, and coming off the bottom, and that bumpy section, and just catching a rail in the end, but not much else he could have done in that moment. And he's looking to build upon this wave, looking to drop a low of a 4.35. And the side fins, bogging rail there, but heat leader Takahiro really starting to get comfortable with this wave, using that Australian style board, narrower nose, wider tail, looking great out here at La Union. And these bigger, wider nose riders, these guys are following the trends of what we see around the world, and it is not necessarily working here today.
Getting tricky out there, especially on that end section also. As the tide fills in, it starts to bounce off the rocks on the inside spot there. So when you get closer towards that inside section, you're going to get a bit of refraction from the rocks in there. And that's why you'll see, particularly on the end, it gets super tricky. The lower tide, you'll see them jumping onto the rocks. On the higher tide, you're going to see them getting bounced off and kicked off.
Yeah.
And the water moves around a lot more in
Turbulent.
there. So yeah, it sort of changes the game. It's one of those waves that changes from one thing to the other quite dramatically from that high tide to low tide.
And we see Mark, otherwise known as Kim Dong-kun, on the right-hand side of the screen, and Perry in front of us, currently in fourth. And
5 minutes, a few scores to drop in, actually. Joe Marie.
This will be interesting. See the section here on the left-hand side of the screen. Kim does have priority. Will it be a closeout, though? He gets up early, gets on the nose, and will he regain priority? Will Perry paddle over? And he does have the priority. The judges gave it back to him because he was looking at that wave. So that's a key note for competitors coming up in the next heat, to see the expanse of the lineup. It was a great shot.
That's it. And that's what you need to rely on. Those priority judges do have a set mark in mind.
Sure.
And they want to see the surfers get to that point. And you want to try to play with that, because if you know where, and you can start seeing these multiple peaks, you need to know where you want to be.
Correct. And Perry's sitting wider, but he has the priority. So learning throughout this heat, needing a 6.65, and Mark is needing just a 4. So you'd have to say a priority error from Mark to go on that wave, our surfer in blue, because 3 minutes 50 to go, needs a marginal score. Perry, a considerable score. He could get that in 1. But leaving the door open with just a backup score, a very marginal 3.25 is his best at the moment. So at this point, there's still time for 2 waves for these guys to reset. But it is Takahiro out there with the 5.5 and the 5.25, and Joe Marie with the 4.35 and the 5.5. But no one's broken it open.
No one has broken it open. It's still achievable for everybody out there. I wouldn't be comfortable in any position out there at the moment. When you only get to those mid-range scores without anything really substantial in your scoring line, it's a nervous few minutes. And I know the guys at the front want that clock to hurry up, and the guys at the back are hoping it slows down.
And waves come.
Yeah,
but that onshore's definitely made the conditions look very tricky right now. There's a lot less clean moments, but it's consistent. There's lots of waves that have been coming through all day.
It's been, and I've been sort of watching it all day thinking it's picking up, and then the next moment I feel it's dropping off. We're going to hopefully have a noticeable increase tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's going to be the peak of the swell by the looks of things at this stage. A little bit of wind, but we'll see it go probably double this, so it's going to be interesting to see how it's going to handle it. If we get to the point where it gets a bit too big, this point doesn't really handle or love big swells, so we might end up with a break, but hopefully we manage just staying under that level.
If we have a break, there'll be other waves nearby that we can all go surf, and this is the QS 1000. This is the WSL event. These surfers are vying for the opportunity to compete on the World Longboard Tour. There's 3 events. on the schedule at the moment, maybe a fourth, and this is the second. So
pretty exciting that two of those events are happening right here in the Philippines, just a few weeks apart. We'll be moving down to Belair after this. It's a beach break, so we'll go surfer in white.
Using priority, he needs a big score, and the section there, and that flat rocker catching almost a rail, but he's going to stay with, and unfortunately catching a rail, so a heat to forget for our surfer in white. Promdesi team rider, Alima team rider, Zamora team rider, and he gives a big shout out of support to everyone that makes it possible for him to enter these events, because it's not cheap.
It's important too. It's important they do them. It's important they get exposed to these competitions. So we can't thank the supporters of this industry enough, because it is making careers for these guys.
It is, yeah. And just the opportunity, the platform, with the professionalism of the broadcast, the way that their names are being read out on YouTube right now and on the webcast. Remember these names, so surfers. This is the future of Asian longboarding right now, and potential world champions we're watching right now. And
absolutely, we're getting there. We are absolutely getting there. The first real crack this year with the regional, and we've got an Asian number 8. Incredible start. ISA, they ended up in the top 4 in the world too, which is incredible achievement for the team there. So,
and Australia number 11.
Yeah, amazing.
Yep. You'd have to say that the momentum is with the traditionally marginalised nations when it comes to surf culture, because they've got the passion. And Joe Marie has got the passion, because it looks like he'll probably drop that 4.35 on this wave and go into the lead with a nice completed wave, 30 seconds remaining.
Well surfed to the beach. We've got to do something about that tower.
Well, he's so far down, he's out of the contest zone and admitting to feet. So that's Kim Dong-kun, but we didn't see what he did on that wave, only chasing that 4.
Every surfer to lock in a score, so this could be an explosive sort of finish, not knowing what half these guys done. Joe Marie probably going to throw away his small score, so keep your eyes on that list. It's going to possibly flip and flop around. We may have to hold off on the commercial until this sort of thing comes through.
Yeah, that was some fireworks towards the end. That's actually our surfer in the next heat, Danny, not Joe Marie. So there's a left there for Mark. He gets up onto the nose, middle of the board, not quite getting any section on the outside. A little turn to redirect, and gets up on the nose again, but more of a touch nose ride. Nicely surfed, but the wave size really letting him down here, and he liked it. A little clap of the hands. At least he got that completion, which is so hard to do. The fade turn of Takahiro right now, that is what got him through that heat earlier, and looking like he may extend his lead, or at least come in on second on that wave, but maybe not. So still got scores, so didn't get it. Kim Dong-kun with a 3.45 and a 5.2 for Joe Marie, taking out that heat, and Takahiro holding on to second, because Perry ended up on his last wave, the 4.1. So we're going to go to a break, and we're going to catch up with heat number 7 shortly.
Cantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos, kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos, kay dili ko anang paggapos. Quatro cantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos, kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos, kay dili ko anang paggapos.
Welcome back. This is WSL Union International Pro. We are watching the LQS 1000. We are into heat number 7 and joined by Luke Landrigan, a local legend, and that Landrigan last name is synonymous with Philippine surf culture and La Union in general, setting up the first surf resort back here. And Luke's grown up in this region, and he's a big reason why these surfers are gaining so much momentum on the world scale. So thank you for joining us. Thank you for having us
Thanks
at your
for having
local
me here
spot.
again, Waxy, and I'm honored to have you here. Your first time here in La Union.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely stoked, and I really buy into the storylines of these surfers, and really following JR's success last year and seeing him qualify on the beach at Kuta at the QS last year, and following his journey, seeing him at all the stops at the US Open in America, and then going to Bells Beach, and then El Salvador, and then of course at Malibu. It feels like I've known I've been a part of Philippine surf culture for many, many years because you guys are also welcoming as part of your nature.
Yeah, for sure. We're always honored to have all of you guys here. So here's a replay of Jeff De La Torre, the
And he's
husband of Daisy.
Daisy,
actually,
yeah. And just trimming through on the tail on that wave, looking for some open face. Perhaps sharing that board as well. Oh no, it's a purple board, very similar to Daisy's one earlier. And riding the bucking bronco, nice drop knee turn there. That low, strong style, good low center of gravity. And this is our surfer in white.
This
so
Marvin, a local guy from here too.
Good shortboard style cutback there. Staying on that tail, no footwork yet.
Must be riding JR's board.
It does look like it,
Yeah,
actually.
I think so. Same stickers.
Yeah. So borrowing JR's pintail, which Joe Marie did in that last heat as well. So those American-style wide-tailed nose riders, not the pick today
For these conditions.
for these conditions. With the slight onshore and some of the bigger sets. We saw Perry in that last heat catching a rail several times, and he's usually quite consistent. And it was Joe Marie who did the board swap. Went to a 2+1 setup for the win in that last heat.
The board Joe Marie was using was shaped by a local guy here called Tick Boy. The
Boy,
guy
yeah.
who repaired your board. So he shaped that for Joe Marie a few years ago.
Nice one, Tick Boy, with a fresh white spray job. By the look,
Yeah.
it looks like it's been repaired and sprayed. So 25-minute heats. 2 people will progress through to that next round, which will be tomorrow. And we look at the surfers in the water. So Danny Widianto in red, who made the semi-finals of the longboard in Korea.
Okay.
And he made the final of the semi-final, the final series of the shortboard in the QS as well. So multidisciplinary surfer there, Danny, talented surfer with his sister Daya as well. Both of them are a powerhouse from Indonesia. And Jefferson Datora from the Philippines. And Marvin, as we just talked about before.
This is Cernil Rasil. Looks like he's riding an Electric Century board. Is it? Yeah.
Yes. So you see that late flip in the nose there. So pronounced Cernil.
Cernil. Oh, okay.
Cernil.
Cernil. We usually get a lot of Indonesian longboarders, especially the Batucaras boys, for comps like this. We definitely miss them for this event.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't see them at Korea either, so wondering what those guys are up to. The Pedrol crew.
This Marvin Doctolero.
Oh, and that board looking very lively underfoot. So if Marvin surfing it like it's a thruster, but he's got a single fin in there. And one of my most difficult aspects of my own performance is when I'm on a board with side fins is forgetting that they're there and bogging rail or the edge of a longboard, which I often ride longboards with no edge, and they often catch me out because you have to get low. When you have a board with edge, you have to get low and set your line and drive through your turn. When the single fin soft rails, you can do turns like we saw Roger do earlier, a bit more body language and a little bit more upright, and you can go through your bottom turns and your cutbacks with a little bit more body language, where with a board with edge or side fins, you really have to set that rail. You have to get low, drive through the turn, and for a better term, use it or lose it. If you're not going to use the edge in the board, if you're not going to use the side fins, don't use them, because that's something we see a lot of the traditional longboard surfers struggling to adapt to shorter boards or high performance boards. But it's just understanding how our body shape reacts to the different elements of the board.
Yeah, I remember during our era, when I was growing up, we're used to watching high performance longboarding.
Yeah.
So when we were given the opportunity to have our own boards, we chose high performance longboards. But then after a few years, everything went back to traditional longboarding. I have to admit that going back or going to using a log. It took me some time to get used to it. It was
Yeah.
so hard to use. It wasn't easy.
Well, the soft ride logs nose ride better in the pocket, and you can utilize small, fast pockets with a lot more style, and you can utilize it with different speed aspects, moving your footwork in and out and around. But interesting, McTavish are doing a re-release of the Fireball model, which was something
Yeah, I
that
used to have one.
yeah, and it really set the longboard world on fire. Excuse the obvious pun there. But that blended performance and traditional elements with the 3-stage rocker. So
I
it
had the red one with that fire flame.
Yeah, the fire
logo
flame.
in it. Yeah.
So they had a little bit of nose flips, it's flat in the center, and the tail had tail rocker for nose for turning. So the 3 stages: bottom turn on the tail, step forward in the middle for your speed, and step to a platform nose for your nose ride. They were glass fairly light. They had a pretty aggressive rocker, which is from the original model, which the rocker started right just in front of the side fins. But often Ray Gleave, who had his Ray Gleave model, he actually ran them all as single fins. He never used his high performance longboards as thrusters. So it is possible, anyone out there tuning in right now, if you want to learn about longboard surfing, do your research, search up Ray Gleave, Gleave, and you'll see some beautiful carving drop knee turns similar to what we just saw Marvin perform there, but blending the elements of style, the flow, the flair as well, which these guys have all got their own personal flair. The Badu Karas surfers have their flair, and Ray Gleave had it all in spades. And that Fireball model and that Ray Gleave model was synonymous with surfing throughout the 90s, especially in Australia, and a lot of the magazines that highlighted that. And
Yeah, shout out to Bob McTavish. I remember him coming here about 10, 15 years ago. I wish we could invite him again.
He'll hear this invite and he'll be back. They're all tuning in right now, and one of the team riders, Josie Prendergast, spends a lot of time in Siargao, and most of her time in Siargao as well. And I'm McTavish team rider too, so it seems like we're going to have to. And actually, there's a few surfers on McTavish in this event. Sujin Park is on a 9-1 McTavish, my nose rider model, and they work. They go well.
Nice. Can't wait to try that one.
Well, you've got a Bluebird, one of the 70 single fins, sitting down there in your shop. Looks very similar to a board that I liked about 10 years ago. And this is Danny down in the 4th place, looking for a 2.15. Beautiful timing there of that nose ride. Sharing that board with his sister. That one, smaller wave, but nice, clean face. The higher tide linking together that inside section. So some style and poise up on the nose there for Danny. What'd you make of that one, Luke?
Very, very stylish. He's a really good shortboarder too.
And one thing I love about Danny's shortboarding is his ability to front load speed. So do a check turn and then carry that momentum without pumping into that next maneuver. Extremely difficult to carry that momentum, but using your body and your board to your advantage, springing into your next turn without that double check turn or that pump. It's so hard to do, but that's the flow element in shortboarding as well.
Here is surfer in green. Cernil, how do you pronounce it again?
Yeah, Izernil.
Cernil.
And that's what some of the boys are telling me.
That's a steezy move.
And a little kick out there. And notice strong surfing here from Jefferson. But see, the hands are up, Luke. The hands de-weighting. And that'll often show the judges that you're anticipating maneuvers. When the hands are up, it's showing that you're trying to de-weight and you're hunting those maneuvers, where composure and style is generally all about the hands being by the side, showing how easy you're making it look.
Relaxed.
Relaxed,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, also watching Marvin use JR's board. You can see he is more approaching it like a short board.
Sure.
Yeah.
So 6 for Danny. Smaller wave, technical longboard surfing. But the one thing that really captivated me on that wave, Luke, was just how clean it was, and the ability. And this is a replay actually of Jefferson's wave. So snapping, pivoting, fade turn there, and cuts back, gets low. You see his hands up in the air, but great. I'm watching the footwork and the timing and the positioning of that board. If we take away the hands, very technical surfing, but unfortunately, that style and the flow element, the hands take away from it.
Yeah.
And the hand positioning, as we talked about with Danny, funnily enough, with the shortboarding, the hand positioning and the shortboard surfing is critical, because ultimately your eyes, your hands, and the way that you turn and rotate through a turn dictates almost how expansive that turn is. So the hands are crucial, and if you're not using them in conjunction with your board, it can generally take away from the actual surfing element and how
Get
good
out
your
of sync,
turns are.
no?
Yeah, out of sync,
Yeah.
exactly right. Your body's going one way, your hands are going the
Yeah.
other. The turn's not going to be as dynamic or showcase the extension. We look at John, who's able to actually twist halfway through his turns. He rotates and actually has the ability to pivot his body at a different rate.
Yeah,
But
I've
that's why he's able to do
noticed
that
yeah.
late snap. You know, he goes into a full power gouge
Yeah.
under the lip, and then he just springs that tail back under him, and it's all about the upper body and the way that he's able to swivel his body around. It's very technical, and I urge anyone with back issues not to surf like John. It's hard to analyze, actually, because he's got a unique body shape. And
So there's a bit of a wind right now. It's what time is it here? It's 2:30 in the afternoon. And for those who are watching, La Union is located about 256 kilometers north of Manila. So anyone who wants to come here, there's buses that leave Manila 24 hours every hour.
yeah.
There's Spartas bus, there's Viron bus, there's Viron bus.
And we're staying at the Escape Resort right now, but where the judges, commentators, and some of the competitors, including our surfer from that last heat, Takahiro, waking everyone up this morning at 5:30, waxing his board. Tell us a little bit about your place.
Yeah, my dad started the San Juan Surf in the 90s. Early 1990, he bought the property there and started building in 92.
San Juan Surf on Instagram.
San Juan Surf Resort on Instagram. We have the resort, the surf school, and vegan cafe.
Beautiful acai bowls, health food cafe there, and some
Actually
Filipino
built it
food.
for our daughter because she's vegan. So yeah, we had to have something around so she can have food anytime.
Great, and great for us too. And any surfers, great surfing food. And here we have a surfing green. He's really needing to build some momentum here. 5.25 required, holding that nose ride. Stretched out though, so the judges will take note. Beautiful poise on that cutback there where he reverse soul arch and loading up for this turn, squatting down and kicking out of that one. So Marvin, a more shortboard approach to the wave. We talk about hand positioning. He's got a really boxy style. I would say Marvin surfs a shortboard or a mid-length really well.
Yep, he's
I
a good
can tell.
shortboarder too.
And Danny as well. So the cross-step bottom turn there for Jeffson. Very technical surfing. He's got the knee brace and the knee leg rope on, and he's unable to connect on that wave, looking for a 4.46. Heat leader, Danny Widianto. Soft footwork up on the 10. Nice check turn carve. Enter the chat Harrison Roach, because that was very similar. Harrison sort of pivot, slow down.
What
that'll
board
be
is
great
he
backup.
riding?
He's riding a Pedrol board. And I look forward to working with Danny through shortboard and longboarding. Speaking of Tippy there from the Indonesian surf community, and those surfers, Danny and his sister have got such good potential moving forward. Oh, and then Marvin unable to connect on that. And we have a replay for a wave coming up shortly, and lots of action. Really see that onshore setting in, that higher tide filling over the reef. This is a replay of Danny's wave. So dissecting this one, Luke, he just timed his nose rides really well. That nose ride is one of the best ones of the heat so far. Although it was a little out in the face, as we talked about earlier, the section comes down the line. So his ability to read that section, and 3 nose rides, and he gets the completion as well. So that'll be a healthy score, I think.
For sure. So there's Marvin on a bigger set. Quick top on the 5 and quick floater, and just doesn't get down through that wave. And here's Jeff De La Torre again. Jeff catches a lot of waves.
Doesn't he? Yeah, I mean, the judges have only got 2 scores locked in for him. He must have another 3 or 4 to be locked in. So a big delay in the scores. We're going to see a huge ping pong around. But this is a replay. Quick footwork. That wave there, that nose ride was very critical. Let's see what he gets done here. No use of footwork there. Stays on the tail. And here just goes for the single turn. No footwork again, staying on the tail. But it's that linking the judges want to see between the nose and the tail, not just performing tricks. It's not just about the nose ride. It's not just about the turn. It's about the combination of maneuvers with the footwork, linking between the maneuvers, using his strong center of his low center of gravity to turn, but not giving himself or not earning the right to turn. He's not stepping back into it.
So Jeff originally is from Belair, but when he got with Daisy, he decided to live here and moved here permanently with their beautiful daughter Kyla.
Kyla, who surfed with us earlier, put in a great performance as well. Big, long career ahead for her, I'm going to say.
So after this, we'll have the last heat of the round of 32. We'll have Kai Hamase, Cheng Chi Yuan, Justin Ebueza, and Aurelie from France.
I look forward to seeing that heat.
Here we go again. Surfer from Indonesia.
Oh, beautiful nose ride there for Danny, holding that carve through those thin rails, looking really nice out there in the choppy conditions. And
Face nose ride.
So smooth, making it. It's onshore, but he's making it look so silky and buttery out there right now.
Here's Marvin.
Whoa, critical moment there for Marvin. The shuffling back into that turn and not looking as connected on that board as he did on the first waves.
I don't think he surfed this board much.
Wow, that turn was nice. So he's looking to drop a 395 and get a 411. I think if he can finish cleanly, he's going to be asking some questions there because he's finishing. Oh, and I hope JR's board is okay after that one. Wow, that was a good wave.
What
are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think what he needs a 4.1 to advance. So currently we have Danny in first, and in second we have Zernil Rasil. Here's a replay of Marvin's wave.
Yeah, flowing turn. If this is the same way, it is. So this will almost definitely be the score, even though there were some lapses and not joining those maneuvers together with their elegant footwork. The single maneuvers were quite outstanding. When you look at that float over the top, that critical nose ride.
He still had the combination.
Yeah, the actual critical nature of the maneuver was there. It wasn't weak surfing. So a big, for never riding the board. So a big shout out to Marvin. I think that his surfing's been looking really good in this heat. It's just the connective elements without the footwork. And on the other end of the spectrum, Jefferson, who's had some also great moments, but he can move his feet. He's just staying on that tail. And here he goes again. Answer back, currently in second. So he did move up into the placings, putting Rakil back into third. And 5 minutes to go. This is a crucial time of the heat. That nose ride a little steeper. Nice drop knee again, but cutting it short, trying to do lots of maneuvers, lots of tricks, not holding that rail, just sort of snapping those turns. But he wants to get down the line and get the completion. And looking to drop a 4.5. It'll be right there. And the answer back, Rakil, who's down into third, gets that 10. That one.
Oh, that's a good one.
4 steps to the nose. Critical wide. So this is not counting right now. A stretch nose ride. The grab rail sitting down. None of that is sort of counting. But he claims it. He likes it. And that would have felt pretty risky right now because you know how shallow that section is.
He only needs a 3.8 to advance. Let's see if the judges give him that. Here's our surfer in red. Danny. Nice. Oh. Just nose dives on that.
So lots of scores to lock in right now. So it's kind of an awkward situation for us because we're seeing we must have 3 scores owing almost for Jefferson. We've got Danny has a score to drop, Marvin and Rakil. So we won't talk too much about the scoring. And what does it mean to you, Luke, seeing this next gen with these opportunities in a position of influence? What's your plans moving forward?
Yeah, this is our main goal. Why we still do stuff that we love
Yeah.
is to see events like this, is to see that opportunities are given to our local or regional surfers, that they don't need to travel too far. They don't need to travel to Europe, get visas, to America, get visas. Because for a Filipino to get visa, it's so hard, dude. It's really hard. So this is why me and some of the Filipinos that work for events like this is our main goal, is to see
Yeah.
the younger surfer and the up-and-coming surfers have the opportunities right at their backyard. And yeah, they're so lucky. We wish we had these opportunities when we were younger.
And myself too, which is
Yeah.
why I'm here to help build that profile of longboarding and combine the history, culture, technique, and help create. Like, I'm just a fan of beautiful surfing, and I want to see that on a world scale. And I see the opportunity. Thank you to the Department of Tourism here and Governor Rafi Ortega and the Regional Director Jeff Ortega
And our
Arturo
Valdris, our local
Valdris.
San Juan mayor. Thank
And-
you, sir and ma'ams, for always supporting our events and the surfing in general.
and seeing what Budgie has done here with Single and Unattached in the last decade has really put La Union on the map. And as far as sustainable tourism, it doesn't get any more easy than having surfing. Your main commodity is the ocean. The waves are there every single day, and it's just about working together with the government, working together with the health and environmental agencies, and creating a sustainable tourism industry that can be here for many years and help give this next gen of Filipino surfers a future, whether it's those surf schools on the beach, whether it's professional surfing, sponsors moving into what will hopefully be a self-sustainable surf industry, making surfboards here and being able to keep everything domestic as well.
Here we go, Surfer in Green. Surfer in Green needs a 4.20.
So Zernil's had some great moments. We've still got all the scores are locked in right now. So currently in fourth, needing a 4.20. He liked that last wave. The judges didn't. A 3.4, deeming that stretch nose ride to be incomplete. And of course the nose flip in that board allowing those nose rides to be a little bit on the easy stage. And
Because
Jefferson,
when you sit down, is that counted
yeah,
as
it's
another
finished.
wave?
Wave finished.
Oh,
Stop
wave
scoring.
finished.
Yeah. It may as well be on your knees or laying down on your stomach. A 4.91 Jefferson needs right now with just his best waves of his last two, a 4.7 and a 4.55. So he's been warming up in this heat. But once again, looking for the maneuvers, Luke. He's not placing that board in the critical spot just momentarily, and then he moves on. So not holding any nose rides. But here he is, second place right now, Marvin, using his priority and shuffling back to the tail. He'll be looking for some clean face, but at the very least, a great move incorporating the he would have heard that requirement needing a 4.91 and a 4.2 for his competitors. Gets a little head dip on the inside.
Nice.
And I'm sure we'll see more of that on the answer back. Jeez, lots of waves in this heat, Luke.
Here we go again. Here's Jefferson De La Torre on his 8th wave, maybe. He catches a lot of waves. He's a very fast, snappy surfer. He's a very good long shortboarder. So here's Danny again.
And look at the hands by the side, the composure. He's in the pocket there. See the 10 coming through this section. Beautiful nose ride there from the surfer in red, current heat leader, Danny Widianto. Some critical nose riding, and that really epitomizes this heat right now. The Indonesian moving through to the next round, and it looks like Marvin will as well. So we're going to go to an ad break, and we're going to be joining. We'll both be here for Heat 8 coming up next. Before that, we're going to go to the replay. So this is Jefferson needing a 4.91. See the hands constantly up right now, but it's taking away from the critical nose rides. And that's the style, the flow, the poise, the elements, the criteria. That they're beautiful surfing there, but not moving the footwork. There's no movement between with the footwork. And there he gets the footwork moving. And just another snappy drop knee there. The technique's really there, Luke, but just lacking that in-between element. And Danny, on the other hand, hands by his side, just surfing this choppy wave down the line, making it look really fun. 3 nose rides. And this section here gets to work. Smaller wave, 5, 10. This is where we caught up with him last time. Through the section.
And you can see just for a bit there that he's fin, I think,
Yeah,
slid a
through
bit.
the back, exactly.
But you can see his composure is
Hands
still,
down below the shoulders, and it looks incredible when you see that expansiveness. So we're going to go to a break finally, and we're going to come back with Heat 8 shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos. Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crusts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
All right, welcome back. WSL La Union International Pro. Luke Landrigan, Matt, the Waxhead, Chinoski. We're here at one of the premier right-hand points in Asia, and we're here to watch the QS 1000. We have some live action, but we've got a replay of what started in this heat with the favourite Kai Hamasi.
Kai
Wearing the
Hamasi
red singlet.
won
Korea. Currently on top of the rankings, but with Kanoa currently in second, and Taka knocked out of the event, and Mark Kim Dong-kun also being knocked out. Kai extending his lead regardless. So choppier, smaller wave hasn't broken yet. And that one, you would think, based on today, will not factor into these top two at the end, but getting a quick start.
So this is the last heat for a round of 32 on the men's longboard. After this, we're going to move to the women's round of 20 shortboard.
If that call is on, we'll wait and see what we've got with the women's shortboard. So
here's Aurélie, surfer from France. Nice nose ride and waiting for this section, and a nice turn going back to the power section of the wave and just waiting for this wave to build up. Aurélie have been here before actually. He's competed in the single and unattached events.
Where does he base himself?
I think in France.
In France,
He's based in France.
Just wants to come on a holiday to the Philippines, surf some
Yeah.
good waves. There's people tuning in all around the world right now, and so they should. This is probably not the best example of what we see on the screen right now, but if you have a right-hand point break that's not closing out with a lot of opportunity, I think we've all been in heat scenarios on shortboards and longboards where you'd wish to have a wave like this rather than an onshore closeout beach break. In Morro Bay for the longboard QS over in North America back in December, I was present there for an event, and it went from 2 to 3 feet shifty closeout beach breaks to up to 20 plus feet in the middle of the week. We had to go and hold.
Whoa.
Then back down to a perfect...
Where is that?
In Central California. And then to 6 to 8 feet. And the finals day of the longboard was held in knee-high logging waves. All in 1 week.
So this is our surfer in blue, Cheng Chi Yuan. Here we go, just waiting for this to build up. Tapping it, tapped it twice on the 10. And going back to the power source. And just waiting for the wave to stand up. And another tap on 5. And a quick tap again on the lip. That's I would say a good opening ride. Here's our surfer in white, Justin Ebueza, one of the local guys. So yeah, shout out to the president of the UPSA, Dr. Canlas. He's just arrived. Shout out to Doc for always looking out and helping our events and national surfers to get funding and sponsors and budget like that. And shout out to Gino also, who's arrived with him.
And it really does. It takes the city to be so collaborative on events like this. And being involved with running events myself in Australia, it's so hard when you don't have that support. And right now, there is something happening in the water in the Philippines with that next gen, the cream of the crop. Obviously, the pride of the Philippines, JR and Marimar on the Challenger Series, but just laying a platform for a multi-stop tour on the shortboard and longboard qualifying series keeps the costs down for these Asian competitors, not having to go across the world to different, where traditionally they would have had QS events in Australia, and just pointing into a positive direction where these regional qualifiers have opened up these opportunities for these surfers, where once upon a time competing in QS 1000s, 2000 or 5000s all around the world, trying to build your seed so you can even get an opportunity to get to the 10,000 primes, which were held in places like Jeffreys Bay, Brazil, and Portugal, and the other side of the world, and then have a chance to compete on the World Championship Tour. So it was a huge struggle, and it makes it a lot more simple right now.
Yeah, for sure. Like, surfing is really still young, I would say, in the Philippines. We've had very long time events like the one in Siargao. I think it's the 28th or the 29th year of surfing, and we've had longboard events here for the last, I'd say, 20 years. But the opportunity for a local surfer to get proper equipment, to get proper exposure to events like this, it took us, I would say, 20 years to get to this. So shout out to those people who helped us before, those guys who have done events 20, 30 years ago. I would say names like Olin Duaso, who started the national tour when I was competing. Shout out to Aki, a Japanese guy who lives in La Union with a Filipina wife. He's been doing longboard events since I could remember 10 or 12 years old. And shout out to everyone. If you've been part of Philippine surfing, even if for a short time, for a long time, it doesn't matter. You guys are all part of what we're seeing now.
The international affair here with the clinical, precise surfing of Kai Hamasi. He's leading the rankings at the moment on that QS. And you can just see how precise his footwork is. Last heat of the longboarding for the day. We'll go into the women's shortboarding next, but Kai's been watching it all morning, and a little layback jam there, staying in the pocket.
Oh, that's the first maneuver I've seen that one.
It is.
Today.
It is. A little bit of variety there. And kicking out of that wave is Kai Hamasi.
Here we go, surfer in green, Aurelie from France. Quick turn, waiting for this to build up, and kicking out. Gets shallow in that inside.
Yeah. So we have the Justin Ibuiza and Cheng Chi Yan from Chinese Taipei, and Aureline from France. So a full international affair right now.
So we got Japan, we have Philippines, we have Taiwan, and we have France.
And I tell you what, it'd be lovely to see. I mean, Kai's looking good in this heat so far with that 7.25.
Here's a replay of Surfer in Blue. Nice hang five, and just doesn't make
kicks
that.
Out of that one.
And we go Surfer in Green. Nice nose ride, just holding onto that, and a quick float.
Pumping down the line, no leash, middle of the board there. Nice ability to read that section. A bigger framed surfer, shuffling up the board there, gets the nose ride. And a nice drop knee turn. You can see just the size of him where he's not able, he doesn't have to step all the way on the tail to turn. He's actually front foot's in the middle, and his back foot is actually on the tail. And for a smaller frame surfer on a 9 foot plus board, that's very unusual. You'd look like you're got a pretty ugly style there. But for a bigger frame surfer, that's like Aureline there, that's a pretty easy scenario for him, and maybe a little harder for him to do the 4 steps. So a 5.15 on that last wave, a lot of control and precision.
That moves him to second place.
But a 7-point ride to go the 7.25 from Kai Hamasi. So get out to a quick total, and we expect nothing less from Kai. He's looked good for quite a number of years, and I've been a big fan of personally of Kai's approach just the way that he goes about his business around the contest site. He's very precise, methodical. He understands his equipment. He's a great shortboarder. His technique is on point, and he has got great wave selection, and he really treats competition surfing like an art form, which it is. And of course, you have different personalities represented at these types of events. You have the beach boy, fun, frivolous style of surfing that we see from like Roger and JR. But I would say the precise surfing of Kai Hemasi is so reliable. With someone like JR has had to learn that competition aspect. He's had to develop and fall into that role.
Yeah, shout out to our friends from Hong Kong, Brian and the Float Captain Boys. Hope to see you guys here again soon. Shout out, of course, to Wendell and Ngenge, who's part of Vans Philippines and has been helping a lot of surfers around the country. And here's our local surfer, Justin Ibuesa, just nosedives on that.
And look at this committed paddle here from Cheng. In the free surfs, he's very motivated. And here he goes. A surfer from Taiwan. Up on the nose again. Cutting that one back, and nice relaxed body language. He's going to look to consolidate this wave with a nice start, but he's still only got a 3.75 as his best wave in his scoreline so far. And that wave not offering anything of in particular substance, but a completed wave nonetheless. The judges, the trend of the day has really been critical sections and critical surfing. And if you haven't got that at the beginning of the wave, generally they'll keep the score under a 5-point ride.
Here we go again, local boy Justin Ibuesa, just fading and staying on that nose for a hang 5 and a nice turn, waiting for this inside section to build up. And there you go, trying to get to the nose and another stylish turn.
And what can you tell us about Justin?
Justin is the younger brother of Joe Marie, who's a really accomplished longboarder. He did well in the ISA games a few years ago, and he's part of the national team. So he's an up-and-coming, one of our grassroots surfers. I would say he's around 17, 18 years old too. So exposures like this, competing with the world's best, is just so good for his experience and his surfing. Here we go, surfer in green, currently in second place.
Yeah, so another completed wave there, but just the 2 steps, and he gets the head dip there. So, I mean, it's a bit of a throwback style to what we would see in the 90s and the 2000s with traditionally bigger frame surfers riding the boards, and that 2-step jump to the nose is very common. But if you're a bigger frame surfer, it's not a jump to the nose because your legs are larger.
The judges score.
They generally do score it on the World Tour. And
I mean, if you do 4-step and 2-step, will there be any difference?
The 2 steps just not as hard. It's easy,
yeah,
and it doesn't look as good as the 4 steps. And in that moment, he's stalling in between the maneuvers, but it's controlled surfing. So there's the 2-step, stretch 5, narrow 5, stretch 5. I mean, tight 5, 10. So that's very technical nose riding there. Although he did the 2-step at the beginning of the wave, he was moving his feet on the nose. He wasn't planted in one spot with a solid sense. See the little intricate footsteps there, stepping back into that turn, a little loss of composure there. And I'm just watching the delicate footwork of Kai. This wave, challenging one to ride. But that's all part of the poise. That's part of the footwork is part of the criteria. It's a small part of the criteria. And if you're able to step in and out of your turns, and if you're able to cross-step to get speed forward, you don't want to see, the judges don't want to see stalling to get to the nose. They don't want to see the surfer get on the back foot and step forward. They want to see the surfer do a long, strong power carve and step into their next nose ride. When you're stopping, your hands are up in the air, de-weighting. It's something we did see in the 90s a lot with Ray Gleave. We talked about Ray Gleave before. We talked about the 90s and 2000s where the traditional style surfers were still riding lighter boards, and you would see a lot of hands in the air to de-weight.
There you go. Surfer in white got a 3.8, so that pushes him to second place. And surfer in green, waiting for his last wave to lock in. He needs a 4.66 to advance.
So 3.95, which was it was a strong wave for Orlean, but the judges is picking up on the little technical differences. So Kai Massey a 5.95, nowhere near as solid the wave or as maybe as far as individual tricks go, but it was the subtleties that the judges are looking for right now. So a tremendous judging panel to pick up on those little differences, because on the World Tour, a lot of people who are tuning in watching this, that type of surfing that Orlean was doing would be rewarded a 3.95. And you compare that to a bigger style surfer like Taylor Jensen, and he's doing technical nose riding, back to live action, middle of the board, Kai Massey trimming through that section, and that one not giving him anything else. But back to Taylor, big frame surfer, used to just do the 2 steps because he could. Criteria had evolved in the last 5 years, and Taylor is able to step up and down that 9-8 board with 4 steps, sometimes 6 steps, and he's adapted to it, and it looks amazing.
Yeah, very stylish surfer. Yeah, in our national events, the longboarding has always been a challenge for us. It's not easy to judge longboarding.
Well, it's not. You do need experts there, and that's where the role of Joel Tudor, that's where the role of Devon Howard, my role as well, have come into play in the last 3, 4, 5 years. Joel setting that precedent through the Duct Tape Invitational 11 years ago, and really introducing the world to proper traditional surfing. In Australia, we have Old Mal events, which are the vintage longboard events, which you can't cheat. You cannot cheat. You can't do big power carves. You can't bog a rail. You can't do an off the top. The board won't let you. They're so heavy. They have knifey rails, and they're just a step back in time. And you have to surf it traditionally. And anyone tuning in, you want to see some good surfing, go out, look at the Seedling surf movie at Thomas Campbell. You can't buy it anymore. You might be able to find a bootleg version. Endless Summer.
The Seedling. Yeah,
bootleg. But you see Endless Summer. You look at any of Bruce Brown's films from the 60s. Paul Witzig series, Hot Generation was an amazing film. Ride a White Horse from Bob Evans, Australian classic. The Golden Breed, a film from 1967. That was the answer back to the Hot Generation in 1967. And that year, 67, was the last year of longboard surfing before the shortboard was introduced and took over the world for the next 60 years. And what we're seeing here today is the evolution of longboard surfing. 60 years on, this is that next gen. And here's Orlean from France. Nice, upright, hang 5.
Needs a 4.66 to advance.
And he gets the 10 there. Little bit of loss of composure there. He's milking this one through. See the 2 steps up again. And just cutting out of that wave. He goes all the way down the inside. And here we're catching back up to him. He surfed this one all the way through. A lot of variety. But a smaller wave needing a good backup to the 515 of 4.66. I think that score will be right there. Just a matter to see if the judges are paying attention to the footwork.
Here we go, surfer in white, our local boy Justin Ebueza. A quick tap on the nose, just waiting for this wave to build up. Waiting for it, and a hang 5 and another hang 5.
He needs a new leg rope as well, Luke. That thing's hanging off by a thread. And cross-stepping back. And that's looks like a Zamora shape, an older board. One as well. Yep. Ian's tuning in right now. God bless him. It would be very late in America right now. And people all around tuning in. Bakaya Massey way out in the lead with a 7.25 and a 7. A 5.15 and a 5 for Orlean. So he did improve a 5 for that last wave. But no, he's been pipped. Justin moves up into second with a 4.65 on that last wave. Kai using his priority.
He has so much control, this guy.
Yeah.
Even if like a whitewash is breaking on him, he's just standing there.
A little bit of surfa's ear there, tilt of the head, a beautiful snapping turn there, and he will make his way back onto the nose. A little heel tap. So he's just feeling this heat right now. Kai Massey completely in control, both strategically and on the scoreboard as well.
Tell me more about that when they turn around on the nose.
Yeah, so what that wave was, I'm going to be really kind and ask for a replay for our technical department of Kai Hamasi's last wave, our surfer in red, because it was the end of the wave, wasn't much going. But the heel hang is a move that was popularized in the mid-60s. And here we have choppy wave, 2 steps up, 10 on the outside. He comes down with it, perfect timing. And you see that's an overhead wave for Kai. And he rides the bucking bronco, steps forward for momentum, and here, steps back into this turn too. This is not a major maneuver. I'm getting excited on the subtleties. Goes switch to push the forward momentum, steps back, snaps it up into the nose ride. We lose the video for a moment, and he goes to heels and a little run back. What the run back does in a more technical sense is pushes the board down the line, gives it some momentum. It's that switching of the body shape, like when he went switch before, it actually jumps. You go from the back foot to the front foot pressure, and it adds momentum. And I'll often do that at the end of a wave to get more momentum to go forward. So it's a little technical
Here's a
element.
replay of Surfer in Blue. Surfer in Blue needs a 5.91 to advance.
Good opening nose ride. Bit of downtime here. This one, another nose ride through the section. So nice poise, nice timing, good footwork. Holds that nose ride. Judges won't take notice of the claim, but this footwork, if he can finish strong, that was, I'm going to say, his best wave yet. Don't know about that claim, Luke. Needing a score, that won't be in the excellent range. I can tell you that much right now, but the judges not overly appreciating asking for a score. Let your surfing do the talking, not your hands. Because part of the criteria is style. And claiming and asking for a score is not part of that. Unless you finish the wave, of course.
Yep, true.
And even then, I'm not a fan of that. Myself, personally. Are you a fan of claiming?
No, not really, too.
Let your surfing do the talking,
Yeah.
right? And that score will come in. We've got a big span on the judges. We've got as high as a 7 and as low as a 5.5. So we'll throw out
Here
the
we go.
high and the
Surfer in
low.
White has priority. He's in third. He needs a 4.91.
And yeah, 6.15 for Chen's last wave. So needing a 4.91. And unfortunately for Justin, he would not have heard that exchange taking off on that wave. So he's taken off on that wave thinking he's still in second spot. He'll hear that right now, hopefully, and hear that he'll need now a 4.91, and I don't know if that wave will be it. But Orlean,
Surfer in Green just falls down on that. So Surfer in Red at the back with priority and leading this heat. And in second we have Surfer in Blue and Surfer in White. Last wave is a 3.25, not enough. He needs a 4.91. And Surfer in Green.
so the surfers in third and fourth priority, which would be Justin and Orlean, will now need to battle between Kai and Chen to get a wave and get through to the next heat. So tough situation right now, breaking this one right down. A 4.91 for Justin in white, the Filipino surfer, and Orlean needing a 5.76. He started strong, but it's a little technical variation that's getting the best of him because his surfing's there. The nose rides are there. The turns are there. It's the footwork in between, as we saw in that last heat with Jefferson as well. So a great judging panel right now, really identifying the critical elements that are adjudicated. And ultimately, Luke, that's what separates the longboard to the shortboard, the footwork element. And if you're not able to link everything with fluent footwork, you won't score effectively. You won't get penalized. They're not taking away points, but they're certainly not going to be awarding points for that maneuver. I hope that makes it clear.
Yeah, for sure. Here we go. Our surfer leading this heat. Paddles for this wave. Straight to the nose on the hang 10. Staying with it. Just waiting for this to build up. A quick turn. And just waiting for this. So stylish. Hang 5. Staying with it too. And there you go. Now, here's another opportunity for Surfer in Green. Needs a 5.76. This could be his last wave, maybe? Is he coming in, or?
Yeah, I think it'll be his last wave. But a solid performance, you know. He started 3.75, 5.15, a 5. He's probably wondering what else he could do because he surfed his waves really strong.
There's
and
the right-hand point break off the point here in Orbis Tondo, Surf Town, La Union. Thanks to Jerry and family, they own Escape here, where we are set up. Thank you, Jerry, for allowing us to be here, setting up in your beautiful beachfront building. Here we go. Surfer in white needs a 4.91.
Oh no, and it goes down on that one. So perhaps a little lack of experience in competition there in the nerves. This is the replay of Aureline, so just pumping along here, looking for more action. Gets to the nose. And you see it's just the interruption of flow there for Aureline, but he doesn't fall off. Strong-footed. And he's going to go for another nose ride, shuffling forward there. Gets the nose ride again. But just that lack of flow and connection between the maneuvers. Was only looking for a 5.76, but that'd have to be his best wave yet. I'm not sure if that'll be it. But unofficially, it does look like Kai Hamasi taking that win, and Cheng Chin Yuan from Taiwan coming in second. And that was rounding out the longboards right now for round of 32. We'll make that call tomorrow, but don't go anywhere because we are kicking off with our shortboard rounds next. We have the women's
round of 20.
Round of 20.
2 heats of round of 20 on the shortboard women's, and we'll call it a day. We'll see you guys back here tomorrow, but stay tuned. 2 more shortboard women's division coming up.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union. Let's wander the 100 islands of Pangasinan. 124 to be exact. Each with their own hidden secrets to be explored. The islands are connected by the Lingayen Gulf, and bridges, and even zip lines that let you fly from one island to the next. Woohoo! There's hundreds of adventures to dive into when there's 100 islands to explore.
Yeah, I've got it here. Oh, hello, we're here already. Hey guys, I'm here with John Carby. We're here for the last 2 heats of the day. My hat's pretty uneven there, but I won't worry too much about
I think
that.
your head's uneven, Jerry.
Okay, and here we are, we're into it. We're 20 seconds into it. All good. 20 seconds into it, that's our surfer in blue, Logan Dalton. So that will be the first wave of the women's round of 20. So we only have 2 heats in this round of 20. John, explain why there's only 2 heats.
This helps because we've got a weird number draw, so we sort of clean out 2 heats. This sort of seeds them through to that next round. These are our unseeded surfers. You'll see the names in there. We have Sakura Inui, one of the Inui girls, Logan Dalton from Australia, and Amy Gore for Australia. So these people, Sakura in the region. Sakura is in the region, but she's a longboarder. And the 2 Aussie girls don't come from this region, so these late entrants usually will be not seeded through to the next round, and they'll be cleaned up in these cool. 2 rounds. So the next round will be a bit more heat heavy, but this one's just to sort of seed them through into that all-important round.
Gotcha.
2 Aussies. I was talking to Logan Dalton from Australia, sort of questioning like why she come to La Union to compete in this event, and it is important for her because there is co-sanctioned events that come up throughout the year. There's going to be 2 in Australia, Evoca and somewhere else. You might have to look
Shargow will be co-sanctioned later in the year.
Yep, and then later in the year will be Shargow. So there's going to be minimum 3. There's probably going to be in Asia also. In Indonesia, they're probably going to have possibly Nias, Krui.
Okay, which both were 5,000s last year, correct?
They were both 5,000. So pending approval, obviously, and the powers that be when they're locked in, there's multiple co-sanctioned events across Australasia, which is, or Oceania, I think they call it now.
So, but to me, is that so they get used to their competitors? Because they're not going to get points as
absolutely.
such.
So they can take prize money from this event, but they won't be taking points.
Gotcha.
These girls just want to know who they're up against, which is really smart. If there's a competition lull in Australia, why not come over and see?
Yeah,
see
well,
what
it's all
the-
experience anyway, regardless. You know, it's experience. Yeah, learn who your competitor is, see what you're up against in the future.
And going up against different regions, sort of have different accents or styles the way they surf. So competing against different surfers sometimes sort of help you maybe learn something that you didn't know. See a particular style that you go, hey, that's a turn I don't know, and it'd be good to work with or whatever.
Yep.
It's hugely, there's no such thing to prepare for competition other than competition. So
Yeah, okay, I agree. And you know, what you say goes, John, you are the coach
One
of the
coach.
Philippine teams, one of the coaches of the Philippine
We're
teams.
a great
so-
team. Luke Landrigan, Ian Suguan, Manuel Malindo. I think Bjorn is also one of them. It's a great little team. And I guess the fruits in the pudding, we're starting to make a dent in the international scene.
Without question.
Marima, JR, the longboard team doing really well in previous World Games.
Yeah, no, there is. I mean, the Philippines is now on the world map in the Challenger and the longboard championship. So it's crazy that who would have thought that? You know, 6 or 7 years ago. Well,
that's
5
the
years
exciting
ago.
thing, Jerry. You've been in the game so long that it did start back then. It wasn't just by accident. It's been a lot of hard work by a lot of people getting it to where we are, and introducing international competition was the catalyst to sort of bring the game up for everybody. So it's people like to say, oh, you guys are doing great with the coaching. It's not. It's the build up, the lead up, the many people that have been involved, the OGs of the game in surfing who have done the hard yards, which is why we're sitting here at the second out of 3 potential events for the year on WSL level, top skill. So
Yeah.
it's a huge testament to those battling days that you guys went through, and all the local OG surfers trying to get their communities to even surfboards to get out in the water. It's been a challenging time.
It has been, and there have been a lot of the locals that helped, you know, and I wish Wilmar was here. I mean, he wasn't able to make this particular event, but...
Wilmar an OG from Siargao, a great judge, great guy, been in the game for so long. But also the joy of having these events is we get to upskill other judges in the Philippines.
100%.
And they get to test themselves.
And here comes Amy Gore from Australia.
Yeah, 5 minutes in, we've got some serious waves going on down there. We've got a 5 from Amy already. I don't think that one's going to get up there. But she started strong.
I'm assuming that 5, well, I saw her first wave. Maybe we didn't see her first wave, and that 5 was the one she took all the way through. The problem, John, when you and I are sitting here together, we tend to chat, and, you know, we probably miss a bit here and miss a bit there. So
yeah, we're 20 minutes in, and we are going to start focusing on the surfing.
Is that why we're here? I've now realised why
apparently
we're
so,
here.
and we've got 3 amazing surfers out there.
So we were not going to continue on and run these 2 heats of the shortboard, but we looked at it. The wind seems to have died off a little bit, and there is really contestable surf. And sometimes we hate that word, contestable, but it is pretty decent. And if these women find themselves in the right spot, there's some really nice waves to be had there. And
well, Logan's got a 4.5. Amy's got a 5.0.
Yeah,
so the
so
proof's
we
in the
were right.
pudding. It's not just contestable. We're starting to drop good scores. So
Yep. You know, I think they're going to get a few on the head, and I'm thinking sitting wide is probably the go. And this...
it looks like Amy's in the spot that we were looking at.
Yeah, the one we were discussing earlier, is there or somewhere between the other 2 girls and her.
Yep.
There's on
Logan.
the inside.
So yeah, once again, Logan's down here with her mum. We might get her into the booth at some stage just for a chat, because it is interesting why she's come over to the Philippines to sort of run it. We sort of lost the screen there, and we lost her. I'm sure she's still rolling in.
We'll see what a score is shortly.
Yep, here she goes. She's still rolling. We've got the drone on patrol. I used to hate the drone angle until I got a drone shot of myself, and I was a big fan of that one.
Oh, any shot of yourself, John. I know you love it. Post it. Okay, so assuming that was the one wave all the way through, that was pretty decent and pretty lengthy. So it'll be interesting to see what they scored there. Do you know anything about Logan?
I don't actually, other than I believe she's from Newcastle.
Okay.
I think that might be where the other 5,000 will be, down in Newcastle. They tend to have the big events down there. They love it down there. It's the homeland of Mark Richards and some other amazing people. So,
Matty Hoy. Hello, Matt Hoy, if you're watching. I don't know. Matt Hoy came to the Philippines and surfed in a invitational many years ago with Andy King and Jay Thompson and Matty Griggs and amongst others. And we had a fantastic time. And we left Siargao, and then we went up to Katandwanis and had another event. In the
waves
meantime, I think Andrew Stark was with us as well. In the meantime, we played some golf in the between in Manila and did a few crazy things. And I know, Matt will remember that time well. Okay, so no one wants that one.
Looks like Logan dropped a 5.90, so getting the best of this heat so far. So that one we did lose connection there for a little while, but looks like she's done pretty well. The beach announcer just dropping that news to her. She's currently out in first place, and definitely a reputable 10.40 in these sort of conditions. I wouldn't say she's going to be safe.
No, but a 10.40 with 17 minutes to go is almost as good as, a bunch of previous heats.
It is, and now she's definitely got no nerves, and she's going to be sitting there pretty relaxed.
And I think, to me, it looks like the other girls have moved a little wider now, and which was what we discussed with one of the girls that's going out in the next heat that was looking for a little bit of advice that I believe you offered her. So, they know where to sit. They know where the section is at this time of the day. And for the short boards.
Yeah, and the waves are good. They are still rolling in, so I think it was a great call from Bonnie, Ty and the crew, and Luke, the directors, to make sure we are underway, because you don't want to miss an opportunity. We've got a good-looking forecast coming up, but the reality is sometimes these surf forecasters do get it wrong, and you end up wishing you surfed yesterday.
Yeah, look, after running the Shargo event for many, many years, if it's surfable, I always surf. I'll always suggest that we surf, and if I'm in charge, I demand that we surf. And sometimes you'll get some arguments from some people, and occasionally you're proven wrong. But generally, if it's surfable and it's half decent, if you don't send them out there, you're going to get burnt down the track. It's just inevitable.
And you also want to go home early.
I want to go home early. Look, if I could finish every comp in one day and then surf and play golf for the next 6 days, I'd be all over it. I want to put lights out there and carry on after this.
We saw Amy on that last ride. Scored a drop for her. She got a nice little connection off the lip. Sort of getting towards that foam climb. See where the judges go with that. I'm sure they want to see getting a bit more critical, a bit more. But they're also these girls are setting the pace for the next heat also. Getting the judges out of longboard mode and back into QS 3000 mode. Yeah, now has there been any discussion, I guess I would be involved a little bit and you would too, if we are going to run men's or women's in the morning? I don't think so. You know the game better than anyone, Jerry. You wake up, you see what the conditions are, and we try to get the best, make it so it's going to be a great event. Yeah, of course. There's Sakura. It's taken off on hopefully what will be a high-scoring wave. She's just milking it into the inside, hoping this inside section stands up and she can do something with it. Yeah, and this is what we were looking at. This is where it is going to step up in the inside and give opportunities to sort of get on the lip. Doesn't look like that lip line's going to show up for her. No, not on that one, but there are plenty there. At least they had a bit of a long ride there, so I'm thinking it should be her best score, but maybe not enough to go where she needs to go. And Sakura is a longboarder. I love that a lot of the longboarders will jump onto the shortboard. It rarely goes the other way, so... It does really go, yeah, I agree. Plenty of surfers from the longboard you'll see in the shortboard, including Daisy, JR, and people like Sakura, and it's great to see. Like, this shows me that they just love surfing. They don't care. They just want to be out in the water. Yeah. And also, more importantly, love competitive surfing. Yep. Because it's a different game. You might love surfing, and you might hate competitive surfing. And there are plenty that do, yeah. Absolutely. There's some of the best surfers in the world probably have never hopped in more than one event in their life. Yeah. And you'll see them down the beach doing some things that would just blow your mind. So it's not for everyone, but we're glad it's for some. No, it's not for everyone. And again, I think some people certainly have the attitude that competitive surfing is not, the lifeblood of surfing or whatever. But in saying that, I don't think there's anyone that begrudges Slater as the best ever surfer in the world. And he's shown his attitude in competition and out of competition. And, so I think even those that really don't like competition at all still respect those. Well, what's he, 53 now? I think 52. I think he's the same age as my wife. During the pipe event, he should have his birthday, shouldn't he? I think. He's certainly... getting up there, but but 50 and to go through so many progressions of surfing through from rail game where they were riding those 6'3", 6'4" boards in 3-foot snapper, to sending that massive air reverse out at Bells Beach. Yeah, the dude's had the highlight reel and done things in surfing that. And think of who he surfed against. I mean, he's probably all the way back to
Carroll or, Tom Carroll. I wonder if he served. Tom Carroll probably finished in the late 80s. And
yeah, and he would have been hitting his stride. He would have been the youngster picking up his first world title.
He served against,
youngest world title, oldest world title, and the most world titles.
Yep.
And this is what these guys are chasing. That's the exciting thing about what's going on. And stepping into the regional style, which they've done over the last 2 years since pandemic, it's been brilliant for regions like Asia. It just opened up more doors, more opportunities, and we've seen an explosion of events across Asia.
And for varying reasons. I mean, they can get their points without travelling out of Asia, and because it's an expensive target to try to...
It's an expensive sport.
It's an expensive sport if this is what you want to do, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for me I guess it's expensive because I still want to travel and surf. But,
yeah.
If I want to live in my hometown and just go surfing every day, it's probably one of the cheapest sports.
Jump on Marketplace every now and again and pick yourself up
a
rich man's bargain. It's a genius way to go. How we going? Nothing of real excitement going on. Sakatora got a 2.90 for that last effort. It would have been great if that had stood up on the inside for her.
Yeah, she was waiting.
Downtime. Yeah,
she waited and waited. It just didn't happen for her, unfortunately.
But 11 minutes 25, we're more than halfway through this heat, and our clear leader still, I say clear leader, Amy is only needing a 5.41, and you can see with the scores on there, she's more than capable of it. It's more about now just sniffing out that wave, and you can see her now sort of paddling the line up, trying to find something that's going to give her just a bit of a workable wall. And we'll see if she can get that connection on this as she looks at lip section. A little bit boggy on that turn, but just still trying to find this line-up because they didn't get a free surf here, which is pretty interesting too. Those flat days, there we go. That's a nice little jam.
Yeah, that's correct. And then this morning, if they got a free surf, they were certainly battling with 1,000 people out there.
Technically, it's four competitions.
So do you know, I know you said you spoke to, I don't know, remember whether it was Amy or Logan.
I spoke to Logan.
And is she also going to Belair?
I believe she will. It's one of those, that's the benefit of having these back-to-back events. You're going to double your event exposure and lessen the money. You're not going to have to do flights in between. From here to Belair's, it's a road trip basically, 6 hours or so, and you're at a whole, from west coast to east coast, so you've already covered yourself with insurance, you've covered yourself with the membership. All you're doing is
you may as well stay.
So without knowing the story, I'd say yes, she's got to be over.
And I know you've entered yourself in the men's draw, John. Will you be surfing in both events?
Maybe we'll see. I like to check out round one just to feel it out.
Well, if you're out there, at least when you come and chat about it, you've got some more experience than I do.
I'm notorious at round one.
You just want a big and nasty. That's probably what you want.
I don't know, big and nasty. I just embarrass myself in a big and nasty sort of a way. I honestly, I've never loved competition for myself. I love it for other people. That's why I love the coaching role way more, because I don't love the pressure and the stress when I surf.
Yeah, I'm sure you feel a bit of pressure and stress when you're prodigies and other people surf as well, though.
Yeah, when I was on the Challenger Series with Marima, you feel every moment. It's one of those heartbreaking things.
Oh, well, I went to one event with him.
Yeah, you were down with him in Sydney.
I was with him, and it was... it was...
And that's the joy of the sport. It really does. It can destroy your day, it can make your day, and you live everything. So stepping into the coach's role, I 100% feel it, but the pressure's off. Me personally. I feel it, but when you come to an individual sport, it always comes back on the individual.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm a very good friend of Andy King, and hello, Andy, if you're listening. And he's Gabriel Medina's coach and has been for the last few years. And, I guess he feels the pressure, but he's the most relaxed guy in town. And I think what he does for Gabriel Medina is relaxes him.
Yeah.
Which is your job. I mean, you need to relax your surfers as well.
It is, and it's more about those debriefs and those conversations afterwards. Getting through the hard times together is half the battle. And I feel that's where most of the growth happens. If you can build on a bad situation, then you become the better, not just surfer, but person as well. It really can transcend more than just surfing, and you start to learn how to react and respond to situations rather than getting into that negative headspace. So
which I do at golf.
I can imagine you.
I believe there should be a punching bag on every green and every tee. Just to save me throwing my clubs into the creek.
Amy got a 4.70 on that last wave that she got also. So she was close to that 5.41, and it just shows that she is definitely capable of getting it. That little snap on the end, I think the judges would have liked that a lot. Those 2 turns, if she could have tidied them up a little bit.
Yeah, one was a bit slow and she did catch a bit of a rail.
Yeah, she would have been definitely around that requirement then, maybe going a little bit further. Judging off Logan's 2 waves, she's just had a little bit more crisp lines, a little bit neater.
And who have we got coming up in the next heat? I can't read it from here.
Okay, we've got Susan Escanilia. She's
from Shargal, yeah.
Not too many Shargal people here.
No, surprisingly. Normally there's stacks of them. Actually, I do have one in front of me here. They're all Filipino.
And we also have Mara Lopez, which is the young 11-year-old from here.
She was in the longboarding event as well.
And she's going to be a weapon. She's going to be a name to remember. If you're out there, write Mara Lopez in your diaries.
Okay.
And watch her develop. She has got a stone-cold nature about her. We have to remind her sometimes when she wins a heat, she needs to smile for the interview because she's just got this competitive nature. Looks like Logan's going to take off on this one. She was 3rd priority, nothing to gain, nothing to lose. Also in the next heat is Carlia Del Ettore from here also. She was also in the longboard. And True Starling, who you may have seen sitting up here in the booth.
Yeah, I'm sure people have seen.
It, so always good to see.
The only pleasant-looking commentator that we have. And I know I'm exactly at the opposite end.
It's a spectrum. I'm not brave enough to put myself anywhere on it. We'll just...
You're a close 3rd of the 4.
Luke's in there too. He's the
Luke's
sexiest man in the north.
That makes you 4th.
Yeah, accepted.
Okay, look, I'll take advantage of a little bit of a lull here and give a shout out to my wife Susan and my daughter Lily,
and also my wife Christine and my
your
kids
2 lovely girls. Yeah, it's well worth doing. That's why we're here. We're just here for the shout outs, you know.
Yeah. And we've both got beautiful families back home who allow us to come out and do this awesome job. So the least we can do is say hello and bring back our pay packets, I guess.
Absolutely. You get paid?
Here goes Logan. She's been looking for this one. She wants to get herself. There's a nice opening wrap. At the moment, as this tide looks, you can see she's hungry for a lip. She wants that thing to stand up. Probably a little bit frustrating, but if she's having trouble, you can guarantee the other competitors are having trouble as well. So
yeah, the heat started with a bit of a bang and it's slowed down. I'm not sure if it's positioning or just it's a little bit of a lull at the moment. It's been like that all day. There's been times when it's been absolutely pumping.
Yeah, you think it's picking up. You think the swell's going to fill in. And
yeah, I was saying to True Starling, who's in the next heat, just be aware you're going to get mowed down by a few sets. But so far here, there hasn't really been anything, and this could be okay. Stretching out a bit down the line. She's
Sakura has priority.
Okay, she's going to get around it. She is. Okay, is it going to stand up? That's the next thing. Bit lumpy and bumpy there.
Nice little wrap though. If she can get this end section, she's definitely going to get herself into a better position. She just needs to hit that lip. Oh, nice connection. Just a little bit lost. Couldn't quite get that body above her board and get her board under herself and drive it out of there. She's going to look at the beach and go, yeah, I'll go back out.
Yeah, I'll go back out. I've got 4 more minutes. I better get back out there. So only 4 minutes to go on this stage.
She needs a 6.8. She got a 2.45. I think possibly that would have gone...
Could be her highest, yeah.
If she had got that last turn, if she had made it a bit more dramatic, because it was a good little section she hit. It's just unfortunate the board got away from her.
I suspect it's not going to help her a great deal.
I can imagine it's really hard going from a longboard to a shortboard also. I feel you'd be a lot looser. Like, you'd turn that thing and it would just sort of...
Yeah. Well, I find it hard to go from a different shortboard to a different shortboard.
Yeah.
That's hard enough to change any board, really.
It is, and that's when you know you found a good board, when you sort of don't need 5 surfs to get used to the thing.
Yeah.
But it is also good the way surfing is progressing, and you can take out 5 or 6 different boards now. Different types of boards. So surfing isn't boring. You might hit Cronulla Point on your fish one day and then go out on your thruster the next day and a single fin the next day, and you learn a whole bunch of different approaches and lines.
I've started doing that and taking a a mini mal who I leave at a friend's place, and to go to the beach when it's small out the point.
Yeah.
I've got 2 different boards that I'll use relative to the tide, really, as much as anything.
And you sort of learn those different lines and different approaches to get up to the lip, and they actually can sort of meet up, and you can find that you'll do one turn on one board and it'll help you turn on another board. So choosing different boards, even stepping up that volume from something, say you're sitting on 30 litres up to 42 litres, is going to sort of make you think about things different. There's so much you can play with.
Volume is your friend, and you and I both know that. And the older you get, the volume is more your friend, and it's about making sure you get the wave. If you don't get the wave, there's no point being out there,
Absolutely.
So if you go out there on a, in my situation, go out there on a 28 litre board, I'm not going to get any waves. So give me the 35 litres and I'll see how I go.
There we go. Priority is with white, so blue, making sure she's not going to interfere there. This
nice
is
off the
starting
top,
to set up as a nice little wave. Nice little wrap there, getting back to it. So funny, when we're watching this thing from the beach, this inside section was where the money was. She's done well on this wave, though.
Yeah, she certainly has. She's milked it all the way. She's decided that's enough. 2 minutes. She's not paddling back out, or is she?
2 minutes. Looking for a 5-4-1. I'm going to say she's going to get it. I think that's been
I'm with you.
The wave of the heat might be close to Logan's first wave. I don't really think we really caught that one well. We might have been gas bagging a little bit too much at that stage. But I'm going to say it's going to be right around that 5-4-1 that she needs. And at the moment, it's not too important. This is to get into just the next round.
Yep.
It's already going to be very tough in second priority for Sakura to get that 6.8. We haven't really seen too many waves sort of even with that potential on them.
Well, not where they're sitting. I mean, I must say we were watching before and I saw plenty with that potential. But I guess it's a bit shifty out there, and the walls...
Here's those sets.
Now they're just going to get whaled, and the 1 minute is going to just get eaten up now.
Yep. The joyful thing about this wave here, it's not overwhelming with its power. It's not coming from the deep ocean that you get in some and launching onto a ledge and just destroying your soul with its power.
No.
It's more of a tangent sort of bottom. So
it's not a board-breaking thing either.
It gradually gets shallower, which takes a lot of the energy and potential out of the wave.
Yep.
So really good, easy, user-friendly wave, which means when the waves stand up, you can hit those sections a little bit harder without fear of breaking your knees, neck, and face.
Correct, and she did get a 5.4 in the last one. It didn't move her up into first, but
5.4. She was shy by 0.1 on that one.
Again, it's not going to matter unless something crazy happens here. And it hasn't. With 15 seconds to go, I think it's...
possibly all she wrote. I don't think Amy's even going to get out the back. That's probably why she was looking at the beach, thinking, I don't want to paddle all the way back out there.
Logan's just going to... Okay, so there we are. We've got that first heat of round 20 of the women's. We're going to see Logan Dalton and Amy Gore, both from Australia, move on into... the next round, which is the round of 16, I believe.
And it'll be interesting to see where Sakura's drops in there. Sorry? We're going to see where that last one from Sakura. It's a huge a 7.5 that she's actually needing now. I'm going to go out and say she probably hasn't got there. So
I'm pretty confident that she hasn't. So
there we are.
I believe we are going to go for a break. So we'll see you shortly for the last heat of the day and the second heat of round 20 of the women. So we'll see you soon.
The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is brought to you by Tingog Party List, House Speaker Martin Romualdez, and the Department of Tourism Region 1. The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organised by the United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the provincial government of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and the La Union Surf Club. This event is sponsored by Alima, Clean Canteen, and SMC Infrastructure. This event is recognised by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Hey there, welcome back. Last heat of the day. Jerry Deegan and John Carby sitting here in the booth. We got the aircon, we got the best seat in the house, we've got everything on the live show, and here we are with True Starling, co-commentator, out there opening things up early. Super exciting. She's from the Gold Coast or Newcastle also, I think. Gold Coast.
Well, she was telling us she was surfing the Gold Coast last week.
Yeah, Snapper, so I'm going to guess she's from there.
I should remember, to be honest. It's terrible, but I've got an
know.
excuse. I'm older than you, so I don't remember anything. So that's why you're here, to remember the things I don't remember, and you've forgotten.
Here comes Kyla.
We're in a lot of trouble.
Young ripper, also from this area. Longboarder, shortboarder. They said La Union produces something where they do both really well.
Oh, there was a time that Shargow produced every good surfer in the country, but now that is not the case anymore.
No, absolutely
From
not.
all over the country, great surfers are
and
showing
here goes
up.
Susan. These girls are getting things absolutely running. Susan's starting to get a good little repertoire of turns on her too. She's committed. I talked to her earlier about why she came to this event, and she's hungry. She's hungry to compete. She knows coming up against Asia's best is going to help her perform in the national rankings, and she's going to become a better surfer all round for what she's doing. So,
yeah, they're really cute. Look, they're all young, hungry,
and they realise there's a real spot now for women surfers. It's a career, equal prize money, a WSL initiative to sort of get out there. We've got a replay coming in, probably across all those three. So we'll see what we got ahead of us. We had a quick exchange. Going to be interesting to see where the numbers go. Here's Mara Lopez, which we might not have seen. 11-year-old. She just got caught up there. Probably once again transitioning from longboard to shortboard. You're going to take a few little wiggles to get those fins.
I'm sure when Mara looks back at this, she's not going to be happy there was a replay of that one.
I know. Thanks for the highlight, boys. That's why she dropped a 1.0.
And while there's a little break there, we just want to thank the Department of Tourism, Region 1. That's the DOT here in the Philippines, and the Tingog party list. House Speaker Martin Romualdez.
Yep, I just want to shout out to him again. He's been a huge, amazing thing for.
Okay, his replay.
He goes true. She got a 3.5 for this one. That opening wrap is 100% where that money came from.
Oh, and sadly she just didn't make that one. Okay.
She probably would have gone into the very good. She would have gone in around a 6, I reckon, for that one. That was
there she is again.
Surfing.
This is live.
She's going to be busy. So she cuts her teeth at Snapper Rocks, as she told us.
Yep.
So Point Break, she's going to be super happy with. She's going to be reading down the line probably better than a lot of athletes.
Oh, that was a good effort. That was a good effort and a good wave, regardless of the fact that she didn't finish it off.
Yep. Point Break surfers, they read things differently. So the good thing about places like where she lives in Australia, she's got a smorgasbord. If she wants to go to a point break, she'll go to a point break. She wants another beach break. If she wants to get into some reef, she'll go down to New South Wales, northern New South Wales, slide down to further New South Wales and have reef breaks also. Yeah, no, it's a bonus. And before I get back to the presenters, we got another replay here. There you go, Susan. This is her. She had this one while we were watching the other replay, I believe. So this will be her second wave. Nice little jam. Good to see her. I'd say incomplete too. The judges will tap her down on that one. And here's True's replay. I'm interested to see this. Plenty of speed. I like what she did here. She just got around that section, hit that bit, which is really nice. She looked in control the whole way here. Yep. Nice little and it's lumpy and bumpy there, and she's just in control of it. Just sadly, she missed out on the finishing manoeuvre. That setup, little bottom carve there to eye this. You could see she was looking at. That's a shame. She would have gone big, real big, real big on that. And nonetheless, it was a good wave, and they're going to drop her in at around a 5. Numbers are dropping in now. Okay, a 5.25. So you could imagine that would have gone to the excellent if she had landed that for sure. Definitely. That was the exclamation mark that would have put this out of reach for almost everyone and set the standard for it. Let's keep going through this. So again, thank you to Martin. Yeah, Speaker Honourable Martin Romualdez. He helped JR get through his campaign last year. Okay, great. Without him, surfing wouldn't even be where it is now. So he's a huge blessing to surfing, and we're stoked to have him looking our way. Okay, Governor Rafi Ortega. DOT Regional Director Jeff Ortega, San Juan Mayor Arturo Valdez. So you're our presenters, and we really appreciate it. And we've got sponsors, of course, San Miguel and Vans. We want to thank them. Alima, Clean Canteen, MV Sports Foundation, and Bagong Philippines. Yep, and that's San Miguel. It's actually the infrastructure division of the company. So they help build roads and all sorts of stuff. Oh, okay, because they sponsored the Shargow event a couple of years ago. San Miguel, there's the brewing company. They also have the infrastructure company. So yeah, okay. It's really good. Also, they've been supporters of surfing for a long time in the Philippines. Well, I mean, I support San Miguel Brewing Company pretty hardcore.
So really, that's my money
That's
there.
your money. Thank you.
Yeah,
For
so
your
I got to put my name under the
commitment to
presenters.
Philippine surfing, Jerry.
Yeah, absolutely. So True's well ahead at this stage with 19 minutes remaining.
We should do a shout out to Lighters too in that case, huh?
Lighters, yeah, and Maradels.
Yeah, Maradels.
Susan Escanella is in second place. She needs a 5.9 to move into first. Kayla needs only a 1.91 to move into second, and Mara needs only a 3.4 to move into second. They have plenty of time left. There's plenty of waves. I'm not sure if they're going to get caught inside here, or they're just going to get underneath this one. True is going to turn around and have a look.
And that's what it's about out here in these conditions, especially for the people like, I know Susan got here a few days early to try to get that last tail end of the swell, but she did miss it, and she's been sort of sitting dormant for the last few days. So Shargow's got a few waves like this, you think, Jerry?
Shargow does. I mean, I guess you can compare this a little bit to Rock Island, which is not real hollow.
Jacking Horse-ish.
This is Jacking Horse-ish, but I think it's better than Jacking Horse.
Definitely better than Jacking Horse. Rock Island, Salvation-ish. There's definitely enough waves you can sort of compare and get a good amount of practice in before you get to a place like this.
Oh, that's a terrific wave from Susan. We can't see the end of it. That is a terrific wave
like,
from the goofy
in
footer.
my mind, the way she was sort of looking towards that end section, she was about to kick out. It might have been rushing up on those rocks there.
There's a bunch of waves like this. I mean, it has a Jacking Horse look, but, the difference being the takeoff. Obviously, Jacking Horse is a nasty takeoff.
Nasty.
And it's kind of walls.
Two rules at Jacking House. Don't fall on the takeoff and don't get caught inside.
Oh, that place just...
Easier said than done.
Yeah, I usually only surf that place after I've paddled in from somewhere else, and I'm tired. I've paddled hundreds of metres, and I just go over the falls, accept it, and get washed in.
Yeah, keep hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times because there's a good way to snap them off in there. Waiting for this one for Susan to drop in. She's looking for a 5.90 to get into first.
I'm thinking she might get close to that.
She tagged it. She continued all the way along, and she kept that flow and speed the whole way through. So definitely going to be the best of her waves. Let's see where it goes.
So judges feverishly looking at the replay out there.
Definitely, and they're going to know what happened because their vantage point out there is a little bit better than the cameras, so they're going to see if she continued on for another turn on the end or if she kicked off.
And her two waves previous to that were a little wonky, but that one she was really in control, really all the way, so it was really nice. I'm not sure if we'll get a replay of that one. Hopefully we will. And
no free surfs or anything like that. This is the effect of it. They sort of have to feel it out first time in that first few minutes of the heat. So I'm sure she wanted to get out there and get her feet in the wax as quick as she could, and you can see the result of that. She's gone from a 1.8 to a 2.85, and she's consistently building down the line. So smart strategy from Susan.
You can see one score in there, which is not going to get her the 5.9, but let's see what the other judges drop for her.
Yeah, but she also wants to put that requirement up for those.
There you go, 4.65. So she's making it hard for the rest of them. She's definitely moving to second place. She's only holding a 2.85 as a second score.
And here goes young Mara. She's going to obviously probably doing the same thing. She's probably been concentrating the last few days on which one she wants to excel in. But you can see her style, wide stance, but she can link turns together. When she starts hitting that next portion of her life, look at that. She's got flow, this girl.
Absolutely.
Once she starts hitting that next portion of life where she starts to get a bit bigger and stronger. And develops the muscle.
How old is she?
She's 11 years old. She's gonna be, and the lion-like competitiveness she has, it's gonna be a great thing for Philippine surfing.
I've got to say, for an 11-year-old, that's probably the most stylish 11-year-old I've certainly ever seen in the Philippines.
Yep. Yeah,
and there are some other great surfers. You've got Nelby down south and all other people, but that's some serious style.
True. Okay. Blowing some fins out there.
Trying a bit too hard, maybe.
I guess when you get that floppy section, why not put everything into it? You've got one opportunity, so I'm sure she wanted to make up for that turn that she fell off on that last wave.
And also, Susan and Mara are inside, so she might be able to get back out there and get some decent priority as well.
Yeah.
Which she is, yeah.
The old Hail Mary closeout, just to see if you can get that one big jam turn to impress the judges. Didn't come off that time, but not a bad strategy to maybe throw away that 3.5 with one big quality move. It's sort of the way surfing is now. It used to be 3 to the beach.
Yeah.
Now you can do one massive turn and sort of cover all those 3 mediocre turns with one hugely committed, hugely impressive turn, which might have been on True's mind there.
Well, it looks to me like
Mara Lopez dropping a 5.10. And that's sheer, smooth, beautiful-looking surfing.
Yeah, that was a great wave. That was really. She did linker turns. Everything was smooth. It wasn't the biggest wave in the world, but she really showed that she knows what she's doing. And I give her an extra point just for being 11. I would have given her a 6.10. I like the guy in the first heat of the longboarding today, or the third heat. Forget his name, but he had a great hat on, and I was giving him an extra point just for the hat. It's True. Going down line. Okay, she's going to cut back. Hopefully it's sections. No, she just bogs a rail there waiting for the section, unfortunately, because she had a second priority there.
Here comes Kyla.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to get across that one. Just the one turn.
She's getting herself in deeper at the moment, a 4.75. She's going to either want to dig herself out halfway through this final heat of the day. Just for those who are listening and around the town of La Union, come down tonight for the opening ceremony. Going to be pretty fun there. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a few lechons that's been delivered up, so that'll be exciting. And here goes Mara again. She's starting to find her straps. She's warmed up. She's shaken off the longboard game, and she's showing now, I think, shortboard is definitely going to be a strength in this kid's life.
Yeah, what a future.
Yeah. And this is a great age where she's hitting potential, and having a support network that she has here in La Union it's half the battle.
Yeah, and I guess if it was 10 years ago, she wouldn't have the network, but there wasn't the support. But
nope. And I look at Nilby Blancada. These girls were setting the Manette Alcala.
Yep.
The girls that were setting the standard for surfing in the Philippines back at a time where the opportunity wasn't quite there to
Not
showcase
their
skills. It was just a different time of world. Now they've got the men's events and the women's events partnered together throughout the world. It definitely, you see the opportunities for people like young Mara too. She might be a Challenger Series surfer one day. If she becomes a good Challenger Series surfer, she becomes a potential CT surfer.
Absolutely. So
the pathway for a kid as young as Mara, it's bright, and it's only going to get bigger and brighter for them. It's really...
So it's promising. It's opened up a whole new opportunity.
Who's on it? Nobody.
No one.
There might be a little bit of a priority switch out
Yeah,
there.
she turned around. I didn't see her
know.
arms.
It's all right. Susan was on the inside there. She definitely didn't paddle that. She gave True the opportunity, and the other two girls aren't out there yet. So nothing lost or gained on there. I think Susan might have been a little bit too far on the inside to have a serious look at that one, which is a shame because that was one of the bigger waves so far. 10 minutes and 30 seconds. At the moment, True Starling still out in first place. Mara Lopez got one more score to drop in, I think. And there's plenty of time on the clock. Everyone out there, I don't think will be in panic mode too much. I think Kyla's probably the one in the least position. Here goes Susan. She's going to be looking at that lip. Nice
that was
turn.
a really nice off the top
If she
speed
can get
turn. It's a shame she didn't get up and over that. She would have been a two-turn.
It looked like a little bit of indecision there. Was she going to throw it up, or was she going to go for the
go
foam
around
climb,
it,
or go around it? And those little split-second indecisions get exaggerated, obviously, when you sort of get clipped by a big soggy lip coming down on yourself.
Yeah, she's only holding a 2.5. I mean, that first move was pretty nice.
Oh, and here goes. That's white, is it? That's Kyla. It's hard to see with the sun.
Yeah.
Or is that Mara? It's hard to tell. Is that blue or is that white? I think it's blue. Yeah, that's Mara.
And that's a pretty sizable wave she took off on there too. I mean, we just missed the takeoff, but I saw the wave.
Yeah, that was definitely the second of the set. Who's that? True's looking like she's on the inside as well. This is a fun heat.
Yeah, and it's getting closer and closer. So, I mean, at the moment, Kayla needs to do some work to catch up to the others. Here we go. So what happened to True? She tried...
Sorry. Oh, okay.
Oh, that was epic. Oh, and then it just shut down.
But that turn, that's that's probably the biggest turn we've seen. That's
Without
sort
question.
of where she was on that final move on that
Interesting
second
to
wave.
see if that one turn is worth 3.5 or more.
I think... Ooh, here comes Kyla. Wrapping back. If she can get this thing to stand up and get a bit more up and down work, something a little bit more critical than these sort of more setup turns that she's doing at the moment, the judges want to see you sort of putting a little bit more.
The wave didn't give
on
her
the
a
line.
great wall at that stage, but...
And that's the hard thing. Do you just waste your time doing wraps, or do you make the decision early and sort of kick out? It's always those decisions that you're running down the wave, you kick out, and then the thing stands up. You're gonna regret it. Here we go. So you scores. We got scores for everybody to drop in. I'm interested to see True's. Oh, priority is with True at the moment. Susan missing that one, and is now in third place, and about to be a little bit further down in third place when Mara's score locks in.
Yep.
She had that one turn, Susan, but then she got caught by that second one. If she had got that second foam climb, she would have been...
It would have been a great... So they're giving her the points for that. So the one turn, she got a 3.25. So I've got to be thinking that True is going to get more than a 3.50 for that one
Definitely more
turn.
critical, definitely more vertical. And the judges here, they still got 2 to lock in. Mara got another great little wave, so I think she's going to improve on her 3.05. And I think we're going to see True possibly get the higher score with that one little nice fast lip line.
Here comes some sets. We haven't really thanked United Philippine Surfing Association or UPSA as yet, who have helped set everything up here and done a particularly good job.
Yeah, an amazing team, and also the local staff that we use down here on the beach.
Oh yeah, the local staff are epic.
It's a part of these things. It really is teamwork makes the dream work, and True's just going to town out there now. She's starting to find her rhythm, starting to figure out the wave. She sat out here with priority, so she took this one a little bit deeper, and I think she's just going to be building on her total. I think we're going to see True with possibly 2 new numbers.
Yeah, look at this number coming in for the one manoeuvre.
Oh, Susan drifting her fins on that one, taking the left-hander. Typical goofy footer move, Jerry.
Oh, go the Goofies.
Go left on a right-hand point break.
Go the Goofies.
Only a goofy would go right on a left-hand point break. I think this is actually I saw one of the...
Well, there's a bit of a left at Cronulla Point, and there's a couple of us goofies over the years that take that left. A guy named Sean Smith, who sadly passed away, was just a champion on that wave.
Nothing like finding a left on a right-hander.
So True's got 2 to come in. She's going to get a big number for that first one.
Yeah, and that was that difference that you said, that turn that Susan put on. It was a nice opening turn, and it's only going to be around that little 3.25 range. If she had hit that with the combination, she would have seen more. If she had hit that second section a lot cleaner,
yep,
then that's going to be your multiplier for the judges. They want to see you go from one to the other, and that would have been a great sort of thing. Unfortunately, she didn't get that, but then True's blasted that wave.
She's Mara.
She's going to be going good to very good at that level. And here's Mara. Just surfing with maturity.
Way beyond her years.
Yep, she hasn't overdone it. And look at her, she's putting it together nice. If she can get it on the lip here, there we go.
Oh, sadly didn't finish it.
I can imagine what the beach down there at the moment's going. They know that this girl's going to be something.
Yeah.
Sponsors out there, if you see Mara Lopez down on the beach, give her a Vans sponsorship. Wendell, we're
talking to you, Wendell.
Vans is actually one of our sponsors.
Yeah.
A great supporter of surfing for a very long time now. Who else we got? We got Clean Canteen making great lead work. Like, get rid of those plastic bottles. Get yourself a Clean Canteen. Take it everywhere you go. Fill it with coffee. Fill it with water. Alima, homegrown surfing brand established by Luke and Archie. Supporting the industry themselves. They sponsor JR. They do plenty of stuff around for the local community.
So just quickly before we go through this, so True got a 6.5 for that one manoeuvre. She's got another wave to come in.
Still one to go, and I reckon it's going to go up around that also.
Yeah, no, she's dominating this one. I think it's a bit of a race for the second place.
Yep, I think Mara Lopez is also going to definitely going to throw away her 2.8.
Yeah, without question.
Even without that finish would have been interesting to see that, but she's done another well put together wave. She's not over surfing. She's not doing these windshield wiper turns.
No, which means for an 11-year-old she's incredibly composed.
Which is nice. And you know what it's like when we watch these Grom comps. Often they're
Oh,
catching every wave in the ocean,
They're trying to throw as much spray as quickly and as soon as they can. And
doing 13 turns, and the
Yeah.
judges are just sitting there bewildered by what's going on in front of them. So seeing someone like Mara who's not there, and there is a difference between girls and boys. Boys have too much energy. Young women have more composure. They're a lot smarter than what young boys can be. No offense to the younger guys out there. I have a school over in there in Shargau, so I see the difference
Yeah.
between boys and girls. They do mature earlier. They're a lot smarter at this age. So it's cool to see Mara with that composure and big things. Big things.
Absolutely. Yeah, she's blowing me away, that's for sure.
All right, so we still have 3 scores to drop in. One for Susan. Susan staying pretty busy out there. 5 waves. They're all being pretty busy out there.
Here comes the score for True, that's a 7.0, is it?
Yep, that's
So she's a 7.0 and a 6.5. So she's motored away at the moment.
And that wave was Point Break Surfing 101.
Absolutely, yeah.
Project yourself down the line, hit every section as it comes at you. Don't worry about the next one.
Yep.
Look at what's in front of you.
And wait and see what you can do.
And then see what comes next. A lot of people get too caught up with what's down the line. If I do a half turn here, I'll do my big turn next. This is True. Who knows? Point Breaks will go down the line, and she'll live in the moment. So she'll hit one turn, then she'll reset, get that bottom turn, get deep, and then hit that next turn. As they come, it's easy to get lost down the line. A point break, you generally don't want to. If you're at a beach break, by all means, look down the line because you might need that big manoeuvre. So point breaks.
Yep, I hear you. There's some downsides of point breaks. They can falsely show that you're a really good surfer and you go to other waves and you don't know what to do as well. And I've seen that before surfing at Cronulla Point.
Yep.
But just quickly, we just got a message that day 2, the schedule is a 7 a.m. call for a potential 7:30 start. All divisions on standby. So we've got 2 minutes to go and we'll be back. Philippine time, 7 a.m. tomorrow morning for a possible 7:30 start.
Yep, plenty of surfing ahead, and all divisions on standby means all divisions on standby. We don't know what the conditions will be. If we wake up and there's favourable conditions, we'll be running longboards, the LQS 1000. If it's more favourable for shortboards, we'll be running men's or women's or
exactly
whatever is going to happen is going to happen. So it's good to be always ready during an event.
Yes, and so we need to not indulge too much in the sponsors' product at Flotsam and Jetsam at the opening ceremony tonight. It's meant to start at 5. I guess it's going to start a little later than that because we're still here working. But
yep.
So Flotsam and Jetsam just down the road.
Yep, get there, get your spot, get ready. It's going to be a great opening ceremony. Gives credit to all the athletes and all the people who worked so hard to get this thing together. We got messages from, I think there's Department of Tourism. We've got Jerry Deegan having a word for WSL. We've got Vinny Marcos having a bit of a say also, and plenty of other people.
Gino from...
Doc Hanless actually, I think.
It's Gino. Doc told Gino it's him.
Yep, so there's a lot going on tonight. Here goes Carla. She's chasing a 6.25. Hasn't had anything... That would have been her moment to start winding this thing up, but unfortunately she just got a little left out. So as it stands at the moment, that score from Mara, she backed herself up with a 4.20 on that last wave, so she has got an impressive little total. We have got 20 seconds left in this heat. Looks like the free surfers are getting out there.
No, they don't mess around, do they? Well, a lot of them haven't had much of a free surf, so they're straight out. So at this stage, we've got True and Mara moving through. There's Mara once more.
And here comes Mara again. She's busy. Look at this. She is going to town. Oof, little loose on the fins. Lost composure there, but I forgive her.
Well, there you go. That's the end of surfing for today, the first day.
True Starling, Mara Lopez definitely walking through that heat.
Yeah, they definitely committed. They got the scores, and it was well worth what they did, and they deserve to go through. So they'll be through to the round of 16, which may or may not be tomorrow. We'll wait and see what happens. And that is the end of the surfing for today. And as you can see, soon enough there'll be 1,000 free surfers out there.
There's the beautiful Mona Lisa Point. That's what it looks like from the sky. Trees in the background, buildings on the foreshore.
Where that blue strip is, we're just sitting right behind that there. And apparently they're going to put the commentator cam on for reasons we're unsure, but we'll smile at you.
It's been good. We've been trying to get in here all
that's
day
us.
together, Jerry.
All right, Johnny,
We
thank you,
finally
mate,
finished
for the
it
day.
out.
It was fantastic.
That was good.
So day one done and dusted.
I'm
Great
excited.
results.
There's
We've got a lot of heats out of the way today.
plenty of surf coming ahead of us too.
And the predictions are fantastic. The wind was better today. And we're going to just end it up now, say goodbye with some highlights, and then we'll be out and we'll be off to see you tomorrow. Thanks, Johnny.
Free surf?
Let's go. All right. Cheers, mate. Pleasure.
Cuatro cantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos kay dili ko anang paggapos. Cuatro cantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos kay dili ko anang paggapos.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos. Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crusts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan. Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union. Let's wander the 100 islands of Pangasinan. 124 to be exact. Each with their own hidden secrets to be explored. The islands are connected by the Lingayen Gulf, and bridges, and even zip lines that let you fly from one island to the next. Woohoo! There's hundreds of adventures to dive into when there's 100 islands to explore.
The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is brought to you by Tingog Party List, House Speaker Martin Romualdez, and the Department of Tourism Region 1. The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organized by the United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the provincial government of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and the La Union Surf Club. This event is sponsored by Alima, Clean Canteen, and SMC Infrastructure. This event is recognized by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.